Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes so sweet and sexy. Have fun, enjoy the journey. Just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. And not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade. Sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. There's a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Stack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Pilta and Michigas. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Pro said, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes sweet and sassy. And not just a YouTube show. When you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Good morning. Good morning, my friends. Today's Thursday, August 6th, 2026, and it is day 8 in the Massachusetts versus Lindsay Clancy trial. And we're still here. We're still doing it. How's everyone doing today? Good morning. Good morning. It's my understanding that the next witness to testify is going to be the medical examiner. I cannot confirm that for 100%. 100% certainty, but that is what I'm told, that the medical examiner is going to testify today, maybe the next witness on the stand. If you cannot handle this, please, your peace is more important than watching this trial with us. You can go and come back. It could be very gruesome, very detailed testimony that may not be the right thing for you. And so protect your peace is the best thing I can tell you. Oh, please. Don't forget to hit the like button on your way in, like wiping your feet on the mat. YouTube courtesy, and it helps the algorithm. Today's motivational quote of the day for Thursday, August 6, 2026. Gabriel Garcia Marquez said, "It's not true that people stop pursuing dreams because they grow old. They grow old because they stop pursuing dreams." Love that. I love that. It's not true that people stop pursuing dreams because they grow old. They grow old because they stop pursuing dreams. And remember, you're never too old to dream a new dream. You're never too old to dream a new dream. Look at me. Who thought at my age I'd be on YouTube with you for the past 3 years? Not me. Not me. It's just a fun thing I did thought I would do it for a little while, but turns out that I really like it. I really like it 99.9% of the time, except for the other 0.1% of the time when the really, really mean people stalk me. But, I guess it comes with the territory, maybe. Why should it, though? It shouldn't have to. All right, let's read our affirmation for a badass today. Let's read our affirmation for a badass today. We've got it. It's here. And let's see what it's going to say. Pull one from the middle of the deck. Oh, it's my favorite card of all. And I swear, you saw me just pull this randomly from the middle of the deck. Who knows what my favorite card of all is? Winners focus on winning. Losers focus on winners. I don't know. Maybe I needed to hear that today. Winners focus on winning. Losers focus on winners. And if you're going to troll because you're not subscribed for more than 3 days, you're going to have to come in with more than a $2 super chat. That's how it's easy to know who the trolls are. Although I think they've got a little more petty cash on their hands lately. It's a whole operation. Winners focus on winning. Losers Focus on winners. We love that one. That is my favorite badass affirmation. And you know it. It's expensive these days to be a troll. I know. Listen. I posted something on my Instagram. If you follow me over there, it's a very funny guy who did a whole thing about the bow, about the attorney shopping for the bow. But here's the thing. That's a fashion choice. It's a fashion choice. I don't know if Sprague is going to have is it Sprague who wears the bows or Buckingham? I don't even know. I can't tell them apart. I don't know. But like she said in her opening that Cora really liked to wear bows in her hair. So I do think that this is sort of like a subliminal nod to Cora and maybe a means of torturing Lindsay. I don't know. But the bow talk derails the chat. So if she's wearing a bow today, can we just keep it to ourselves? It derails the chat, and then the chat goes crazy, and nobody's paying attention to what I'm saying, and it's just very, 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 very distracting. Or the testimony. We're here for Lindsay. We're here for the Clancy children. Hopefully, I don't know what justice for the Clancy children looks like in this case. We're here for the family. And again, I am not here to entertain wild theories about Patrick having anything to do with this, or the shoes that he was wearing at the CVS and the restaurant. I don't care. It makes no difference to me. I don't know if it's true. We had a big shoe scandal in the Karen Reed trials because the sneaker had a black sole and then somebody thought it had a white sole. And like, I'm not going to entertain that. I'm not a video expert. I don't know if he's wearing different shoes. And quite frankly, I don't care. What does it mean? I don't know. If he's wearing different shoes, did it start snowing and he put on his boots in the car? I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. We're not here for that. Listen, I can tell you this with like 100% certainty. If there was any evidence of Patrick doing anything nefarious or having an affair or cheating on him, 100%, I will tell you that would be the Commonwealth's theory. Because if the Commonwealth's theory was that Patrick was cheating, she found out, she got mad, and she wanted to have revenge on him by killing her 3 kids, you can bet your ass that would be the theory of the case. It is not the theory of the case. The theory of the case for the Commonwealth is that Lindsay Clancy was going back to work. Maybe she didn't really want to. The kids were too much. She couldn't handle it. And so therefore, she killed her kids so that she could have the life that she wanted, and that her suicide attempt wasn't real. It was a half-assed attempt because, I don't know, did she think she was going to survive that fall? I still haven't figured out what the theory is, but I do know what the theory is not. And trust me when I tell you, when these prosecutors in Massachusetts are grasping at straws, I say they're grasping at wet paper straws because nothing irks me more than a paper straw from, I don't know who still has paper straws, maybe McDonald's. They're grasping at wet paper straws most of the time. That would be the straw they would choose to grasp. And so I have no interest in entertaining any wild theories that Patrick has anything to do with this. This family is suffering enough. They read the chat, they read the comments, and it's a very simple guideline. Be nice or leave. Be nice or leave. I mean, it's really easy. Don't be a dick. That's it. It's just really easy. So let's leave Patrick alone. I'm not entertaining that. If you would like to do that, Law and Crime will welcome you with open arms. Their chat is like the Wild West. You can say whatever you want. You can say whatever you want over there, okay? But not here. My chat, my choice, my moderators. I trust them 100% to do what it is that they think that they need to do to keep this a safe place for people. Okay, again, by telling me that I am wrong and that he was involved, that will earn you a timeout. If you can't be nice, then just leave. Just leave. I'm not doing it. I'm not playing those games. I'm not being rage baited. And I'm just not doing it. Okay? So thank you so very much for playing. Have a nice day. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Is it hard? I don't think it's hard. Please go to Law and Crime. I urge you. You will not hurt my feelings if you go to Law and Crime and spew your wild, mean theories about the family. Not doing it. Not doing it. Oh, and also please don't put the medication names in the chat because YouTube has bots. You guys don't know this, but YouTube has bots. They scan the chats. YouTube is owned by Google, if you didn't know, okay? They have their own AI program, as you know. Maybe you use it. It's called Gemini. They have other programs for YouTube. They scan the chats. And if they don't like what's going on in the chats, They can strike the stream. They can take down the stream. They can demonetize the channel. They can demonetize the stream. That's not what I'm here for. I'm here to hopefully entertain you somewhat, explain the trial to you, watch the trial with you, hold your hand through it. I'm not here to get in trouble with YouTube. So I guess it bears repeating because a lot of people don't understand it. Oh, you're not going to play nice today, StreamYard? We're already having issues. I just saw myself go off the stream. The only important thing here is PPB and PPD and women's health. We deserve to be cared for, believed, and supported by this country. It's insane. It's insane. It's insane. Why no med names? Because YouTube doesn't like it. I can't explain it. Because here's the thing. If you put drug names in the chat, they think you're promoting them. They think you're promoting them. They think you're selling them. If you say the S word for taking of one's own life, they think you're promoting it or teaching people how to do it. That's why AI sucks. Okay? AI sucks. We're in court right now. Let's go there and see who is coming to the stand. Oh, who's this pretty girl with the blonde hair? Here we go. Take a deep breath, everyone, and think before you hit send. Okay? I love you so much.
Please be seated. Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, the matter before the court today, we have Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Good morning, counsel.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right. Good morning, Ms. Clancy.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right. Before we bring the jury in, let me talk to everybody just a little bit about this morning's proceedings. All right, counsel.
Oh, they're going sidebar. So I think he's going to warn the gallery that it's going to be very difficult testimony. Perhaps he's going to give them a gentle warning that if you can't handle it, because I'm sure, judges always say they don't want to see any emotion in the courtroom, any emotion. They don't want people in the gallery crying or screaming or yelling or acting out. And so I'm sure he's going to give them a gentle reminder, just like I gave everyone a gentle reminder. Yes, it's okay to have your own opinions, but respect my stream, respect my chat. You can keep your thoughts to yourself. You don't have to spew them out there and rage bait. Lauren says, I've experienced PPP, and this case has been so painful to watch. Thank you for your measured and compassionate coverage. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. And I hope you got through it and you were able to get through it. I heard from a woman last night who sent me an email who said that she went through it 20 years ago and she's still, the effects are still lingering. And she explained it to me too in a way that maybe I can read to you later when we have some time, in a way that she explained the unexplainable, because a lot of us have no idea what this is like, have no idea what this can do to your body, and need to hear from experts. I know I do. I need to hear from an expert because I haven't heard from an expert yet. And I am also happy to tell you, by the way, thank you. I want to give you credit, whoever sent that to me. The jury instruction in Massachusetts has been modified. The jury instruction that I read to you the other day about the 6-month evaluations and then the 1-year evaluations has changed completely. None of that language is in there anymore. So I am happy to read that to you later and reformulate my opinion on whether or not this could be a hung jury, because I was very concerned about that jury instruction saying that she would go to a mental institution for 6 months and then be reevaluated every year. And if she's better, they could decide to release her. That is no longer the jury instruction in Massachusetts. And so I'm very happy to explain that to you a little bit later. K Shred is getting ready for his morning. As you can see, he's warming up, stretching. He's ready to go. Tara says, will the doctors currently working with Lindsay testify? Yes, Dr. Zeisel, who is also an expert in this case, has also been working with Lindsay currently since she was at the Brigham, I think. And he's going to testify. And he's their expert. So it will help the defense because he's their expert and he specializes in things such as like this. Never on scaffolding is getting attached to having me every day. Oh, you're sweet. Just don't fall off the scaffolding. Oh, you're never on scaffolding. There is a girl on scaffolding who's in here also. And I actually met her, I think. I forget where, at the Wilbur maybe. Dish says, so aggravated about people saying Patrick did it. I live 2 towns away from Duxbury. It's been so heartbreaking around here. P.S. My parents are from Farmingdale, Long Island. Oh, amazing. You're awesome, Melanie. Thank you for your 10. I just, I don't entertain that kind of stuff. And listen, it happens in every single true crime case. It happens a lot when children are missing and people go straight to blaming the parents and ruining people's lives. And I'm not going to be a party to it. I'm not going to perpetuate it. I'm not going to allow it. And that's just me. If people want to do that, you don't have to announce your departure. Just go somewhere else. Doesn't hurt my feelings. And quite frankly, I don't care what you think about me. I'm too old to care. Exhibit Allie says, I love watching trials with you. Oh, I love that you watch trials with me. Scarlet Manta says, so glad you decided to stay and cover the trial. Well, we're here still. That's a good sign. Moria, thank you for your super sticker. And good morning to Karen for the people on top. Thank you for your super sticker. I don't know. Why is it so? Do people like to just, I don't know. I guess hurt people. Well, first of all, hurt people. We know that, right? Misery loves company. And I think there's a lot of people who just like to stir up trouble. Critical, I guess this is a great way of putting it. Winter Libby says critical thinking is in rapid decline. I think you're right. I think people need to get out more, touch some grass, get some vitamin D, sit in the sun for a minute. That's all. Oh my gosh, this is so funny. Emmy says my hairdresser told me about you. I'm glad I found your videos. Wait, is it Missy? Is it Missy from Paul's Barbershop in Quincy? Because I did say the hairdressers know everything. And they are the ones who are telling people about not only this case, but about the Norfolk County District Attorney's race that nobody seems to know about. Nobody seems to know about it. A lot of people in Norfolk County don't know. And so I think the hairdressers are out there doing the Lord's work. So thanks, Emmy, for telling me where you heard about it. I was going to say the same thing. Brass. Great minds think alike. As far as lawyering goes, it's hard to believe that Kevin Reddington is only a year older than Cosgrove and 5 to 6 years older than Mello, 3 years older than Marcy. Wait a second. You're saying Kevin Reddington is older than Ken Mello? That's impossible. That's impossible. And it also seems to me that it seems my opinion is that Reddington looks way better than all of those people. He looks younger than they all do, in my opinion. I know Kevin Reddington, I think, is 75, right? You guys were telling me that Robert Cosgrove is 74. Listen, I don't know. He's taking care of himself. Good for him. Hairdressers are the very best counselors. And guess what? They know all your secrets. They know everyone's secrets. Is there a client stylist privilege? There should be. There should be. Thank you so much, Miriam, for coming in from Egypt. I think that's Egypt, right? With a super sticker. Thank you so much. The world is watching. The world is watching. And so tell us where in the world you are watching from if you're outside the U.S. If you're outside the U.S., I just want new people, new cupcakes to know that we do have a worldwide audience here. Allison says, what happens if there's a hung jury and they don't retry? Does she still go through evaluations to see if she can be released? No, she just gets released. If they choose not to try, that means that they would null pros and they would drop the charges and she would be free to go. But listen, if they tried Karen Reed twice for a car accident that didn't happen, they have been known to try people 3 and 4 times. There was a case, the defendant's name was Cara Rentala. And I don't remember, Mastad, I don't know if you're here, but Rentala was tried, I think at least 3 times, maybe 4. And so they are known for retrying. Sláinte, my friends in Ireland. Finland is here. Here's a duchy. Netherlands, South Africa, Denmark. You thought I was kidding when I said the world was watching, right? You thought, no way, it couldn't be. A lot of UK viewers. Love my viewers from across the pond. A lot of Scottish viewers too. Love my Scots. I love all of you, really. But those are 2 places that I really, really need to visit so that I can explore some of my heritage. Vicky Sullivan, thank you for your very generous $50 super sticker. I appreciate you so much. Oh, and my goodness, your dog is almost bigger than you are in your profile picture. Holy moly. What a beauty. Both of you, beauties. Vicky and her pup. Scotland forever. You know I'm watching Outlander, season 3. Sassenach. I love it so much. Oh, please. Trying to get this throat coat tea in, which is the best, by the way. Does anybody know about throat coat tea? It's amazing. I think I have it on my Amazon storefront in the show notes below this video. Yeah, I'm watching Outlander now. I'm on season 3. Jamie and Claire. Jamie and Claire is who I spend time with at night after I'm done with all this heavy stuff. Outlander makes everybody want to go to Scotland. I know. Plus golf, St. Andrews. I mean, come on.
All right.
Bucket list.
Okay.
I heard a hot mic. Kevin. Kevin.
Yay. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court now sitting in Plymouth, within for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
God save us from the Commonwealth.
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning, everybody. Nice to see everybody again. Thank you for being here. What I'm going to do is ask you those questions again, and then talk a little bit about today's schedule, and then we'll get right back into the Commonwealth's presentation of the evidence. And so the first question, as you probably know by now, is any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial as a juror? Last question is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? Again, thank you for following those instructions. Today's schedule is we have a number of witnesses, so we're going to start as soon as I'm done talking, and then we'll get right back into the Commonwealth's case. We'll take a break mid-morning, and then we'll continue till 1 o'clock, and then I anticipate that we'll go somewhat into the afternoon, but we'll just kind of have to see what the evidence is, if any other issues come up that I have to deal with that doesn't concern you. So with that, I'm going to turn this over at this point to the Commonwealth. Ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Dr. Kimberly Springer.
Duxbury is here.
Just for the record, we do the same objection.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, there's an objection to this witness.
Come on, man. Stop right here. Wait till I get this back.
Thoughts for all those who understand and protect Lindsay, her family, and our phenomenal lawyer. I think that the people in Duxbury are all, from what I've heard, they've reached out to me on the side of Lindsay. They're heartbroken about this. So many people knew the Clancys.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
And I say new because they no longer live there. I speak very highly of them.
All right. Commonwealth, could I see Counsel just over here for a second? Just for
I dropped my witness list. Hang on 1 second. This is one of the medical examiners on the list. There's 3 on the list.
Does that work better for everybody? Okay, all right. All right, Commonwealth?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, it's Kimberly Springer, Kimberley, Springer.
Where do you work?
At the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Boston, Massachusetts.
And are you a medical examiner?
I am.
How long have you done that?
20 years.
Can you describe for us your educational background?
Yes, 4 years of college at Wellesley College in Wellesley, Massachusetts. 4 years of medical school at the Chicago Medical School in North Chicago, Illinois. 4 years of residency training in anatomic and clinical pathology, which is hospital-based pathology at the Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston, Massachusetts. And 1 year of fellowship training in forensic pathology at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, which is where I now work.
And throughout that 20 years at the medical examiner's office, have you conducted autopsies?
I have.
Approximately how many?
Over 2,000.
And have you testified in courts in the Commonwealth about these autopsies?
I have.
Can you explain to the jurors what is an autopsy?
Yes. An autopsy is a tool by which we examine the whole body in an effort to determine cause of death. And it's comprised of 2 parts: an external examination, where we look for identifying characteristics such as height and weight, evidence of medical therapy, and evidence of trauma and disease. We may take evidence as appropriate, and then we turn to the internal examination, making surgical-like incisions and examining each of the internal organs, again, looking for evidence of trauma and disease, and taking additional samples for other tests such as toxicology.
And I want to direct your attention to January 29th, 2023. Did you perform an autopsy on Callan Patrick Clancy?
I did.
And when you performed this autopsy, did you follow the procedure you just described, where you did an external examination and then an internal examination?
Yes.
And can you tell us what your initial observations were of Callan when you started the external examination?
Yes. So Callan had some therapeutic procedures in place, or therapeutic equipment in place, including a thermometer in the left nostril, a nasogastric tube in the right, an endotracheal tube down the throat, a Foley catheter draining urine, intravascular catheters in the right hand and right wrist, and an intravascular catheter in the left foot. There was some adhesive residue, possibly from other therapeutic procedures as well, on his chest. And there are additional needle marks that I saw on his body. In general, should I keep going? Or?
Well, what were your general observations?
In general, he was, we measured him at 26 inches long and 24 pounds. He had general edema. Those are the general.
So when you were talking about therapeutic things, are those things that were done by a medical provider at a hospital or some such setting?
Correct.
Okay. And what do you mean when you say he had general edema?
It means that he had his whole body had more fluid than one would expect in a person or an 8-month-old who had not been in the hospital. It's very common for someone coming from the hospital to have had been given fluids such that they have excess fluid and swelling.
Did you make observations of any injuries or trauma to Callan?
Yes.
If we could have photo 9960.
Hold on, let me just, Members of the jury, I just want to give you, kind of revisit that instruction that I talked to you last week about. If you may remember, we talked about before they played that tape. All right. I just want to remind you that sometimes evidence is presented in a trial that creates emotional reactions. But as jurors who've taken an oath to follow the law, I'm instructing you, as I did last week, that you must separate any emotional reaction on your part from the informational value and the weight from the evidence. You must not be influenced in any way by the unpleasant nature of the photographs and testimony that you're going to hear this morning or throughout the whole trial as well. So you must find the facts in this case based only on the evidence. But you can't find those facts or base those facts on sympathy, anger, passion, prejudice, or pity against either side. So I appreciate that. I just kind of wanted to remind you of that. And with that, come on.
Thank you, Your Honor. So photo.
Just so we're clear, they're not going to show these autopsy photos to us. There was a lot of pretrial discussion about this, a pretrial motion to keep the photos out altogether. Then the pretrial motion was to not show them to the public. Patrick Clancy hired an attorney to come in to ask them to not show these photos to the public. The only people who are going to see the photos are the jury and other people who happen to be in the courtroom. Lindsay is already sobbing. And Jessica said something really interesting. She said that despite everything that's happened in this case, Lindsay has never had the opportunity to grieve her children. And so this is going to be really hard. Please take a break. I see a lot of chatter in the chat. Why are they doing this? Why are they showing this? This is evidence in the case. This is the way trials work. And despite the fact that Lindsay and her attorney had agreed to stipulate to the killings and only have a trial on the punishment phase or the penalty phase, whether she was not guilty by reason of insanity or straight up guilty, the Commonwealth did not agree to that. They do not have to agree to that. They have chosen to parade this case out in front of a worldwide audience. And so while it may be very disturbing to you and you may be very upset that this witness happens to be on the stand today, that is what the way that this case is going to be tried, whether we like it or not, because it is an essential part of the case. This is a trial. This is a trial. And yes, the purpose of this and the reason that they're doing this is to inflame the jury, to see these little babies on a medical examiner's table. And there's 3 medical examiners on the list, and all 3 of them are probably going to testify because there were 3 children who were tragically killed here. And so this is a part of the case. Again, if you cannot handle it, please protect your peace. Please protect your peace. Go away for an hour or 2. Come back, see who's on the stand yet. Then I always have it scrolling along the bottom. But this is an essential part of the prosecution's case. They are entitled to do this, no matter how offended by it you may be. This is a trial. And yes, it's going to affect the jury for a long time. Okay? But this is their case. She murdered 3 children. They don't care why she did it. They want her to go to prison for life times 3. Okay? And here we go.
9960. That on the screen, doctor?
Not yet. Yes. Okay, thank you.
If you could just describe for us what we're seeing here in this photo.
So this is a photograph of Callan at the time of autopsy. And I'm showing a ruler underneath his neck, where above which you can see abrasions. And you can also see some needle marks that I mentioned from therapeutic procedures on his arm.
I'm sorry, if you could use the tool, pressing the top button there just to highlight the area you're talking about, the abrasions on the neck.
Remember, Callan survived for a couple of days. He never regained brain function, but they were able to restart his heart. And so that is why his autopsy was not done until the 29th, because he was in the hospital for a couple of days before they decided that they were going to stop life-sustaining measures. She's going to be describing the photographs to us, and we are not going to see them. So take breaks as needed. Trigger warning. Thank you, Brittany.
Right here on his right side of his neck. and then in the middle of the neck and on the left side of the neck.
And if we could now have photograph 663. If you could tell
Correction.
us what we're seeing here in this photograph, doctor.
Thank you. There are 3 medical examiners on the list, three women from the medical examiner's office, 3 doctors. One of them is Renee Stonebridge, and we know Renee Stonebridge from the Karen Reed trial. She's a brain, specifically only works on the brain. You're right. So I don't think that she did an autopsy, but we're going to wait and see.
This is another photograph showing a bit more closely, again, the abrasions of the neck. There's one on the front of the neck, the shorter one that's about half an inch long by 1/16 inch. For those more familiar with the metric system, a centimeter is 2.5 centimeters is about an inch. 1/16 of an inch is about 1.5 millimeters. So this is half an inch by 1/16 inch. And then on the right here, this is about 1.5 inches by 1/16 inch.
And then showing 9952.
May I go back to that for 1 second?
Go back.
For one-
Could we go back to that photo, please? 9960. I'm sorry, 663.
I just want to point out between the ruler and the abrasions, you can see a paler line. That's a normal infant neck fold. That's not a injury.
Thank you. And 9952, please. You could just point out for us here the injuries of significance to you.
Here, sorry, I think I did that.
We could go back to the prior photo, please.
I got it.
It's the top one.
Yep. Okay, so these again are the abrasions on the left side of his neck, and there's the one on the front of his neck. In addition, on the left side of his forehead is a 3/16 inch by 1/16 inch abrasion. And I think you can also begin to see petechial hemorrhages, which are dot-like hemorrhages underneath the skin on the face.
Neither Lindsay Clancy nor Kevin Reddington are looking at the screen. Reddington's got his head in his hands. He's looking down at the table at some papers. He doesn't even want to see it. Lindsay's shoulders are heaving. She's sobbing. The haters are going to say that she's faking. Neither of them are looking at the screen. For those of you who can't look at your screen right now.
And what are petechial hemorrhages?
Petechial hemorrhages occur when there is rupture of the small blood vessels underneath the skin surface, and they are from an overpressure of the small blood vessels such as capillaries or venules, and blood escapes out and makes a dot-like hemorrhage.
We could have photo 9954.
You can hear people audibly sobbing in the courtroom. I'm not sure if it's just Lindsay or if it's also jurors or if it's also people in the courtroom. And I think that she does have the option to not be present for this. Remember, well, that was New Hampshire, but Adam Montgomery, the defendant, didn't show up to his trial at all. Let's see what.
If you could explain for us what we're seeing in this photograph, please.
Take a break.
In this photograph is Callan's right side, also showing the back of his neck. So that abrasion that could be seen in the first photo showing the front of his neck, that abrasion continues along about 3 inches in all toward the right posterior or back of the neck.
And if we could have photo.
Both court officers. This is Dave on the left. He's here for everything. This is Plymouth County. We see Dave a lot in a lot of trials, and everyone who knows Dave says he's an amazing guy. He's a court officer. Both of the court officers, the female who's sitting next to Lindsay and Dave, are both looking over at Lindsay with concern. Cameraman perhaps is going to focus away from Lindsay now and maybe focus on the witness.
9955, please. Is this a close-up photograph of what you just described?
Yes, I can show that right here.
Thank you. Could we have photo 636, please? And if you could describe for us what you see here in this photo, Doc.
First the abrasion is in poor focus, but it's in the picture on the left side of the photograph. And then the most in the photograph, one can see those petechial hemorrhages better along the cheek, on the eyelid, all of those.
We could have photo 654, please. Can you describe what we're seeing in this photograph, Doctor?
Yes, there's an abrasion near the hairline on the right side of the forehead. And that is up here. That is about 3/8 by 1/8 inch.
And then photo 656, please. Can you describe what we're seeing in this photo here, Doctor?
This is looking at the top of Callan's head, and on the top right part of his head toward the front, near the forehead, is a 1/8 by 1/16 inch abrasion.
And then photo 657, please. You can describe what we're seeing here, Doctor?
This is the abrasion on the left side of his forehead with a ruler this time. In addition, the petechiae are also in pretty good focus on this.
And then photograph 9916. If you can describe for us what we're seeing in this photograph, please.
So these are some of the, I forgot to mention at the very beginning, there's a intravascular catheter in the right groin. This is Callan before we took off his medical therapy, and it shows some of the needle marks that he had. So on this is his right lower extremity. This is a look of an intraosseous catheter attempt with a central puncture mark and a round abrasion around it. And then here's the right groin line and the left foot line.
And if we could have photograph 9917. Are we seeing the same thing here on the left leg, those same IO attempt marks?
Exactly, yes.
Thank you. Doctor, are you able to date the wounds to the head, the abrasions and marks on the head? Are you able to say when those got there or how long they'd been there?
I can't precisely, but they have signs of healing in the form of scabbing.
And would that indicate that they weren't fresh wounds that happened the day you saw him or the day prior?
Correct.
In terms of the marks around Callan's neck and the petechiae around his eyes and face, did that give you an indication here of the mechanism of death for Callan?
Yes.
And how so?
So it is consistent with a ligature strangulation, given that the abrasions are linear around his neck and there are petechial hemorrhages above those lines of abrasion.
And how is it that when someone is strangled with the ligature, that causes petechiae in the face and eyes?
So what happens is that the blood vessels that supply blood to the neck are compressed. And so there are jugular veins, which are a lower pressure system, and carotid arteries, which are a somewhat higher pressure system. And so as the vessels are compressed, if there is a backup of blood in the head, there can be an increased pressure in those small blood vessels that I mentioned, and they can rupture, causing the petechiae.
But basically, is it similar to
If for no other reason, if you were watching me last night talk about Sandra Birchmore, these are the same findings that Sandra Birchmore's autopsy revealed, if you will recall. This is strangulation. Talked a lot about petechiae, et cetera. Thank you, Miriam. Somebody asked why Lindsay's parents can't sit with her, because this is a murder trial. That's just not appropriate. Everyone, you need to keep in mind, this is a triple murder trial. So this testimony is necessary. As much as you may hate it, it's necessary.
To a balloon
In the petechiae.
But basically, is it similar to a balloon filling up, but it's not air, it's blood and pressure in the face?
Yes.
And so when that pressure gets too great, is it that the capillaries are basically bursting and causing those little red marks?
Yes. Most texts say capillaries, some say venules, the small blood vessels.
And how is it that this process, the strangulation by ligature, causes death physically? How does it physically happen?
So the blockage of blood, either both to and from the head or just from the head, will cause a lack of oxygen to arrive at the brain. And there can be an element of airway compression as well, such that the lungs can't oxygenate properly. So that lack of oxygen is what causes the brain to die and the organs to fail. And based on your examination of Callan, did you come to a determination based on your training and experience to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause of his death? Yes.
And what was that?
Complications of mechanical asphyxia.
And why is it complications of mechanical asphyxia instead of just the asphyxia itself?
Because he was resuscitated, and so his heart began to beat again. So from the 24th to the 27th, there was a continuation of support of his organs to in the hospital. And so if he had a stopped heart at the scene, and in that case I would have just said mechanical asphyxia, but since there was a 3-day hospital stay, I said complications of mechanical asphyxia.
So the word complications doesn't mean that something happened at the hospital to cause his death. It's just that the strangulation caused his death, but he didn't die for a few days.
Correct.
Why don't you testify, Madam Prosecutor?
Commonwealth would move to submit the autopsy photos as the next exhibit.
Same objection. Same objection. They may be admitted.
Commonwealth would move to submit the death certificate of Callan Clancy as the next exhibit.
No objection. That may be admitted.
I have nothing further.
Counsel?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. You may step down, Doctor.
Thank you.
All right, Counsel, can I see just briefly?
No questions. They're going to sidebar. It may be that they're going to take a break. I'm not sure. Somebody said that the people in the courtroom are not seeing the photos. They're only on the screens. Oh yeah, we're taking a break.
Court, all rise. Jurors, you need to close the door, folks. Take them on chair.
I'm sure the prosecutor wants the break as much as anyone because she doesn't want the jury focusing on Lindsay sobbing. Now we can hear her audibly crying. Could be for the jury to collect themselves
This court will
too.
be in recess.
Says we'll be in recess. Doesn't say for how long. Thanks to Kyle Sharkey, I have a motion in my inbox that we can look at. You may recall, or maybe you don't because you just started watching this trial, but in the pretrial, the Commonwealth made a motion to preclude defense experts, Dr. La Posada and some other experts. And the judge said that for now they're excluded, but later we'll see how the trial goes and you can make your motion again about having these experts testify. And that is exactly what I have in my inbox. And we're going to take a look at that right now because I just don't know how long this break is going to be. So thank you to Kyle Sharkey for sending this to my inbox. This is defendant's motion. This is filed today, August 6th, 2026. It's the defendant's motion for permission to call witnesses. Now comes the defendant, Lindsay Clancy, in the above numbered indictment and moves the court for an order permitting counsel to call to the witness stand the following witnesses that have been tentatively excluded by the court on the government's objection. Let me just put down here. People come in, just let them know the court's on a break. Maybe I already have a banner. Oops. As the court is aware, prior to impaneling the jury, the government filed a motion to exclude testimony from a number of the defendant's witnesses, claiming that they were not able to prepare adequately to cross-examine these witnesses and would have to seek a continuance of the trial. In fact, the defendant argued at the time and reiterates the argument that the witnesses are testifying to facts that are well known to the government and constitute, in effect, the government's evidence in this case. A report from Dr. Elizabeth La Posada is annexed as Exhibit 1. A report from Dr. Michael Wolfowitz is attached as Exhibit 2, and a report from Dr. Donald Condy constituting an affidavit was provided to the government well before the case was impaneled and is attached as Exhibit 3. The defendant states that these witnesses are central to her defense, and the government's suggestion that they are unable to prepare to cross-examine these witnesses who would be testifying on facts already known to the government and arising out of the government's own evidence with no surprises whatsoever belies the legitimacy of their objection. To exclude these witnesses would denude, there's a word you don't see very often, the defendant of significant defense witnesses and would deprive her due process of law and the ability to mount an effective defense on her behalf. In the event the court determines that these witnesses would not be allowed to testify, notwithstanding the fact that they are not testifying to any facts that the government has not already hashed over on a number of occasions, right up to and including the time of their own witnesses' testimony, is disingenuous and elevating form over substance. Wherefore, the defendant is requesting permission in her case in chief to present testimony of Dr. Elizabeth La Posada, Dr. Michael Wolfowitz, and Dr. Donald Condy. The final observation that is made is that counsel has not objected to any requests by the government to supplement witnesses, evidence, and has constantly provided counsel with updated reports, documents, and auto CAD discs. Counsel has not objected to any purported late disclosure by the government, but rather move forward to try this case. XOXO, Lindsay Clancy by her attorney, Kevin Reddington of Brockton. The reports are not attached for us, but this is something they may argue in our presence. They may not argue it in our presence. I think that was smart of him to put in there that he hasn't objected to anything that they've done late. And so they should not be objecting now. And if we are really looking for the truth, right? Prosecutors with integrity look for the truth. Prosecutors with not so much integrity just want the conviction. They just want the conviction. And so they fight tooth and nail to keep out every defense expert so that the jury doesn't really hear the truth or the possibilities of what the truth might be. They just get their conviction. And they did the same thing in Karen Reed. And in Karen Reed's case, many witnesses were not allowed to testify, like Michael Easter, the FBI expert on police procedure, who was going to come in and talk about how bad the investigation was and all the things they should have done that they didn't do. And Judge Canoni wouldn't allow it because she thought that the jury should already know what proper police procedure is. And when we got a hold of Michael Easter's report, we learned that there was a lot of stuff that he could have testified to that maybe would have changed the jury's, or helped the jury, let's say, helped the jury. Dr. LaPosada did testify in Karen Reed's trial. She was the chief medical examiner of Rhode Island for a very long time. She handled a lot of high-profile cases there, including, was it the Station nightclub fire? And she's an amazing woman, an amazing witness. And it is my personal opinion, as I sit here right now in front of you, that we've been here for nearly 2 weeks on this trial of testimony. We're at day 8. So by tomorrow, it'll be day 9. That the Commonwealth has had plenty of time. And they have a big team and a big office and plenty of people to help them if they really need to find some questions to ask Dr. LaPosada on cross. And I think that the defendant's right to a fair trial is paramount here. And I do think that Sully will allow them to testify. That is my hope, because we really do want to get at the truth, don't we? Yes, Station nightclub fire and the Egypt air crash. Yes, and so she could testify about the autopsies of the children and other things as well. Happy birthday, J. Michael. I hope you have an amazing day with your daughter at the Magic Kingdom. Thanks for being here for 25 months. You are an OG. Hope you have an amazing, amazing birthday. Al Bundy over everything says, I came here to say everything you said about beef tallow cream is true. Oh, the whipped tallow. It's amazing. Salute to a girl's girl. Thank you for the recommendation. I love it so much. It changed my skin. Overruled. Sit down. Says, I took your advice. I bought the tickets. Brooks and Dunn, end of August. That's amazing. Buy the tickets. Do the things. You never know when your favorite band or your favorite comedian or favorite musical is no longer going to be playing, and so you got to just buy the tickets, do the things. Life is short. Brass says that Cara Rintala was a total of 4 trials, 2 mistrials, 3rd overturned when she hired Rosemary Chiachio, and the 4th was a conviction on, I think, a lesser included charge. Thank you very much for that. You and me, Cassidy. It's her birthday too. Happy birthday. Charlie says, I was amazed at how many antipsychotics were found in Lindsay's blood and urine. I thought there was only one antipsychotic. I thought the only antipsychotic was Seroquel, and the others were antidepressants and benzos, but I'd have to go back and look at my notes. Molly is Royal says, I went to Scotland and I did a tour of the Outlander castles. Add it to your bucket list. I will. That in St. Andrews. Sweetie Pie says, thanks for covering this case. It's near and dear to my heart. I will be heading up to Smithtown soon for my brother-in-law's funeral. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Heaven just got a whole lot more awesome. Sending you all the healing vibes and prayers. Happily, Grandma. Thank you for tuning in from Canada and for your super sticker. Lulabella says, I love your channel. I'm confused about the 3mm deep wound. They said it was 3 centimeters, girl. They said those wounds were 3.5 centimeters. At least one of them was 3.5 centimeters. I have my crystal ball is broken today, so I can't tell you how long this break is going to be. They usually don't take their morning break until 11, and it is only 10 a.m. here on the East Coast, and so we're just here until we're here. I don't know. Don't worry, I'll fill the time. I won't leave you with dead air. And wonder if they got depth and length confused. 3mm, but again, they said 3 centimeters, and they said it several times. If measuring palm size, so they said it was 3 centimeters deep. A lot of people replayed that. There's clips floating around everywhere. I don't know if they were mistaken, but too bad, so sad for them. I don't think their clarification worked, because I think we were left with the testimony that it was 3.5 centimeters deep. Lauren says, this has to be so traumatic for every person in the courtroom. I'm a student chaplain. Do court systems ever make chaplains available to jurors? Not that I'm aware of, because, separation of church and state and all is a thing, but I love that you do that. Suppo said, no place I'd rather be than with Melanie. Thank you. Sonia says, watching this while holding my daughter that is currently the same age as he was is extremely hard. Holding her tighter and grateful. I survived PPD. Thank you for sharing your personal experiences with us, as many of you do. I want to read to you a short email that I got yesterday so that maybe this helped me understand postpartum psychosis a lot. This woman's firsthand experience with it. I'm not going to name her or anything like that, but I do think it's important to see this. I mean, to hear it anyway. She said, sending this as a mother of 3 girls, thank you for your 5, Sonia, who suffered postnatal depression that built and built after each baby. She says, I honestly don't want or expect a reply, but of course I did reply. But I have felt a growing need to say this after watching what Lindsay Clancy is going through. I was an overachiever, absolute optimist, entrepreneur, and a totally positive woman. Then PND hit me, postnatal depression, and changed my life forever. 20 years after having my first daughter, I am still not the same person. Thankfully, I survived eventually, mostly thanks to a friend who suggested homeopathy. After years of different drugs that only achieved an absolute flatline in emotions, a tiny sugar pill saved my life. There were multiple times I debated driving into a bridge on the roadway or a wall on a fast road because it would just end the numbness. The confusion that engulfs you living in a body you know in a mirror but have no connection to is insane. It's like the 2 parts of you, physical and emotional, are severed, and you have to try to put them back together, but from 2 different jigsaw puzzles with different sized pieces and upside down and inside out. Years on, and there are pieces still very wonky, and they fall out every now and then, and it's really shit. It's honestly unexplainable unless you've suffered it. You wouldn't wish it on anyone on this earth, whether you love them or hate them. Imagine having your whole you ripped out and then being told you have to just get on and suck it up. Maybe J.K. Rowling was onto something with the Dementors. It's the closest visual representation I've seen to this hell. That's a teeny tiny synopsis. Oh, she says, it's also virtually impossible to ask for or accept help. It's invisible and it is shame. That's a teeny tiny synopsis of postnatal depression. I cannot even begin to understand the horror of postnatal psychosis. I could write a novel about how angry I am for Lindsay Clancy. God, I wish I was on that jury. Yet physically, she did something unimaginable to most of us, but I will always believe she didn't do it. She says, I would truly vote not guilty on the grounds of insanity and would hope she is released when she is able to cope with the reality of what happened. Sadly, I fear she will live in abject pain for the rest of her life, constantly trying to find some kind of reasoning as to why her head and her heart were forced apart so tragically. And that is a firsthand account of someone. And I've watched a lot of other accounts, and people say it is like you are a different person. There's a disconnect between your mind and body. And yeah, and that was all in caps, she didn't do it. Kevin Reddington did make a motion prior to trial to try and have some women come and testify about their own personal experiences. Not this woman, she's in the UK, but and thought that it would be helpful for the jury to hear firsthand experiences from other women who have been through it. I can understand why that wasn't allowed. I never thought it would be allowed. I thought it was a nice try. But I think it is so hard for people to be able to wrap their brain around this. Me included. I didn't know anything. I didn't know a lot about postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis before this, but I thought that was coming from someone who suffered it, that it's just like you're looking at yourself from the outside, that there's a disconnect. And it's terrible. And hopefully an expert is going to explain that to us. Thank you, Oksana, for your very generous Cash App. I love you so much. And I hope to see you again in Cancun next year with our friends. Well, my boyfriend, Dave Matthews, and his friend, Tim Reynolds. This is a rough one. I know. Thank you, Susanna. very much for your Venmo. And Rachel says on Venmo, she says, saying that she's a nurse, she would know how to do it if she really wanted to, misunderstands psychosis. During psychosis, the brain is not functioning normally. Training and knowledge don't override impaired judgment, perception, and decision making. Thank you, Rachel. The only good thing that may come from this trial and these horrific acts and the tragic and way too early snuffing out of lives of these 3 babies is that maybe, just maybe, it can save one woman, even just one, and it would be worth it. And maybe, just maybe, the general public will have a better understanding of what some new moms go through. And postpartum psychosis is rare. It only affects 1 to 2 out of every 1,000 postpartum women. But it is one of the only true psychiatric emergencies. Thank you, Bernadette, for your Venmo. I appreciate that you watch me. Mariah says, holding up this entire family and sending so much energy of peace to Lindsay. If there's any way to send her words of hope, I would love to be a part of a letter writing group. I don't have an address for her. I don't know if she's allowed to have mail. And in a case like this, I would hesitate to even give out an address because I know how many hateful people are out here. Not you, but other hateful people. And I would hate to think that she would be receiving letters of, the kind of letters that we know that trolls and other hateful people would send, because there's a lot of crazy people on the internet. And so I'm not going to be publishing that, but that is very sweet that you would want to send her words of encouragement. I remember you guys did write letters to Kelsey Fitzsimmons. I was actually asked to give out Kelsey Fitzsimmons' address so that people could write to her. And Kelsey has said that your letters kept her going during her time that she was held very unjustly, I thought, I can't remember where she was, in jail, in custody, while she was awaiting a judge with half a brain to get involved in her case to let her out. Meep says, Judge can only believe that it was within the ken of the jury. Yep, make it make sense. Thanks for your coverage, Mel, from across the pond. Thanks for tuning in from across the pond. Phil says, talking to Lulu Bella, see my comments regarding the difference between inches and centimeters. Thank you, Phil. They are taking a break, I guess, for Lindsay to collect herself, and for maybe some of the jurors needed to collect themselves. That was it was short but impactful and very emotional testimony from the medical examiner who did Callan's autopsy, and pictures were shown to the jury. And they may need to collect themselves. Yeah, Leanne, this is true. We can't even comprehend how people who are colorblind can distinguish colors, much less the complexities of psychosis. And Team Brittany says, I personally think it's a bad idea to contact her. Thank you for that, because you know a lot about a lot. Team Brittany's been on these YouTube streets for a hell of a lot longer than I have. And she protects my chat fiercely, as does Scott and Little Cupcake and Scott Messerschmidt. That's why we have very selective, very limited mods on this channel, because you just can't trust anybody. A bad mod can destroy your channel, and we're not having that. Right. Zoe says, and people with good intentions may trauma dump in a letter to Lindsay that would not, in fact, be helpful to Lindsay. Right. Dirty Water Diva says, I just don't get the women who don't want to admit to understanding. Say their names, Cora, Dawson, and Callan. They deserve justice. Thank you, meowing up the wrong tree. What does justice look like in this case? I don't know. What do you think that justice looks like in this case? First of all, I think it's too early for me to decide whether she's not criminally responsible for these crimes. And remember, it is the Commonwealth's burden to prove that she was in her right mind and knew the ramifications of her behavior and that what she was doing was wrong at the time.
Session may be seated.
We're
For
back.
the purpose of the record, we return back to the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant, excluding the jury.
All right. Counsel, we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Officer Bilal, bring in the jury. Court, all rise. Jurors entering.
Lindsay's parents are in the courtroom now. I don't know if they were there for the autopsy photos.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Thank you, everyone. So we're going to now return to the Commonwealth's case. Attorney Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Dr. Lindsay Rosshirt.
Look who's in the front row. It's that Note My Objection girl from TikTok. She's a lawyer. She hated Karen Reed so much. Catherine Loftus, is that her in the front row?
Good morning. You stop right there.
I don't know where she stands on this case, but boy, did she hate Karen Reed.
Just watch your step, please.
All right. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Attorney Sprague?
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Lindsay Rosshirt, Lindsay Rosshirt.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a pediatrician.
Where do you work?
I work at Quincy Pediatrics.
Back in 2023, where did you work?
South Shore Medical Center.
And how long had you worked there at that point?
In 2023, I think I had been there for about 7 years.
And could you just briefly describe for us your educational and training background that enables you to be a pediatrician?
Yes, I completed medical school at UConn and then did my pediatrics residency at Mass General.
And when you were working at the South Shore practice in 2023, were you assigned as a pediatrician for the Clancy family?
Yes.
And how long had you been their pediatrician?
I'm sorry, how long had I, can you repeat that question?
How long had you been the family pediatrician for the Clancys?
I believe I started seeing them around 2019.
And in the practice that you were in at that time, was it just yourself or were there other doctors and nurse practitioners and staff that would treat and see patients?
It was a somewhat large group.
And so would you always be the one treating the Clancy children, or would some of your associates sometimes see the children?
I did all the checkups, but if there was a sickness and I wasn't there that day, they would be seen by another provider.
And by checkup, are you referring to a physical or well visit?
Yes.
And then if, for example, one of the children were ill and the family called to make an appointment, they would see who's available?
Yes, they would always check my schedule first, but often have to see someone else.
And would you have access to their records as their lead pediatrician to review if they came in for a sick visit or something like that to keep yourself updated?
Yeah, often at the time of the checkup is when we will go back and see what visits they've had since the last time we saw them.
This time would move to submit the pediatric records from South Shore Medical Center for Cora, Dawson, and Clancy.
Any objection?
Wait a minute.
That may be a minute.
If we could focus for a moment on Callan Clancy. He was born in May of 2022, correct?
That sounds right. Yes.
And you were his pediatrician from the time he was born?
Yes.
While you were his pediatrician, did his mother, Lindsay Clancy, ever talk to you about Callan having issues taking a bottle?
Not that I can remember.
Was there anything out of the ordinary health-wise with Callan?
No.
Was there any issues, or were there any issues with him meeting his milestones?
No.
What about?
Okay. Is she gonna, so is the new theory gonna be, I guess you guys are saying that those are her nurses sitting behind her, so I could be wrong. So I don't think that's her, but it does look like her. I mean, she had her head down, so I couldn't really see. So a lot of you were asking also during the medical examiner's testimony when she was talking about other scrapes and abrasions to Callan, that perhaps they were going to try and say that Lindsay was abusive to him before killing them. And I think that if there was a history of abuse, right? If there was a history of CA, I would be able to get a wrap my brain around this a little bit more, right? But there, from all accounts, she was an amazing mother. Those abrasions could have come from anything. Could have come from transport. Could have come from him being in the hospital. He was there for 5. It could have come from a lot of things. And I don't think that that's their theory. Because if that was their theory, we would have heard about that in opening. And that would be a theory that I think a lot of people could wrap their brains around more. Just like if she caught her husband having an affair and wanted to punish him, that would be a theory that they would be able to wrap their brains around more. But now is she going to try and say that Lindsay lied about him not being able to take a bottle? Like, is that what they're gonna go with now? Hold on. Wild grasping of wet paper straws happening here.
If we could focus for a moment on Callan Clancy. He was born in May of 2022, correct?
That sounds right. Yes.
And you were his pediatrician from the time he was born?
Yes.
While you were his pediatrician, did his mother, Lindsay Clancy, ever talk to you about Callan having issues taking a bottle?
Not that I can remember.
Was there anything out of the ordinary health-wise with Callan?
No.
Was there any issues, or were there any issues with him meeting his milestones?
No.
What about Dawson Clancy? Did he have any health issues or concerns that you were aware of?
If I recall correctly from the notes, I think just a peanut allergy, if I remember, but otherwise he was healthy.
And Cora Clancy, did she have any medical issues?
I think asthma, that was pretty well controlled, but she was also healthy.
Now, in your role as a pediatrician, are you aware of postpartum issues, and are there certain things that you look for in new moms when you're treating babies?
Yes, we're certainly aware of it, and we try to look for any kind of outward signs at some of the initial newborn visits. Do you want me to elaborate?
Yes, please.
So, for example,
She's a pediatrician. I don't think she has the expertise to opine on postpartum, but go on with your bad selves. Really, this is all they have. Also remember that in Lindsay's journal, she did write about her concerns with Callan not meeting his milestones. But the pediatrician is like, no issues with that either. So is this prosecutor going to try and tell the jury that everything that Lindsay wrote in her journal was what? An alibi, a setup, a fake, a whole plan to take her children's lives, that none of the stuff she wrote in her journal was true? Come on.
things we might look for would be lines at some of the initial newborn visits. Do you want me to elaborate?
Yes,
on
please.
that. So, for example, things we might look for would be if a mom is kind of has a flat affect, or not really making eye contact, or tearful, or having trouble bonding with the baby.
And if there are those issues that you see, do you document them in the medical records?
Yes.
And what do you do in terms of treatment or care when you see those things?
Yes. So since we're obviously caring for the child, we are not really able to diagnose or manage anything for the mom, but we do try to connect her with resources, whether Massachusetts has some postpartum resources, or often we'll refer to have her try to contact her OB.
When you were interacting with Lindsay Clancy, when you were treating her 3 children, did you ever see the need to refer her for any of those services?
No.
And did you ever see any of those visible signs that you talked about, the flat affect or anything like that when you were interacting with her?
I don't remember anything like that. No.
I want to ask you about some of the things that are in the medical record that the jurors will see, so that you can just kind of explain what they'll be looking at.
Mm-hmm.
Showing you a record here from January 18th, 2023.
I forgot to put the captions on, sorry.
I'll just bring it to you.
Mm-hmm.
You just look that over, and is that consistent with the medical records from your practice?
Yes.
And so, for example, with this visit, Callan Clancy, 7-month-old male, here with mom for bilateral ear pulling and fussiness. So is that typical in the medical records, where you'll document the patient being seen, the age, who they're there with, and what the issue is?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you get a history? Say when a kid comes in and they're sick,
Mm-hmm.
how do you get the history of their symptoms and what's going on with them?
So we usually do a brief review in the chart just to know what their anything on their so-called problem list for medical conditions, and then in the room we ask the parent the story. In pediatrics, usually we have to rely on a guardian,
Especially when it's like a 7-month-old who can't speak for themselves. So it would be whichever parent or person is there giving you their concerns and the symptoms, and communicating with what's going on.
Yes.
And if there were any issues with communicating with the parent present, would that be documented in the medical records?
Yes.
And you saw Cora Clancy on January 24th, 2023 for a physical, correct?
Yes.
And as you stated earlier, prior to seeing her for the physical, did you look over her chart to see if she had been in recently with any illnesses or anything like that?
Yes, I would have done that.
And so would you have seen this note when her mother brought her in on December 27th, 2022, with some vomiting and sore throat?
Yes.
And again, if there had been concerns at that appointment, they would have been noted in the record?
Yes.
And then as the pediatrician, if you'd seen some concerns, would you have addressed them with the parent?
Yes.
And that didn't happen on January 24th, correct?
Correct.
And speaking specifically to January 24th, 2023, that was Cora's 5-year physical, is that right?
Yes.
And sometimes in the record, it's called a well visit?
Yes.
And what were your observations of Cora that day?
As far as I can recall, it was a very normal visit. Cora seemed to be behaving normally. I mean, no kid's happy to be there for a checkup, but I didn't notice anything out of the norm. She seemed perfectly well behaved, and mom seemed appropriate as well.
Mom seemed appropriate?
Yes.
Did you notice anything out of the ordinary about Lindsay Clancy's demeanor or behavior or interaction with you?
No.
Was she able to give you a history of how Cora was doing and what milestones she was meeting?
Yes.
Was she able to answer your questions?
Yes.
Did you have any trouble understanding her at any point?
No.
Did she seem to have any trouble understanding you?
No.
Did she
point out to you that she saw a unicorn in the corner? Was she walking like a zombie? Tell me you know nothing about postpartum depression and psychosis without telling me.
have, visible tears or a flat affect or anything like that? Did you have milestones she was meeting?
Yes.
Was she able to answer your questions?
Yes.
Did you have any trouble understanding her at any point?
No.
Did she seem to have any trouble understanding you?
No.
Did she have, visible tears or a flat affect or anything like that?
No.
Did you have a discussion with Lindsay Clancy about Cora having some stomach aches?
Yes.
And what was your evaluation of that and your recommendation?
So we talked about the belly pain she was having. From what I could tell, I thought constipation might be possible because it's something we see a lot in kids. So I had suggested we try Miralax, which is a common stool softener we use, and wanted her to see me within 2 weeks if Cora wasn't feeling better.
Okay. And when you recommended the Miralax, was Lindsay Clancy receptive to that?
Yes, I believe so.
She's trying to show that Lindsay was fine at the pediatrician that day. So of course she wasn't having a psychotic break, because I guess in her mind a psychotic break goes on for days. And also this also proves that she did not send Patrick on a wild goose chase to CVS to get this Miralax. This pediatrician didn't even say to get the pediatric version of Miralax. She just said Miralax, which is the adult version. So that proves that she really did need it, because Cora had constipation, but Lindsay was fine, so it's impossible that she could have had a psychotic break. And that's it.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
See if we'll get a cross out of this one.
Attorney Reddington.
Okay, cool.
Good morning.
Good morning.
What's the time frame that you dealt with the Clancy children? Because you took care of all three of them, right?
All three.
Right.
Yeah. Cora, I believe, was around 9 months old. So I want to say that I saw them from about 2019 until 2013.
And when you would see the children, who would bring the children to see you for the checkups? Was it Lindsay, or was it Lindsay and Patrick, or was it?
I think that Lindsay and Patrick came together for one of Cora's checkups, but as far as I can remember, every other visit was always Lindsay.
And being an experienced pediatrician and being very protective of your patients, little kids, you're always looking to see if there's anything out of the ordinary, bruising, anything indicative of any type of psychiatric problems they may have, stunted growth or anything. Is that correct?
Yes.
You're always on the lookout for anything else, even if it's not mentioned to you, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Did you ever notice anything like that on the Clancy kids?
No.
Did they seem healthy?
Yes.
Did they seem happy?
Yes.
And in all the times that you would see Lindsay with the kids at your office,
Mm-hmm.
Did she appear to be a doting or concerned mother for the children?
Yes, she did.
One of the questions that the DA had asked you is whether or not you're familiar with postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, things of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree with me, in your experience, extensive as it is, that a person can be suffering from postpartum depression and or postpartum psychosis and still talk?
I'm not sure I have enough expertise to explain to answer that well.
That's fine. That's fine. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's all he needs. She really doesn't know much about postpartum psychosis at all. There you go. Too bad, so sad, Madam Prosecutor.
Was Lindsay the type of person, to your observation and your treatment of her, that she was kind of like, was she like a complainer? Would she complain to you about the kids being a pain in the neck and that she was aggravated with the children or anything like that?
Not that I remember, no.
In all of the times that you had seen her, let's focus, say, on the year of 2022 up through 2023, January 24th, when you saw the children, I'm sorry, Cora, I believe it was, last. Counsel had asked you whether or not you made any observations that you would have noted if she appeared to be suffering from any symptomology of postpartum. Do you recall her asking you that?
Yes.
And in your treatment of the children and in your observations of Lindsay, did you know, or did she indicate to you, or did Patrick indicate to you, or anybody indicate to you that in October of 2022, she was seeing a psychiatrist?
No.
Do you know Dr. Tufts?
No.
Did you know that after seeing Dr. Tufts that she was placed on a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, SSRI, Zoloft?
No, I didn't know that.
And again, you're the pediatrician. It's not your job to pry. I mean, if you see something, you would make note of it and try to help them out. But I mean, if they don't tell you, you don't know, right? Did you know, fair to say that you didn't know that she was then seeing a Dr. Paul, and then Paul left the practice and nurse practitioner Gelada?
I didn't know that.
Okay. Do you know them?
No.
The only reason why I ask if you know them is that South Shore Medical Center, is that affiliated with South Shore Hospital?
I believe it was already owned by the hospital at that time.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Good question.
Latasha Dukes, nothing about her.
No.
Good question, because Gelada and Tufts are defendants in the medical malpractice lawsuit that Lindsay has filed along with South Shore Hospital. And so he's trying to see if she has any bias because her pediatric office was owned by the hospital.
Any medications? Did you know about her being on any medications?
No, I didn't.
She didn't complain to you and say that she had insomnia and that she was unable to sleep or having difficulty like that?
Not that I can remember.
Mental institution?
I didn't know that.
So when you saw her on January 24th, you did not know that she had been to McLean Hospital and had been on medications or anything, right?
That's correct.
Because again, she wasn't a complainer.
Correct.
She was a hell of a mother, wasn't she?
I always thought she was a good mom.
Thank you.
Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
That's
Thank you,
how
Doc.
it's done.
Thank you.
That is how the master turns the Commonwealth witness into his own witness.
Commonwealth calls Susan Fraone.
Attorney Sprague, please.
Thank you. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Susan Fraone, SUSAN FRAONE,
And your date of birth?
11/26/82.
Where do you work?
Learning Sprouts,
And how long have you been working at Learning Sprouts?
almost 6 years.
What is Learning Sprouts?
Preschool daycare.
What age range of kids attend Learning Sprouts?
15 months to about 5 years.
And what age range do you teach?
The about 3-year-olds to 4-year-olds.
And back in January of 2023, what age range were you focused on teaching?
3-year-old, 4-year-olds.
Was Dawson Clancy in your classroom?
Yes.
When did he start in your classroom?
September of 22.
And did you know Cora Clancy as well?
Yes.
How did you know Cora?
Most of the teachers help out in all the classrooms, so we get to know all the children.
And did you teach Dawson from September of 2022 until you went on maternity leave later on in 2022?
Yes.
Do you remember what month that was in that you went on leave?
November.
Prior to going on leave, so from September to November of 2022, were there any issues with Dawson?
He started having harder drop-offs around mid-October, I would say.
Is that typical for that age, or was that something unusual?
Sometimes, yes. It was a little not typical for Dawson.
So prior to that, he was fine at drop-offs, and then sometime in October, drop-offs became a little harder for him.
Yes.
And did that resolve over time?
Sometimes he would have better drop-offs, other times. But then I went on leave, so.
And after you went on leave, sometime after Thanksgiving of 2022, did you see Lindsay Clancy, Dawson's mother?
Don't really remember. I think I did.
Do you recall having a conversation with Lindsay where she asked you how your baby was and how you were doing?
Yes, we did have a conversation at some point because I was still bringing my oldest daughter to school every day.
Okay. And so you had your child in November, and then this conversation is sometime either around or after Thanksgiving?
Yes.
And when you had this conversation and interaction with Lindsay Clancy, was that?
This witness looks very confused. Apparently, she must have given a statement to the police at one time. Are they going to call every single person that Lindsay Clancy spoke to between Thanksgiving and January to prove that she was totally fine? This is Dawson's preschool teacher who went on maternity leave around Thanksgiving. And she doesn't even remember, I don't think, her conversation or the statement that she gave to police, because she has a very quizzical look on her face, like, yeah. And I think I'm getting the vibe like she's not going to say anything bad about Lindsay. So I think that their whole idea here of bringing in everybody who Lindsay spoke to say that she was fine is going to backfire on them. That's just the vibe I'm getting. Tell me what you think. Come if you can come to your screen. Just look at her face. She's like, what?
Okay. And so you had your child in November, and then this conversation is sometime either around or after Thanksgiving?
Yes.
And when you had this conversation and interaction with Lindsay Clancy, was that at the school?
Yes.
And how was her demeanor?
Fine.
Was it any different than any other time you had seen her?
No.
Did she appear to understand you?
Yes.
Did you have any trouble understanding her?
No.
Did you have any concerns about her at that time?
No.
Was that the last time you saw her?
Yes.
And you're a mandated reporter, correct?
Yes.
So if you had seen anything about Dawson's behavior or about the parents' behavior at any point that caused you concern, you would have had to report that, correct?
Yes.
And at no time did you make any reports about the family or the children or the parents?
No.
When you had that conversation with Lindsay Clancy sometime in November of 2022, did she ever say anything about insomnia or not feeling well or being depressed or anything like that?
No.
Thank you.
Mandated reporters report things like abuse. What? I hope he gets into what is a mandated reporter and what are you mandated to report. Like, this is just ridiculous testimony. Ridiculous. The purpose of this witness was to show that Lindsay Clancy was fine at Thanksgiving when she asked Dawson's preschool teacher, who was out on maternity leave, how her baby was doing. Lindsay was fine. You could understand her and she could understand you. Okay, thank you. Therefore, of course, 2 months later, she couldn't be suffering from a psychotic break. This is the dumbest testimony ever. Now I'm getting mad.
Cross.
Morning.
So how long did you, in your capacity as a teacher at Learning Sprouts, know the Clancys?
I started at Learning Sprouts in November of 2020, and Cora was in preschool at the time.
Okay. So you obviously saw the kids on a fairly regular basis.
Yes.
And forgive me, what is a drop off? What does that mean? I'm sorry.
When the parents drop the children off at school.
Okay. And when district attorney asked you were there difficult drop offs, what does that mean?
Sometimes when parents drop the children off, they'll be a little clingy, or they cry. Excuse me.
Okay.
Or they cry.
And that would be the child would cry, maybe the
Yes.
parent either. I don't know, but
Times.
would so did they have difficult drop-offs on occasion? I guess that Dawson
Yes.
would cry.
Yes.
How would Lindsay react? Was she okay? Did she seem concerned as a parent?
I wasn't seeing as much of Lindsay. I was seeing more of Patrick.
Okay. And Dawson appeared to be healthy and happy and engaged,
Yes.
as well as Cora.
Yes.
Thank you.
Nothing further.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You sit down, thank you.
Kids get to a certain age, drop off is difficult. They get clingy.
Commonwealth would call Susan Bertolo as its next one.
Totally normal. Totally normal. Useless witness. This is their whole case.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, I'm going to ask you to speak into that microphone.
Okay.
All right? And keep your voice up so everybody can hear you.
Okay.
All right. Come on.
Thank you. Good morning. Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Susan Bertolo.
And if you could just speak as loud as you can into that microphone, okay?
Yep.
Can you spell your last name for the record?
Bertolo.
And what city or town do you live in?
Plymouth, Massachusetts.
And where do you work?
Leaping Frogs Preschool.
Prior to working at Leaping Frogs, did you work at another preschool?
Yes.
Where was that?
Learning Sprouts in Duxbury.
And how long had you been with Learning Sprouts?
4 years.
Did you teach a particular age group at that preschool?
Yes, I taught the older preschool group.
Okay, and at Learning Sprouts, are the classes kind of divided up in some way?
They're divided by age, toddlers, younger preschool, older preschool.
And is there a particular label to the rooms that they're in? Are they referred to in a particular way?
Yes, we were sunflowers.
So your group, the 3 to 5 year olds, is the sunflower group.
Yes.
And can you tell us a little bit about how the day is broken up for kids in the sunflower group?
Sure. So some children came in early at 8, and then the rest of the kids came in at 9:15. And then some were half day and some were full day.
And as far as, excuse me, your role with the kids in the sunflower room, you primarily interacted with them in the mornings, correct?
Correct.
And when the kids get dropped off, is it fair to say the bulk of the kids get dropped off around 9?
Yes.
And does that happen kind of like in a wave where parents drop off and they're kind of taken into the room as a group?
Yes. So the way our classroom was set up, we met them. They were dropped off to us at the door, and then we brought them into our classroom.
And they stayed with you in that classroom throughout the morning, correct?
Yes.
And the kids who stayed for the afternoon, did they stay with you in the sunflower room or did they go someplace else?
No, they did not stay with us. We closed up our room, and our kids, the majority of our kids, we had a couple, went over to the sweet pea room, which was across the hall.
And so are you familiar with Cora Clancy, or were you familiar with Cora?
Yes.
And was she in the sunflower room with you?
Yes, she was.
Drawing your attention to September of 2022, what was her schedule, if you can recall?
I believe she was scheduled, I don't remember the days. I think she came 3 days.
Okay, and for the 3 days that she came, do you remember if she was just in the morning group, or were there any days that she eventually did an afternoon?
So in the beginning of the year, she was 3 days and then went full day. And then towards the end of her time in our room, she did one afternoon, I believe. No, I'm sorry, one half day.
Okay. So fair to say there were always the two of you assigned to one room with the number of kids in the class.
Correct.
Now, as far as drop-offs for Cora, did you have the opportunity to interact with parents at drop-off?
Briefly.
And for Cora, who used to drop her off?
Both parents dropped off Pat and Lindsay.
Did you see one parent more than the other?
I recall seeing Pat more, but we took turns. So we didn't really ask each other who dropped off.
When you say we took turns, you mean yourself and Karen?
Karen, correct.
Now, with the limited interaction at drop-off, did you have opportunities to interact in other ways with parents?
Yes.
And how did you interact with parents in other ways?
Email, or typically our class dojo.
which is an app for the class.
And that's something that can be done on the phone or a computer?
Correct.
And were the Clancys, meaning Patrick and Lindsay, fairly active or responsive to the Dojo app?
Yes.
And do you know or do you recall who would be more responsive?
Lindsay.
How was Cora as a preschool student?
Amazing. She was wonderful.
Was she, in your opinion, ready for kindergarten?
Yes.
I'm going to draw your attention to January 23rd of 2023. Do you remember Cora coming that day?
Yep.
And do you recall who dropped her off?
I do not.
Did you notice anything different about Cora that day?
Yes.
And what was different?
She needed to use the bathroom several times more than she normally would.
And is there a reason why that kind of stood out to you, that she used the bathroom more than often?
Yes, because our classroom did not have a bathroom in it. So we would go down at scheduled times before snack or lunch. And if a child needed to go, one of us would take that child. And that particular day, she went several times extra.
And so between you and Karen, you were kind of taking her more often to the bathroom. Was she complaining of any belly pain or any other issues?
She didn't complain.
But
Okay. How many parents in the chat have ever had a kid who liked to go to the bathroom a lot to get out of class, or who liked to go to the nurse's office a lot to get out of class? How many? Even at the age of 5, how many? I know me. I have one kid who was always in the nurse's office just because they wanted to go lay down, get out of class, bored, needed a break, wanted to go to the bathroom, get a hall pass, right? It means nothing. They get to an age where they realize, oh, I can get out of here for a little while by going to the bathroom, I'm out. Even at 5 years old. And what? You're going to say that she took Cora to the doctor complaining of belly pain, but it's not really true because Cora didn't complain to her preschool teacher about the belly pain. So she was faking it so that she could get send Patrick out for Miralax to have a plan to murder her kids. Because then she could say the pediatrician said we should get Miralax for her. Come on. Come on. This is really what we're doing here.
the fact that she asked to use the bathroom was of note to you.
Yes.
And when Cora transitioned that afternoon to go to the sweet pea room with Stephanie, did you pass along those observations to the afternoon teacher?
Yes, I did, because that was something that you would want a parent to know. It was unusual.
And during that morning group, you didn't feel it was necessary to reach out to either Patrick or Lindsay to report that, did you?
No.
But you...
Right. Patrick even testified that Cora was embarrassed to use the potty at school. And she didn't want to do number 2 at school. And that's why she would get constipated. So maybe she thought she had to go and she kept trying to go. And this is ridiculous. They're trying to make it look like she set this up to send him to CVS. You see where we're going here? And then it was all pre-planned.
You reported it to Stephanie. In that morning group, you didn't feel it was necessary to reach out to either Patrick or Lindsay to report that, did you?
No.
But you reported it to Stephanie to pass along for the afternoon?
Correct.
And on that particular afternoon, were you at Learning Sprouts during pickup time?
Yes, I was.
And that wasn't always the case, was it?
Not every day, but I often would help out in the toddler room if they needed me to stay. And that is what I had done that afternoon.
So on that particular afternoon at pickup time, did you have the occasion to see Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, I did.
And did you have an opportunity to speak with her?
Yep, we spoke quickly. And I just was letting her know. And she did already know, but we just spoke quickly that she had gone a few times.
So you were letting her know about Cora going to the bathroom?
Correct.
And how did she respond when you told her that?
She said, I don't remember exactly the words, but basically that she wasn't glad that she wasn't feeling well, but she already had a doctor's appointment the next day so that she would let them know.
And that interaction was fairly brief, correct?
Correct.
But appropriate?
Yep.
And they left that day?
Yep.
Did you notice anything different about Lindsay Clancy after you told her that or in that brief interaction than any of your other interactions with her?
No.
And you are a mandated reporter at the preschool?
Correct.
So if a child were to come in with any concerning marks or bruises, or was saying something about things that were happening in the household, you would be required to report those to the Department of Children and Families?
Yes.
Any concerns or reports regarding the Clancy family at all during the time that you were Cora's teacher?
Never.
And do you recall if Cora ever mentioned to you during class, during the time that you were teaching in the morning classes, a time when her mom was in the hospital?
Yes.
And what do you recall about that?
Just that she missed her mom, and she was vocal about that.
Do you remember about when that was that she said something about her mom being in the hospital?
It was I can't remember if it was in December or January. I just remember it was said.
But fair to say it was closer in time to the last time you saw her as opposed to the beginning of the school year?
Yes.
Right. So her mom was an inpatient at McLean and Cora missed her because she was a really bad mom. That's why Cora missed her. Kevin Reddington looking at the jury with a look on his face like, what
just
are we
to
doing?
briefly go back to Cora's schedule, I know you say you can't remember.
I mean, just because we rarely get to see his facial expressions. There was one yesterday, that was a clip floating around. All right, that is a great freeze frame for him, where he just like put his hand over his face and like was like, it's all over socials. I guess I missed it in real time, so I don't want to miss it this time. There it is, right there. K. Shred in all his glory.
Just to briefly go back to Cora's schedule, I know you say you can't remember exactly which days she came, but by January of 2023, Cora was coming for 3 full days and 1 half day, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Reddington.
No questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. May step down. Thank you.
The Commonwealth would call Stephanie Williams as its next witness, please.
Good morning. I'd like you to raise your right hand for the clerk, please.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall give to the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, ma'am. You may have a seat.
Watch your step.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm going to ask you to speak into that microphone. Keep
Okay.
your voice up. Pull that down a little bit for you. That's it. All right. Counsel.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Stephanie Williams?
And Williams, that's just common spelling.
Yes.
What city or town do you live in?
I live in Sagamore Beach.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a pre-K teacher
And where do you work?
at Learning Sprouts Children's Center
And where is that located?
in Duxbury.
And how long have you worked for Learning Sprouts?
About 6.5 years.
What age group do you teach?
I generally teach the pre-K children, the 4-year-olds that are going to be turning 5 and going to kindergarten.
And at the Learning Sprouts preschool, fair to say that the different rooms are given a name?
Yes.
Okay. And what room did you work in, or do you work in?
Currently, right now, I work in the Sweet Pea classroom. When I first started there, I worked in the orange classroom.
And I'm going to draw your attention to the fall of 2022, September, into January of 2023. Were you in the Sweet Pea room then?
Yes,
And how many people teachers would be in the Sweet Pea room with you?
I was the only teacher in that room.
Was it a full day program for you in the Sweet Pea room?
Yes.
And were there some kids of that age group, the 4 and 5-year-olds, that would only be there in your Sweet Pea room in the afternoon?
Yes.
Those kids, where would they usually be in the morning?
In the sunflower class.
And fair to say, the sunflower class was more academic curriculum based, and the Sweet Pea room was not in the afternoon.
No. Oh, in the afternoon, yes.
So tell us a little bit about what afternoons would be like.
Basically, they would go outside to play. They would be playing in the room. They would take rest time, and then they would get up, have an afternoon snack. And then if there was time permitting, they would be able to play in the classroom or color, do artwork.
And generally the afternoon kids in the Sweet Pea room, they'd go until 4, right?
Yes.
And that was the time for pickup for most of the kids?
Yes, that's when we close at 4 o'clock.
Okay. Did you know Cora Clancy?
Yes, I did.
And how did you know her?
I was Cora's teacher when I first started at Learning Sprouts when she was 3.
Mm-hmm.
And then she came into my classroom in the afternoons from September to January.
So from September of 2022, when she's still 4, into January of 2023, after she had turned 5,
Yes.
she would come 3 afternoons into your classroom?
It was first 3, then it switched to 4 afternoons.
Now, when she would come to your classroom in the afternoon, what would she be coming into? Is it snack time, nap time, rest time?
Usually it would be getting ready for rest.
And would she be brought to your classroom by one of the teachers downstairs or at the sunflower room?
Yes.
And you're familiar with Susan and Karen as the teachers in the sunflower
Yes.
room? Now, how would you describe Cora?
She was a sweet little girl who loved her little brother. She loved to draw, play with babies, play princess. She liked Princess Sophia.
How did you know she liked Princess Sophia?
Because she would pretend to be Princess Sophia, and she always talked about it. And I had actually bought a Princess Sophia puzzle for her.
Now, I'm going to draw your attention to January of 2023, more specifically the 23rd. Did Cora come to your classroom that afternoon?
Yes, she did.
And did you observe anything different about her?
She hadn't been feeling well, and the teachers from the sunflower class had told me that she wasn't feeling that well.
Did you observe that of her as well?
Well, she did nap, and then she, when all the other children were getting up and getting ready to leave, for the day, she was reluctant to get up off her cot and was still there when her mother came to get her.
Did Cora say anything to you why she wasn't feeling well? If she just did? Oh.
I think she just said her tummy hurt.
And so you just kind of let her rest for the afternoon?
Wait. Preschools have cots now for nap time? They have cots? I seem to think when my kids were little, they were sleeping on the floor with maybe a little blanket and a little pillow, but I don't remember them having cots for nap time. This seems like it's an ad for the preschool. Shout out to these wonderful preschool teachers, although I feel sorry for the children today because they probably have to have substitutes because everyone who's working at the school is here testifying about the children that they used to teach who are now dead. Really? This must be one of the very expensive preschools in Duxbury, yeah. She had a tummy ache. Everything that I've heard so far from these teachers is that the kids were amazing. The kids were lovely. They were very loving children. They loved their mom. And Lindsay was an amazing mom. Do you have anything else to add? Because this is just like, now we're just parading every single person who ever drove by 34 Fairview. This is what it is. It's a clown show at this point. Yeah, they used to have mats, right? Like yoga mats, maybe. Love nap time.
And so who picked her up that day?
Lindsay.
And so normally in pickup, does the parent come to the classroom to pick up the child?
They usually come to the door and we send the child out.
And that would just be the door of the classroom, not the building?
Because I had a door that led outside.
Okay. So on this particular afternoon, Lindsay Clancy came to pick Cora up at the door. And so what, if anything, did you tell Lindsay?
I told her that Cora had napped and she had said she wasn't feeling well, that the other teachers had told me that she hadn't been feeling well and that she was still laying on her cot.
And what did Lindsay say or do after you told her that?
She came into the classroom and picked her up off the cot and said, "Oh, baby, come on, let's go get Dawson and we'll go home."
And so at that moment, when she came to the classroom, she hadn't already picked Dawson up?
No, she went upstairs.
Sounds like a lovely mother to me. Come on, baby, let's go home. And even getting her to the pediatrician that same day. My kid's pediatrician's office was amazing too. They would always get you in same day for a sick visit, always. Never got turned down, ever. A lot of moms would be like, you know what, we'll wait till tomorrow, see how you're feeling. Not running to the pediatrician just yet, but she did. You know why? Because she loved her kids, because she was a great mom. Good, keep parading these witnesses. Are you trying to tank your case on purpose?
To pick Dawson up.
Classroom, she hadn't already picked Dawson up?
No, she went upstairs to pick Dawson up.
When she came into the classroom and told you that and picked up Cora, did you notice anything different about her than any of the other times you had interacted with her?
No.
In any of the time that you had interacted with Lindsay Clancy from September of 2022 to January 23rd of 2023, did you notice anything different about her?
No, she was just a very loving mother who cared about her children.
And did she share anything with you about her family or about anything that was going on in her household at that time?
No.
And you, as a preschool teacher, are a mandated reporter.
Correction, that you're right. She's talking about the 23rd, and she took her to the doctor the next day on the 24th. Thank you. And it was a regular well visit. Okay, thank you.
Reporter, correct?
Yes, I am.
So if you were to observe something either on the child or from what the child said or behavior of a parent, you would be required to report that?
Yes, I would.
And as far as the Clancy family went, you didn't notice anything and you didn't report anything, did you?
No.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Reddington. Thank you very much. All right. Thank you, ma'am. Please step down. Thank you.
Watch your step.
I mean, if I was Reddington, I might have gotten into what a great mother she is. But again, you
I'm
don't
called
know.
Andrea Hennigan.
You don't know what these witnesses are going to say 100%. And I think he just doesn't want to make it any harder on these teachers who, lost their students. Their students were tragically murdered 3.5 years ago. It's got to be devastating for them too.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. I'm going to ask you to speak into that microphone. Keep your voice up so all the jurors can hear you, okay?
Yes.
All right. Perfect. Ms. Sprague.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Andrea Hennigan, AndreaHennigan.
And your date of birth?
March 11th, 1976.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a registered nurse.
And where do you work?
Massachusetts General Hospital.
And do you work at any specific department there?
Labor and delivery.
How long have you been a labor and delivery nurse at Mass General?
25 years.
And as part of your training and work in labor and delivery, are you trained in recognizing or helping new mothers who seem to be having issues with postpartum?
Do you mean postpartum depression?
Yes.
I don't have formal training in that area, and I mostly see women before they give birth and immediately afterwards, in the first 2 hours after they give birth. If they come back to the hospital during the postpartum period for a concern, we do screen patients for postpartum depression.
And is that
This is excellent testimony. You know why? Because Lindsay Clancy is also a labor and delivery nurse. And Andrea's telling us everything that she doesn't really know much about postpartum depression because they're not trained in that. They're not trained in that because they see moms while they're giving birth and maybe before they're giving birth, also before they're giving birth, and maybe a little bit afterwards, but I'm not really trained in that. I don't know if this is a coworker of Lindsay's, or if this is a nurse who may have come into contact with her, but listen to that again. That is great for the defense. Thank you, Madam Prosecutor, once again, for choosing your witnesses with little to no care.
are you trained in recognizing or helping new mothers who seem to be having issues with postpartum?
Do you mean postpartum depression?
Yes.
I don't have formal training in that area, and I mostly see women before they give birth and immediately afterwards in the first 2 hours after they give birth. If they come back to the hospital during the postpartum period for a concern, we do screen patients for postpartum depression.
And to all those people out there who is saying that Lindsay Clancy was a labor and delivery nurse, she should have known that she was suffering from postpartum depression. She should have known what to do about it. She should have known she was suffering from psychosis. This witness, who actually also is a labor and delivery nurse, says, we're not really trained in that. We're not really trained in that. We see mothers before they give birth and during birth. And so we don't really know a lot about that. Clip that.
Is that all the nurses that work for the Mass General Hospital labor and delivery unit are able to do those great screenings for postpartum depression?
Yes, we ask patients questions about if they're suffering from depression or anxiety, and if they have any feelings of wanting to harm themselves or anyone else. That's a standard admission question.
And right, when they're being admitted, when they're in labor, that's why they're being admitted into labor and delivery, because they're about to deliver a baby. That's when they screen. When she comes in, do you have any feelings of wanting to harm yourself or the baby that's about to come? Come on, man.
If these patients respond that, yes, they are having issues with depression, anxiety, or wanting to harm themselves or others, what do you do with those patients? Do you refer them to somewhere, or do you give them materials? What do you do?
Well, we would talk more about their symptoms with them, and then the first step would probably to be alert the provider who's caring for them, either the doctor or the nurse midwife in our setting, and get social work involved.
Now, while you were working at Mass General Hospital, did you work with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, I did.
How long did you work with her?
The whole time she worked on our unit, which I believe was 7 years.
And so when you say our unit, she also worked in labor and delivery with you, is that correct?
Yes.
And in addition to seeing her at work, would you also socialize with her occasionally outside of work?
Occasionally, yes.
Directing your attention to after Ms. Clancy gave birth to Callan, which May of 2022. So after May of 2022, did you reach out to her, talk to her in any way?
Yes, I saw Lindsay twice from when Callan was born until January. I saw her in June and in November, and we would send each other text messages.
When you saw her in June, where was that?
That was at her home. I brought some lunch for her and visited with her and the baby, and Patrick and Dawson were home.
And how was Lindsay's demeanor during that visit?
Very good.
Was she her typical self?
Yes.
And how long was that visit for, approximately?
Maybe 2 hours or something like that.
And you said the next time you saw her was in November of 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
And where was that?
It was a restaurant in Hingham. We met for lunch.
And when you met with her for lunch in November of 2022, did Miss Clancy talk to you about some issues she was having with sleep and anxiety?
Yes, she did.
What did she tell you about that?
During the lunch specifically, I don't remember her exact symptoms. Our conversation surrounded her upcoming return to work, and Lindsay was feeling that she wasn't in a mental state ready to go and take care of patients. She talked about insomnia and some not feeling herself. I believe she might have used the words like brain fog or something like that.
She felt that she was not mentally able to take care of her patients. That's why she didn't feel like she was ready to come back to work, because she's a nurse and she's a caregiver. That is her job. And she didn't feel like she would be able to take care of others. And so she did not think that it would be a good idea to return to work for her patients. Not because she was lazy and didn't have a nanny anymore and didn't feel like going back to work because she's lazy, because that's what the Commonwealth wants you to believe. She was not able to do her job well in the brain fog that she was in, and because she wasn't sleeping, and she didn't think that it would be good for her patients. This is going to backfire on them tremendously, if you ask me. She talked about brain fog, inability to sleep. This woman, Andrea, sounds like a lovely woman, a great friend. They worked together for 7 years. She only saw her twice after Callan was born, once in June, and then once at this lunch that they went to in November. And that was the conversation. I don't feel like I can go back to work because I just don't feel like myself. I don't feel like I would be doing I would be doing a disservice to my patients if I were to go back to work feeling this way. Wow, they did zero research. This is so insane. Let's hear that again.
With her for lunch
in Hingham, we met for lunch.
And when you met with her for lunch in November of 2022, did Miss Clancy talk to you about some issues she was having with sleep and anxiety?
Yes, she did.
What did she tell you about that?
During the lunch specifically, I don't remember her exact symptoms. Our conversation surrounded her upcoming return to work, and Lindsay was feeling that she wasn't in a mental state ready to go and take care of patients. She talked about insomnia and some not feeling herself. I believe she might have used the words like brain fog or something like that.
And while you were having lunch with her and having this discussion, did you ever have any trouble understanding what she was saying?
No.
Did she ever appear to have difficulty understanding what you were saying in response?
No.
Was there anything different about her speech pattern?
Not that I recall.
When you were discussing these issues with Lindsay about having some insomnia and being concerned about going back to work, did you give her any advice or do anything to help?
Yes, it was myself and 2 other nurses that we work with who Lindsay was friends with outside of work, and we were all encouraging her to get the help and support that she needed with medication if needed, and therapists, and giving her any ideas we could think of in our personal and professional lives that may help her.
And did Lindsay tell you that she was looking to find some type of medication that would help her sleep and help her with her anxiety?
Yes, I believe we talked about medication, and she was going to be meeting with a new therapist shortly.
And during
their other theory, because they really have such a fakakta theory, is that she was a drug seeker. And here she is out to lunch with her nurse friends, and they're telling her, maybe you need to get some medication, sweetie. If you're not sleeping and you're having this brain fog, maybe you should get some treatment and some medication. These are great friends. But this prosecutor is telling us that her idea, I don't know who her experts are or who she consulted with, but she thinks that if Lindsay didn't have any difficulty understanding you and you didn't have any difficulty understanding Lindsay, yeah, that was Connie did her dirty on the freeze. Hold
This
on.
conversation, or
You didn't have any difficulty understanding Lindsay. She didn't have any difficulty understanding you. And her speech pattern was fine. Like she wasn't slurring her words. That must mean that she was not then or did not ever suffer from postpartum psychosis. Is that really what the level of your understanding of this disorder? I don't even know, and maybe you nurses and doctors in the chat can tell me, I don't even know whether postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis is actually in the DSM yet. That is how far behind we are on understanding women's health. They were supporting her. She was not a drug seeker. My God, man.
or after it happened, did you have an application that would help her sleep and help her with her anxiety?
Yes, I believe we talked about medication, and she was going to be meeting with a new therapist shortly.
And during this conversation or after it happened, did you ever have any concerns about her harming herself?
No.
Did you ever have any concerns about her harming the children?
No.
Did you give her some names of obstetrics or social workers?
I did. After our lunch, I recall that I reached out to another friend of mine who had had a pregnancy loss that was challenging for her and had met with obstetrical specific social workers and support groups. And I asked that woman, could you share those names? And I sent them to Lindsay.
Did you have some text messages between yourself and Lindsay around Thanksgiving of 2022 in which she told you about a program she was going to try?
We did have text messages around Thanksgiving. I believe the program you're referring to was something that her mother-in-law had told her about at South Shore Hospital that was more specific to perinatal issues rather than a general social worker, someone who specialized in this area.
What does perinatal mean?
During pregnancy, birth, and after birth.
So this was a program more focused on women either during their pregnancy, while birth, during birth, or right after birth, as far as you know?
I mean, as far as I understood it, I just understood it to mean someone who was familiar more with postpartum depression or anxiety was my understanding.
Okay. And did you...
Okay. So you all thought she should get some treatment for postpartum depression or anxiety all the way back at Thanksgiving? The Commonwealth says she was never diagnosed with postpartum. She couldn't have had it. She didn't tell anybody about it. Their case is tanking and we're watching it in real time. Tell me how you feel about it.
During their pregnancy, while birth, during birth, or right after birth, as far as you know?
I mean, as far as I understood it, I just understood it to mean someone who was familiar more with postpartum depression or anxiety was my understanding.
Oh, so you knew around Thanksgiving time that she was seeking out treatment for postpartum depression and anxiety. Thank you.
And did you also receive some text messages from Lindsay Clancy right after New Year's on January 2nd, 2023?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us what that exchange was?
Again, that was with myself and Lindsay and the two other nurses who she had confided in. And we asked her how her holidays were and could we get together again in the new year. And she said, I can't get together right now because I'm involved in an intensive program, but hopefully soon.
Okay.
What's that you say? On January 2nd? On January 2nd, you had a group text message between Lindsay and two of your other nurse friends, four of you on the group text message on January 2nd, asking when you guys could get together. And Lindsay said, no, I can't. I'm inpatient. I think she was inpatient at that time. I think she was in McLean. I don't know why she would have her phone. I thought they'd take your phone away, but she said it was January 2nd, right? And that Lindsay was like, no, I'm having extensive treatment right now. Okay. All right. Paint a picture of a woman who wasn't trying to get help and her friends wanted to help her too. And she was passing up on even getting together with her girlfriends because she was focused on her treatment. Thank you. Hear that again.
Sure. On January 2nd,
January 2nd.
2023.
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us what that exchange was?
Again, that was with myself and Lindsay and the two other nurses who she had confided in. And we asked her how her holidays were and could we get together again in the new year. And she said, I can't get together right now because I'm involved in an intensive program, but hopefully soon.
Okay. And did she wish you a happy new year?
She may have, I do not recall.
And did she tell you that
she wished you a happy new year, and so therefore she wasn't suffering or suffering or in psychosis or depression because she was able to say happy new year? Really? 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 Remember when I said to you that a big case like this could make or break an attorney's career? Consider it broken for Jennifer Sprague, in my opinion. She thought these group text messages that somehow she got from Lindsay's phone extraction were going to make her case. And text messages don't always tell you the whole picture. But as I recall the testimony, Lindsay checked herself into McLean on, was it New Year's Eve or New Year's Day? And that's the reason she didn't see a doctor for 3 days, because it was over the weekend and the holiday. So by my math, I think she was still in McLean on the 2nd, because I think she stayed there for like 3 days, maybe 4, before she discharged herself, which they probably should not have allowed her to do because she never really saw a doctor the whole time she was there. But she was able to tell you Happy New Year, so she must have been fine. I can't with this. I can't.
she was in fact at that time at McLean Hospital, or did she just
program, but hopefully soon?
Okay. And did she wish you a happy new year?
She may have, I do not recall.
And did she tell you that she was in fact at that time at McLean Hospital, or did she just leave it more vague that it was just an intense program?
I believe it was an intense program. I did not know the name of the facility at that time.
Did you at that time know that she was currently at a hospital?
I don't recall what I knew then versus what I know now.
Did you also speak with Lindsay on January 23rd, 2023?
I did not speak to Lindsay. I sent her a text message on January 23rd.
And what did you say in your text message?
I'm paraphrasing, but I believe I said, "Hi, I've been thinking of you, wondering if you're still in the daily program," I believe I said. So maybe I didn't realize it was inpatient. And she responded.
And what was her response?
Again, I'm paraphrasing, but she said something like, "I'm no longer in the program. I'm continuing to work with my psychiatrists to find the right medication that will allow me to sleep at night but still function during the day. I've had a lot."
She's trying to find the right medications. This is the 23rd, January 23rd, the day before the killings. She's telling her friend Andrea she's still trying to find the right medications. Case is tanking bigly. Huge.
A lot of find the right medication that will allow me to sleep at night but still function during the day. I've had a lot of bad or negative side effects from the medication, so I've had to come off of them and go on new ones, and it's been very difficult.
Okay. Bad side effects from medications. Bad side effects from medications. We've talked about neurotoxicity. I'd like to hear it from an expert. We've talked about how things like antipsychotics like Seroquel, which was found in her system, by the way, at the hospital, can make people behave completely psychotic. Many of you in the chat have told me about it. And she told her friends the day before the murders that she was having terrible side effects from the medication. What are we doing here? Yeah, Commonwealth, take your ball and go home. You didn't even go here. This is way above your level of understanding, Madam Prosecutor.
And so I've had to come off of them and go on new ones, and it's been very difficult. Okay. Or has taken a long time or something like that.
Okay. And after those text messages that were exchanged on the 23rd, did you have any concerns that she was going to harm herself?
No.
The tone of the text messages, were they more positive and hopeful that things were going to work out on the right medications?
STFU. STFU. Anybody ever misconstrue tone on a text message? There is no way to construe tone from a text message. That is one of the biggest problems about communicating via text message in any relationship. Anybody ever have a fight over text message about something because you read it the wrong way with the wrong tone? This is the dumbest, most asinine question I may have ever heard in my career. You cannot tell tone from a text message. Show us that you're an idiot without showing us that you're an idiot. But you are showing us that you're an idiot. How many people have broken up over text messages that they didn't like from their partner? A lot of them. Now I'm starting to get it. She knows nothing. She has zero life experience. She has no empathy, and she thinks that you can tell tone from a text message. Wow. I thought I had seen it all until today, August 6, 2026 at 11:28 a.m. Eastern time. Let's hear that again.
Those text messages that were exchanged on the 23rd. And after those text messages that were exchanged on the 23rd, did you have any concerns that she was going to harm herself?
No.
The tone of the text messages, were they more positive and hopeful that things were going to work out on the right medications?
I don't know that they were more positive than previous times. I believe that Lindsay was always hopeful that she would get the care that she was seeking. So I don't know that the tone was different that day.
But it wasn't a negative tone. It was that same kind of hopeful tone.
Yes, as far as I remember.
Wow. Wow. She was always hopeful. Lindsay was always hopeful. Is she going to trauma dump on her friends, Lindsay? You ever have a friend that trauma dumps on you all the time? They tell you all their problems. They complain for an hour and then they feel better and you feel worse. Some people don't do that. That is something that I don't do. I don't trauma dump on my friends. I listen to them. And I keep my personal business to myself. Not everyone is like that. She was always hopeful. Thank you.
Don't know that the tone was different that day.
But it wasn't a negative tone. It was that same kind of hopeful tone.
Yes, as far as I remember.
Thank you.
Thank you.
She knows she tanked it. And sometimes every now and again, we gotta call on our girl. We got to conjure up Cardi B because nobody says it better than Cardi B.
Hello.
Hello. Hello, I'm here.
Wow.
Train Reddington.
Well done, but not.
Morning.
Good morning.
So even during the, let's say the difficult times that she had, she was always trying to be hopeful and always tried to have a positive outlook on her health.
That was my impression, yes.
And you obviously are a good friend.
Yes, I believe so.
And you've known her for what, 7 years? 9 years now, right?
Yes, I believe since 2015, if that's when she began working at Mass General.
Right. So she was like a 24-year-old kid when she first started there, right?
Yes.
And you basically knew her right out of nursing school all the way up through.
Yes.
Till she finally had the last baby, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell us, what was her work ethic? Was she a good nurse? Was she a caring nurse? Tell us what your observations were. Granted that you're a friend and you might be biased, but tell us what you thought.
Yes. Lindsay loved being a nurse and was excellent at it. It was a second degree for her to go to nursing school. And you could tell with Lindsay, it was more of a calling that she really cared so deeply, specifically about caring for pregnant women and women giving birth. She was very attentive to all of her patients' needs. She was very smart. And mostly she was incredibly nurturing and caring.
Thank you.
Incredibly nurturing and caring. She loved being a nurse. She was excellent at it. It was her calling. She was smart. She was nurturing. I don't know why the Commonwealth would call this witness as their own, but they did, and now they're going to suffer the consequences of it.
And during the period of time in the fall of 2022 up through Thanksgiving of 22 and then into 23, you obviously, as a good friend, stayed in close contact with her, texting, seeing her, dinner, lunches, and everything, right?
Yes.
And then when you and some of the other nurses would go to a lunch, for example, if I understand correctly, on one of the luncheons that you had in the fall of 22, she was telling or sharing with you the fact that she was going through a difficult period.
Yes.
Told you that she was not in a good mental state, that she had a lot of insomnia, and she even described it as brain fog, right?
Yes, I believe so. She definitely used those words in our text messages, as the fall progressed, but I believe she used those words during the lunch. She definitely said that she was in a difficult mental place and didn't think she'd be able to go back to work.
And she told you that she was actually actively treating with medical personnel. Did she say a psychiatrist, psychologist, or just seeing doctors, or what did she say?
Yes. She talked about therapists. She talked about going on medication. At some point in that month of November, she said she had even gone to the emergency department.
Did she tell you that she was having negative side effects with the medication that she had been prescribed by these doctors?
She did. She did not elaborate on the side effects, but she did say that multiple times.
So as close as you were for all those years working together, and you guys worked together through the COVID too, right?
Yes.
Is that a bonding experience for nurses?
Yes.
During that period of time, did you ever observe her? Was she a complainer? Like, would she come and complain to you, or was she pretty much private but would share her opinions of what was happening inside of her with you?
She was not a complainer about work or home or anything, but we were friends, and she did share more personal details with me.
Yep, not a complainer. She just put on a happy face.
And
it's called masking.
When she was working, would you guys be working on the night shift, or would you work in the afternoon, or
the night shift?
Night shift. Mm-hmm. So did you ever see her go on her phone and access cameras to see what was going on at home with the babies or anything like that?
Yes.
Is that something that she would do on a regular basis, staying in touch with the family and looking at the cameras?
Yes.
Did she ever tell you why she was doing that?
Not specifically.
Okay. She, to your appearance or to your observation, appeared to be very concerned about her kids, right?
Yes.
Did you ever hear her complain that she wanted to leave behind the life that she had and basically move on, something better?
Oh, no. Lindsay, from the time I met her as a young woman, very much desired to be a mother and have a family.
And she did share with you that her mother-in-law actually referred her to somebody for some help as well, correct?
Yes.
In the holiday period, you guys stayed in touch again. You were texting her, and that's when she was, now we know she was in McLean Hospital, but she told you she was in an intensive program, right?
Correct.
In other words, she didn't say, I can't go to lunch with you guys because I'm in a mental hospital. She basically said, I'm treating my problems.
Correct.
To your years of dealing with Lindsay and seeing her with her kids and her family, what's your opinion of her as a mother?
Lindsay was a very loving, caring mother. This is exactly what she wanted to have. She wanted a big family. She was happy to have her children close in age.
Thank you.
She was a loving, caring mother, happy to have her children close in age. And I just realized who this witness reminds me of, Elizabeth Moss. Can you see it?
Thank you.
Thank you for
redirect.
coming
No, yeah.
and telling the
Thank you,
truth.
ma'am. Please step
Thank
down.
you.
That was an excellent witness for the defense, in my opinion.
Almost calls Bethany to call this.
Here's the thing also, if they're going to start parading Lindsay's friends up here and coworkers, understand that they could at any time decide not to call these people, okay? Because what's going to happen, I have a feeling, is that these nurses that Lindsay worked with really loved her and cared for her. They are probably horrified about what happened. They probably feel a lot of guilt that they didn't see it, you know, that they couldn't help her more than what they did to try and help her, because they knew she was going through something. She confided in them that she was going through something, having horrible side effects from medications, not sleeping. They probably feel a tremendous amount of guilt. And if they could at any time pull the plug on this and say, you know what, that was really bad for our case. Like maybe we shouldn't call the other two friends. But it sounds like they're going to just keep calling them, and it's just going to be cumulative in a good way for the defense. So let's see how this goes. We're a little behind. If you are ahead, please no spoilers.
ETA. State and spell your name for the record.
Bethany DeColibus, BETHANY DECOLLIBUS.
And your date of birth.
6/29/89.
What do you do for work?
I'm a licensed marriage and family therapist.
And do you have your own practice?
I do have a private practice.
How long have you been in this line of work?
I've had the private practice for about 6 years, but I've been licensed for close to 12.
And in your practice, do you do in-person therapy or telehealth therapy?
I do telehealth therapy right now.
Do you know Lindsay Clancy?
I do.
How do you know her?
We were friends, met as new moms in the same town.
Would that be Duxbury?
Yes.
And how often would you see her?
I'd say probably weekly.
And where would that occur?
Our kids were involved in similar activities, music classes, gymnastics classes. We'd schedule play dates.
What was her typical demeanor?
She was active, engaged, friendly.
Did you ever notice any distinctive changes in her rate of speech or the way she spoke?
No.
Did you ever see any extreme changes in energy or weird behavior?
No changes in weird behavior, but I did notice that she appeared more tired.
I'm sorry to do that.
Could you repeat that?
You could state that again.
Oh, I was answering the second part of your question. I didn't notice any changes in behavior, but I did notice her appearing more tired over time.
And was that after she had Callan or before that?
Afterwards.
And how often would you see her after she had Callan?
Weekly.
So still going to the same types of places where you would run into her and engage with her. Is that correct?
Yes.
And other than seeming more tired, was there any other change in her demeanor or personality or behavior?
No.
Did she tell you during that time that she was having trouble sleeping?
Yes.
And did she give you any specifics on that?
Just that it was very difficult to get sleep, difficult to fall asleep even when kids were asleep, and that it was an ongoing struggle.
Did that cause concern for you at that point?
I think for a period of time, it felt normal, but after it seemed to continue and not let up for her, I definitely worried about her and was concerned.
When you say it seemed normal, what do you mean by that at first?
I would say for a period of time seemed reminiscent of, sleep troubles that, I remember having and that, remember friends talking about. But I think over time, I started to worry more and realized that it wasn't improving for her.
And what you're talking about, is it, typically after having a baby, new moms are tired from, late night feedings and changings and all of that.
Yes.
And then with Lindsay, she stayed tired.
Yes.
Okay. Did she talk to you about seeking out help from doctors?
She did.
And did she talk to you about seeking out medication to help?
Yes.
And do you recall any specifics about those conversations, about what types of doctors or what types of medication she was seeking?
I don't know about the different types of doctors or the types of medications.
Did you ever talk to her and she relayed that she was looking to find a therapist?
Yes.
And do you know if she ever found a therapist?
At some point, it did sound like she had found a provider to work with.
Being a therapist yourself, did you ever offer to give some referrals or anything like that? Or did she ask for any?
I can't remember.
And you said that she continued to appear tired, correct?
Yes.
But other than appearing tired, as the weeks went by, did you observe her having any problem interacting with people or doing the typical behaviors that you would do at the events you would usually see her at?
No.
Did she appear to have any trouble doing day-to-day tasks or interacting with anyone?
Not that I saw.
Did she ever tell you that she was depressed or suicidal?
No.
Did she ever tell you that she had thoughts of harming anyone else?
No.
Did her physical appearance change in any way?
Not that I noticed.
When you would engage with her, have conversations with her, were they usually in person or text or both?
It was a mix of both.
And did you ever have trouble understanding her, either in person or in a text?
No.
Did she ever appear to have trouble understanding you?
No.
Keep showing us your ignorance and your lack of knowledge about a psychotic break. Snark Tank Cupcake says they are hung up on that she wouldn't have been able to carry on a conversation like normal if she were suffering from any sort of psychosis. And perhaps the psychotic break is just that. Happens in a snap. She was seeing her weekly. She wasn't trauma dumping on her. But she did tell her that she couldn't sleep and she was having trouble sleeping. And anyone who's ever stayed awake for a long period of time knows that lack of sleep in and of itself, when you're not suffering from an underlying condition like postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis, will alone make you crazy. That's why they use lack of sleep as a torture device.
At some point in time, did you have dinner with Lindsay and a woman named Erin Renault sometime in November?
Yes.
And was that something that the three of you typically did?
Yes.
How often would you do that?
Probably once every couple of months.
Was this the first time you'd done that since Callan was born?
I can't remember.
Okay. And what was Lindsay's demeanor during that dinner?
She was engaged in conversation with us.
Do you recall saying previously that she seemed normal?
No.
You don't recall saying that?
Not specifically, no.
What about her speech pattern? Was there anything different about her speech pattern?
No.
What did you guys talk about during that dinner?
I mean, is she confusing like a person who had a stroke with a person who has postpartum depression or psychosis? Because that's what it sounds like to me. We know Lindsay didn't have a stroke.
Remember catching up as we usually did, giving each other updates on, what our kids had been up to, what our families had been up to. And I also made it a point to check in with her about how her sleep was and how she had been feeling lately.
And did she give you responses to those questions?
She did.
Did they make sense?
The responses made sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did she, what was
yeah.
the tone of this conversation?
I'm not sure how to answer that question.
Well, when you're asking her about how things are going with her sleep and other things, and she's responding, does she seem negative and depressed about things? Does she seem hopeful about things? Like, what's the tone?
I mean, it was a serious conversation. I was concerned and wanted to check in. It had sounded like she had been able to connect with some providers, and I would say at that point, I remember her expressing feeling hopeful about the possibility that things could start to get better.
And this friend happens to be a therapist, a marriage and family therapist. Obviously, she wouldn't treat her as a patient. But she's not going to lie for the prosecution and say, I didn't see any signs. She saw the signs.
And during this conversation at dinner, did she ever mention that she had suicidal thoughts?
No.
Did she ever mention that she had homicidal thoughts?
No.
Did she ever tell you that she was hearing voices?
No.
Did she ever tell you that she was having intrusive thoughts of her own?
No.
At any point in time while you're engaging with her, did it look like she was responding to something internally, like a voice, or seeing something that wasn't there?
No.
Other than having an issue with sleep, did she mention any other issues that she was having?
She mentioned feeling anxious.
And after this dinner, did you next see her at Cora's birthday party in January?
Yes.
And at that birthday party, did you see her interacting with other people and parents and children, as a mom would usually do at a birthday party?
Yes.
Remember, this was the birthday party that's the reason that she wanted to be discharged, or discharged herself, I guess, from McLean, because she wanted to be present for Cora's birthday party. So this was after she left McLean Hospital inpatient. I don't know if they're going to tell us the exact date, but it was after her discharge, because that's the reason she wanted to get out.
Party did you in January?
Yes.
And at that birthday party, did you see her interacting with other people and parents and children, as a mom would usually do at a birthday party?
Yes.
Did you interact with her yourself?
I did.
Did you notice anything different about her demeanor or her behavior at that party?
No.
Did you have a conversation with her briefly about sleep?
I did.
And was it you basically asking how the sleep issue was going?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She responded that things haven't gotten any better and that she feels like a zombie.
Was there anything about her appearance or the way she was in?
Oh, she told her own friend, who she usually doesn't complain to or trauma dump on, that she was feeling like a zombie. And now I think what this prosecutor is going to do, because I'm getting a little insight into her mind and the way she thinks, she's going to ask her whether she looked like a zombie. Believe it or not, there are women who feel like zombies and get up and put makeup on and look in the mirror and take pride in their appearance. Believe it or not, it's true. Doesn't mean that they're feeling that way. They just make an effort to look good, or not make it totally obvious that they're barely hanging on by a thread and keeping it together. Here's where the zombie comes in. That again.
What was her response? You basically asking how the sleep issue was going?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She responded that things haven't gotten any better and that she feels like a zombie.
Was there anything about her appearance or the way she was interacting or behaving that when you saw her, you thought she looks like a zombie?
She seemed tired.
But there's a difference between being tired and looking like a zombie, right?
She didn't look like a zombie, no.
There's a difference. Oh my God, this woman. Okay, I've been trying to give her the benefit of the doubt. I said, let's, not be too hard on her. And it is time for me, anyway, Try not to do it in the chat because she didn't look like a zombie though, right? She's telling you that she believes that unless you look like something from Night of the Living Dead or The Walking Dead or Invasion of the Body Snatchers or name another zombie movie, that you can't really be feeling like a zombie unless you look like a zombie from The Walking Dead. This is the woman who is an attorney, an assistant district attorney with the Plymouth DA's office, who is so ignorant that she is, with a straight face, asking one of Lindsay's besties this question. Because in her mind, you can't possibly feel like a zombie unless you actually look like one. Right, out of the Thriller video. It is triggering. It is triggering. For anybody who has ever suffered with this, I apologize on her behalf. Because this is outrageous. And if you live in Plymouth County, this is where your tax dollars are going, to her salary. And I feel really sorry for you. My heart breaks for you that this is the best they got. In a triple murder case.
About her appearance or the way she was interacting or behaving, that when you saw her, you thought she looks like a zombie?
She seemed tired.
But there's a difference between being tired and looking like a zombie, right?
She didn't look like a zombie, no.
And she was able to engage with you and the other parents there, engage with her children and the other children, correct?
She was.
And
I would love to see Kevin Reddington's face right now, too.
do you recall stating previously that at the party she seemed fine?
And no, not specifically.
Page 11.
Oh, you're going to show her statement that she gave police where she said she looked fine? Because you think this helps your case? Oh my God. If you're going to impeach a witness like this, you better be doing it over something important. This is also the danger, let me just point out here, when you're a trial lawyer like this, working for the county, of reading witness statements in your file and reading them in one tone in your head, because she apparently can tell tone from a text message and tone from a witness statement drafted by, I don't know, probably a Massachusetts State Police trooper, and actually meeting with and speaking to the witness yourself to understand her tone. And now you're going to impeach her with a witness statement that she gave to the MSP because she doesn't remember saying that she seemed normal. Okay. All right, good. When you impeach a witness, it better be something material and not something ridiculous like this. And she's showing her inexperience. I don't know how much experience she has, but this is ridiculous. Do you recall stating previously that at the birthday party, she seemed fine? Listen to it again.
At the party, she seemed fine.
And no, not specifically.
Page 11.
Refresh your recollection with page 11
Have you look at page 11 and
of the report.
bottom line 24, and then to the top of page 12.
It's their witness. Yes. Yes, it is.
Does that refresh your memory as to a conversation you had with the police back in 2023 where you said that she seemed fine at the party?
Sure. Yeah.
I have no other questions. Thank you.
Mr. Reddington.
So, morning.
Ross.
Fair to say that you were obviously pretty good friends with Lindsay?
Yes.
And fair to say that in that regard, you had occasion to observe objectively things like she looked tired, she was complaining that she was tired.
Yes.
Said that she was anxious.
Yes.
Told you that at one point towards the end of time frame into January that she felt like a zombie. Correct?
Yes.
Did you ask her any questions like the district attorney was asking you? Did you ask her, well, what are your symptoms and what do you feel like? And what do you, is there anything that you can tell me about how you feel? Did you probe in that regard?
I don't remember probing about specific symptoms, no.
So in other words, you're friends and you and Erin and Lindsay were out to dinner or lunch and you're trying to have a good time, right?
Yes.
How was she as a mother to your observations? Did she, as far as taking care of her kids, being happy with the kids? Did she not like her kids? What were your observations?
She loved her kids. She was warm, kind, consistent, loving.
And you actually were summoned to be here today by the district attorney's office, correct?
I was.
And you actually were interviewed by the state police. That's what she was questioning you about, page 11 and page 12. It was a recorded interview and things of that nature, right?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that although she may not have been telling you that she was seeing something that wasn't there, or hearing voices or drooling or acting in some unusual fashion while you guys were out having lunch, she did express to you that she was having some difficulties, correct?
She expressed that she was having difficulty, yes.
And would you say, knowing Lindsay as you did, that she was the type that was not really a complainer? She would not try to be a downer when you're out to lunch and having a good time with your friends and complain about her symptoms?
No.
But she did tell you that she was somewhat hopeful because she was seeing healthcare providers?
Yes.
And one of the things that they had asked you about, fair to say that when you talked to the police, you told them that you had spent a lot of time chatting about over this period of time that she had been having a lot of trouble sleeping, and that she referenced the postpartum period, right?
Yes.
And when you were talking to the police, the troopers, did they try to divert you? Did you feel that they were trying to get what your observations were, or did they want you to focus on their questions when they were questioning you?
Could you repeat that?
No, that's a bad question. Never mind. It's a bad question. I'm sorry. But nevertheless, you actually told them that you had been in touch.
I think he wants to say, were the troopers that were questioning you trying to steer you in a certain direction and trying to get you to say certain bad things about Lindsay? Interesting, too, that they recorded this entire interview, and the transcript is what she was shown to refresh her recollection. Crazy that they know how to record interviews in Massachusetts in 2023.
Touch with her, you've been to, but nevertheless, you actually told them that you had been in touch with her, you've been to the house, right?
I had been in touch with her, yes.
Yeah, and you knew Patrick.
Yes.
Other than socializing with your friends and with Erin and going out to lunches, you guys would also text, correct?
Yes.
And that's a way of keeping touch with each other.
Yes.
And she would respond to your inquiries about fun things and about kids, right?
Yes.
But also, on occasion, you were concerned about her and you'd ask her how she's doing, right?
Yes.
And when you would ask her those things, she would tell you, for example, that she didn't know what medications were doing to her, but she in fact mentioned to you that the medications did not appear as though they were helping, and she still wasn't able to get any sleep.
Correct.
And further, in the statements that you gave to the police when they were asking you questions about your observations, she did indicate on a couple of occasions that she had obtained a therapist and a prescriber, and she would reference her relationship with Pat and tell you that Pat's great, things like that, right?
Yes.
You said yes. I'm sorry, the door
Yes.
closed. So in those occasions, did she ever complain about Pat, or would they seem to be getting along pretty good?
They seem to be getting along great.
Was he supportive to your observations of her?
Yes.
Then when you went out to the other dinner, did you indicate to the police that in that conversation that her mother knows everything, or she told you, my mom knows everything, and she's working it out as far as the therapist and the drugs, correct?
Yes.
And you still felt that it was readily apparent that she was struggling, right?
Yes.
Still having difficulty sleeping and being anxious, right?
Yes.
And as a friend, you were concerned, right?
I was concerned, yes.
Now, one of the questions the DA had asked you is that she was supposed to go back to work, and that she indicated that she had canceled that date to go back to work because she still wasn't sleeping well. Is that right?
She had, yes.
And those were her words, that she canceled going back to work because she still wasn't sleeping well.
Yes.
Did she ever talk to you about work? Did she seem to like her job as a labor and delivery nurse?
She loved it as far as I knew.
And then you were at Cora's birthday party in January, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was the one that was at the trampoline park, right?
Yes.
And it was that time, and that would have been in January of 23, I believe, that it was on that time that you were concerned and you said, hey, are you getting any sleep? And she was like, no, I feel like a zombie is what her words were, correct?
Yes.
Is that the last time you saw her?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may step down. Counsel, why don't we take a brief recess at this time? So we're going to take the morning recess at this point.
Court, all rise, please.
Okay, we're a little bit behind, so I think we're going to be able to scooch right through the break, depending on how long the break is. Or not. They're still on break, but we are on real time. And wow, just wow. It really it makes me wonder whether they're trying to tank their case on purpose, because both of both of Lindsay's friends were very, very good witnesses for the prosecution. Nervous and Norfolk wants to know if these witnesses are deposed. No, they do not do criminal depositions in Massachusetts. However, the statements were apparently recorded by the Massachusetts State Police. So there's that. They have transcripts. Thank you, Lynn. I'm not sure what I clarified, but thank you for tuning in from Canada and for your super chat. You should look like a zombie if you're going to have a psychotic break in Massachusetts. Just, take notes on that. Overruled. Sit down says, I'm wondering if the statistics are correct. The statistics that I told you about, 1 or 2 women out of 1,000 suffers from postpartum psychosis. And he or she says, how many go unreported because of shame and fear of losing their children? Right. Lindsay says, I don't get the people saying she knew how to do it if she really wanted to.
Your Honor,
She
for the
did
purpose
it.
of the record,
She coded twice. For all intents and purposes, she was successful. They just revived her. That's right. Kristen, thank you for your 10. Says, sending love and solidarity for everyone following this trial. Thanks for walking us through this with grace, empathy, and curiosity. Thank you. Never, never. Excellent quote. Words of wisdom. Tread softly with ugliness. You reap what you sow. Well done. Thanks for your 5. J.K. Rowling said the Dementors were her representation of depression. They suck all the happiness and joy out of people's lives. Thanks, Charlie, from Down Under, for telling us. Iron Dog says, I had peripartum depression, began at 6 months. I could not sleep due to anxiety, even after delivery. Delivery was difficult, and I lost a lot of blood. Meds helped, but never had another because fear of repeat. I'm so sorry that you went through that.
turn back to the matter.
back from
Caldwell
break.
versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant, excluding the jury.
All right. Counsel, ready for the jury?
Yes.
All right. Bring them in.
Lima says, as a nurse, I can tell you it hasn't saved me from depression. I wish people would stop using being a nurse against her. Right. And her friend, who's also a labor and delivery nurse, said they're not trained in
Can I see it
postpartum.
sidebar just very briefly?
She doesn't know a lot about it either. And there are a lot of, people, keyboard warriors on the internet who are saying she should have known. She's a labor and delivery nurse. And I think it was Andrea, her friend Andrea, who made it very clear that they treat women prior to them giving birth and maybe a little bit after their baby's born, but they don't know a lot about that. They're not trained in it. Scarlet Manta says, it seems like there's a lot of judgment out there. How about let's have some compassion and empathy? I doubt any punishment given her will be worse than her personal torment. Praying for her. Listen, I love that about you. And I love that about a lot of people in my chat, that you can understand, you can see the gray. Not everything is black and white to you. You can see the nuance. You can see the shades of gray. You can have empathy for all sides. And I love that about you. Some people are born without an empathy chip. And I don't think that you or me or anyone is ever going to change them. And I find it's sad. Thanks, Mimi, for your 5. Angela says, when people say they're watching themselves and have no control, it's terrifying. Happened to me. Demand voices. If you take these pills, all your pain will disappear. My son saved me. Love you. I'm so glad that your son was there for you. ADAs are up at the bench looking for something after the sidebar. Don't know what. Mimi she's been buying the tickets. She went on a solo cruise. Good for you, Mimi. I love that for you. Hope you had a great time. Veronica says you can and don't pick and choose when all this hits. You mask your symptoms to prevent others from feeling in any way for empathy or sympathy. Thank you. Sunset Girl, could this doctor be added to the lawsuit if she admitted there were signs of PPD and didn't protect the children by intervening? No, that you talk about the doctor that I'm not sure which doctor you're talking about. The pediatrician? No.
All rise.
No. That's not her role. Samantha says, just give us the experts already. This is unbelievable. Well, they get to try their case the way they want to try it.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Everyone, thank you. Commonwealth, call your next witness, please.
Thank you. Commonwealth calls Amy Bevins.
Guess this is going to be another. Madeline's a social worker. She says PPD is a specifier for MDD in the DSM, not its own disorder, but a category related to time and hormones around birth. Clinically, has to start during pregnancy or 4 weeks postpartum for diagnosis. Thank you, Madeline. Madeline was one of my favorite books to read my kids.
All right, good afternoon. I'd ask you to speak into that microphone, keep your voice up if you could, okay? Okay. All right. Tree spray.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Amy Bevins, AMYBEVINS.
And your date of birth?
8/22/90.
Do you live in Connecticut?
Yes.
What do you do for work?
I'm a licensed behavior analyst, but I specialize primarily in early intervention for young children with autism.
If you could just keep your voice up a little bit, maybe come a little forward to the mic. How long have you been doing that?
6 years. I was a special education teacher before that for a long time as well.
Do you know Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
How do you know her?
We have been friends for almost 29 years.
So you met her when you were children?
Yes.
Did you go to school together?
Elementary school.
And after that?
All the way up through middle school and high school as well.
Okay. And did you keep in touch with Lindsay when you went off to college?
Yes.
I'm assuming you didn't go to the same college, right?
No.
Do you know where Lindsay went?
Quinnipiac University.
And how did you keep in touch?
Through texts, phone calls. We visited each other at each other's campuses.
And then when Lindsay went to nursing school, did you still stay in touch at that point in time?
Yes.
And how did you do that? The same way, like text visits?
Yes. I also lived in Boston at the same time that she was in nursing school up in Boston.
So was your contact more frequent while she was in nursing school versus when she was in college?
I can't remember the exact amount of contact, but I would say we were always in contact together, yes.
Okay. While Ms. Clancy was in nursing school, did she ever tell you that she was taking some mental health medication?
I can't recall.
Did she ever tell you that she was struggling with anxiety or anything like that while in nursing school?
Nothing that I can recall.
And after she was finished with nursing school, did the two of you still remain in touch?
Yes.
And how often would you see her?
I moved back home to Connecticut, so whenever she was able to visit home, we would stay in touch. I traveled to Boston, not very frequently, but I would visit her there as well.
And did you have a text chain going between the two of you?
Yes.
And did you also have a group text with other friends from Connecticut that you both grew up with that you would participate in?
Yes.
And how often would you text with Lindsay?
Pretty frequently. It depended on, I think, the point in life that we were at, but I would say there was regular communication.
And growing up with Lindsay and knowing her into adulthood, how would you describe her general demeanor?
She was pretty a calm person. She was nice and had a very calm approach to herself.
And during that time that you knew her and would interact with her, did you ever notice any changes in her pattern of speech or rate of speech?
No.
Was she pretty consistent in her behavior and speech patterns throughout the years that you knew her?
Yes.
After Miss Clancy had Cora, were you still in contact with her at that time?
Yes.
And just to kind of get it out of the way, were you in contact with her all the way up through January of 2023?
Yes.
And so after she had Cora, did you notice any changes in her demeanor?
No.
Did you notice any changes in her behavior?
No.
Did you notice any changes in her speech patterns?
No.
After she had Dawson, did she talk?
She's really harping on this change in her speech patterns. Does she actually have a witness who's going to come in, an expert who's going to say that people who are in psychosis have a change in their speech patterns and that's the only way that you can tell? It is such a bizarre question that she's asking every single person who knew Lindsay or saw Lindsay or ever talked to Lindsay.
To you about that delivery and how that went?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about that?
That was more of a difficult delivery than the one she had with Cora, that she would maybe need to take some time to recover prior to thinking about having a third child.
And during that time after she had Dawson, did you notice any changes in her behavior?
No.
Or her demeanor?
No.
Her speech pattern?
No.
Was there anything about your interactions with Lindsay during that time that caused you to have concern about her harming herself or someone else?
No.
And then after she gave birth to Callan, did you notice a change in her demeanor at that time?
No.
Or her behavior or rate of speech?
No.
Did you see her in Connecticut in November of 2022?
Yes.
And why did you see her then? What was happening?
She had traveled down to Connecticut. We had gotten together as a group to go out to breakfast.
And had she come to Connecticut alone or with her family?
Alone, I believe, at that time.
And you said you went out to breakfast?
Yes.
Was this with that whole group of friends and spouses and everyone that kept in contact from Connecticut?
Yes, there was a group of us there that had all remained friends.
Did you notice anything about her demeanor or behavior at that breakfast in November of 2022 that caused you concern or was different than her typical behavior?
No.
Did you have some text conversations about in January of 2023 about some issues that Lindsay was having?
Yes.
And do you recall when those messages started?
I don't recall the exact date of the messages, but it was only, I believe, one night.
And in terms of what happened on January 24th, 2023, how close in time was it to that?
Can you repeat the question?
So in terms of January 24th, 2023, when the children were killed, how close in time were your text messages to that incident?
Only a few days.
Okay. And what was that text conversation?
She had shared that she had been taking a medication that caused her to have some dark thoughts, but that she was going to, or had been tapering off that medication and was trialing new ones that would remove those side effects and be more helpful and therapeutic to what she needed.
She was having dark thoughts. She was having dark thoughts. Okay. How is this helping your case? You're trying to say that her PPD or her PPP was fake. She was faking it. She was having dark thoughts and she told Amy about it. What day? How close in time was it to the killing of January 24th? Did she give a date? Let's hear again.
And in terms of what happened on January 24th, 2023, how close in time was it to that?
Can you repeat the question?
So in terms of January 24th, 2023, when the children were killed, how close in time were your text messages to that incident?
Only a few days.
Okay. And what was that text conversation?
So it's a few days before the kids are killed. She's taking some medication. She's telling Amy she's taking some medication that is causing her to have dark thoughts.
She had shared that she had been taking a medication that caused her to have some dark thoughts, but that she was going to, or had been tapering off that medication and was trialing new ones that would remove those side effects and be more helpful and therapeutic to what she needed.
And did she tell you what those dark thoughts were?
No.
What was the tone of the conversation?
Hopeful, I would categorize it. I remember it being something where there was conveying of hope and that it was going to be we were moving in a positive direction.
Again, it's text message. You can't discern tone from text messages, in my opinion. But Amy said that she thought that she was hopeful.
So basically, would it be fair to say that Lindsay was telling you that she'd had some side effects and some dark thoughts because of medication, but was weaning off of those and moving on to something else that would hopefully help her?
Yes.
Did she ever express at any point that she wanted to harm herself?
No.
Did she ever express that she wanted to harm the children?
No.
Did she ever tell you that she was hearing voices?
No.
Couldn't dark thoughts mean hearing voices, command hallucinations, auditory in nature? She wasn't seeing unicorns in the corner, but maybe she was hearing dark thoughts, aka auditory hallucinations in her head. Intrusive thoughts. She didn't tell Amy exactly what they were, but I can't even believe that they would call this witness knowing that they have a full text chain in which Lindsay clearly said a couple of days before the murders that she was taking a medication that had horrific side effects and was causing her dark thoughts. When you think dark thoughts, what do you think?
Other than saying that she had had some bad thoughts, did she say anything else?
No, she didn't say bad thoughts. She said dark thoughts. If you want to talk about tone and meaning of words and word choice, dark thoughts is a bit different to me, anyway, than bad thoughts.
That was concerning in that. Then saying that she'd tell you that she was hearing voices.
No.
Other than saying that she had had some bad thoughts, did she say anything else that was concerning in that conversation?
No.
I want to direct your attention to March of 2023. Did you visit Miss Clancy while she was at the Spalding Rehabilitation Facility?
Yes.
And how was that arranged?
At the request of one of her family members who reached out to see if I would like to come visit.
And you traveled to Massachusetts and visited Lindsay at the Spalding Rehab Center, is that right?
Yes.
And what did you do there with Lindsay that day?
We made small talk. We played Uno. It was a pretty basic visit.
When you say you made small talk, what did she?
Okay, so March of 2023 is after the murders. The murders are January 24th, 2023. After she was discharged from the Brigham, Lindsay went to Spalding Rehab Center and Amy went to visit her. What a good friend. So now let's see what they talked about. It would have been 2 months post murders.
Talk about?
I remember her asking about my daughter. I remember her asking about any updates to life events for our friends. We talked about some hobbies that she was doing while at Spalding and then played a game.
Do you remember what hobbies she was doing at Spalding?
I can't recall specifically now.
At any point in time, did she mention the death of her children?
No.
At any point in time, did she break down in tears and cry about her children?
No.
What was her affect during that meeting?
I don't remember exactly. Pretty neutral, I would say.
Did she attempt at any point to harm herself?
No.
Did she ask you for help in harming herself?
No.
Did she talk about Cora, Dawson, or Callan at all?
No.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
This is a big talking point out there on the social media. Thank you, Private Info, for gifting 20 memberships. You are amazing and so generous. Thank you so much. This is what all the people say who feel that Lindsay Clancy should be locked up forever, burned in at Proctor's Ledge, hung at Proctor's Ledge, burned at the stake. That the reason that she wasn't psychotic is because she never asked about the children. She never talked about the children. She never broke down about the children in front of other people. And I would like to hear from you in the chat whether you think that's a legitimate argument, that she was not suffering from psychosis, from your own personal experiences, because many of you are victims of PPP and PPD. Never asked about the children. All she cared about was asking for a lawyer. Never talked about Cora or Dawson or Callan at all. First of all, after she was discharged from the Brigham, where she, by all accounts, should have died. She coded. They brought her back. The amount of medications she must have been on when she was at the Spalding Rehab Center, I'd like to know that. Any reasons that you could think of why that's not a great argument, that she didn't, as far as we know, bring up the children? Was she living in her own private hell? To me, that's not a legitimate argument. I don't know. Tell me what you think. She could have been in shock still, on medication. See if there's any cross for Amy.
Mr. Reddington. Afternoon. You're nervous. Don't be. Okay. You guys go back how far?
Almost 29 years.
And over those 29 years, knowing Lindsay when you guys were in grammar school, I guess, and high school, and then you went off to college and you had your families and your marriages, tell us what your opinion was of her as a person.
I knew her as a good person, a good friend, a good mom.
And you had occasion to see her with her kids and how she acted with her kids, Cora, up till Callan?
Yes.
And did you ever observe anything out of the ordinary, or did she appear to be a loving person and taking care of her kids?
I never saw anything out of the ordinary.
District Attorney asked you about the visit that you had when you were good enough to visit with her at Spalding Rehab. And this was when, in March of 23?
Yes.
And arrangements had to be made for you to visit with her. You had to get approval, and whether you know or not, I had to kind of help you out a little bit trying to get through the red tape to get in there to see her, along with her family approval and that type of thing, right?
I don't recall any of that.
But you were able to get in?
Yes.
To visit with her? And this would have been in the beginning of March, if you know, the middle of March, the end?
I don't recall the exact
Okay.
time.
Was she able to walk around and ambulate, or was she in a wheelchair, or what was her condition? Was she in bed?
She was in a wheelchair. She was sitting up the entire visit.
Did you ask her about why she was in the wheelchair and anything like that?
No.
You knew that she had been in the hospital from January 24th, right?
Yes.
And you knew that your friend had been charged by the police and had killed her 3 beautiful children, right?
Yes.
That was a bit of an awkward, uncomfortable topic, wasn't it?
I think it would be for anybody, yes.
Absolutely. And the district attorney asked you whether or not she cried and whether or not she told you about her children and anything to do with her children or that incident. You both basically stayed away from that entire subject, right?
I remember also being told not to bring that up specifically, which at the time I figured that could be due to the recommendation of mental health providers, et cetera, who were treating her.
Right. And who told you that?
Her sister.
Now,
Well, there you go. There's one answer. Lindsay's sister told Amy not to bring it up. Don't bring it up. It won't be good for her mental health. Don't talk about the kids. Thanks, Amy.
how long did you visit with her?
It was brief, maybe 30 to 45 minutes.
That's all I have. Wait a minute. Did you guys have a group get together in December of 2022, if you recall?
I don't recall.
Do you recall seeing her after Thanksgiving around that time frame in December of 22?
I don't recall no.
Do you recall having conversations with her around that time frame, which would be in December of 2022, that she was talking to you about medications and asking you questions about a particular medication?
I don't recall the exact time frame of those conversations.
Okay. You were summoned here today by the DA's office, is that correct?
Yes.
You were also on my witness list as well, right?
Yes.
And when I ask you about the conversations, the reason is you were questioned by the state police back in January of 23. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And one of the troopers had asked you whether or not you had any conversations with Lindsay, your friend, about medications. And you indicated that, and I quote, page 12, she knows that I'm pretty open about mental health, that I'm a big advocate of mental health. And she asked me if I knew, like, if I had tried a medication. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Okay. Does that refresh your memory at all as to approximately what time, when that was? Would that have been in December of 22, after Thanksgiving?
I don't know. I still don't recall the exact time, but I do remember that being a conversation that we had.
Okay. Do you remember where you had the conversation?
It was over text message.
Okay. Do you recall her asking you what your experience was? Because you had some knowledge of medications, correct?
As a patient.
Okay. And as a result of that and being close and good friends, that she had asked you what your experience was. And again, it's page 13. And she would say, how was your experience? Did you ever take this? What was your experience with this? That type of thing. Do you remember that? That conversation?
I don't recall the specific conversation.
Do you recall the medication that she asked you about?
Yes.
What was that?
I remember it being Lexapro.
Do you recall in your text message exchange that she had asked you about or told you about some of the medications that she was taking and that there were some difficulties with it?
Yes.
Do you remember that she had asked you whether or not you had noted or if you were aware of any side effects of medications?
I don't recall.
And after those text threads and with that understanding, being as close to Lindsay as you were, she then confided in you that she was having dark thoughts, as I think was the expression.
That was a long time after the conversation that we had had about the medication. I do remember that being the first time I had heard any concern around her mental health up until that point.
Okay, and what point was that, if you remember?
Can you restate the question?
Sure. Let me ask it this way. When she told you that she was having problems or difficulties with the medication and when she was telling you that she was having dark thoughts, do you remember when that was?
Towards the end of January 2023.
Okay. Do you remember, was that in person or was that a message, text message?
Over text message.
Did she explicate or did she explain what the dark thoughts were?
No.
And the next time you saw her after that was at the hospital rehab, correct?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. That's all I have.
Counsel? All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
She told her childhood best friend about her dark thoughts. I guess that's the only person she told because she felt the closest to her.
Commonwealth calls Christopher Clancy.
Christopher Clancy. Okay. Another Clancy. Is it unusual that she's closest with her childhood friend, Amy, and that she would tell her her most deepest, darkest thoughts? Not what they were, but that she was having them.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
All right, call off.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, Christopher William Clancy. CHRISTOPHER
And what's your date of birth?
7/26/61.
Where do you live?
Situate, Mass.
And do you work?
No, I'm retired.
What did you do before you retired?
I was a plumbing contractor.
Is Patrick Clancy your son?
Yes.
When did you first meet Lindsay Clancy?
I don't know what the year was, but I believe I met her for the first time at my at the cottage in Hull. That was my parents' house, and I believe that's when I met her. I think he brought it down there.
Was that before or after she and Patrick had gotten engaged?
That was before.
And eventually they got engaged and got married, correct?
Correct.
And had 3 children, correct?
Correct.
So I want to direct your attention to the time frame after Callan was born in May of 2022. Did you have a chance to observe Lindsay interact with Callan?
Yes.
And what was Lindsay like with Callan?
She was very mothering.
And was she protective?
I would say yes, like any mother would be.
Do you recall describing her previously as very protective of him?
I would say that she was very protective of him.
Was she?
I'm going to tell you right now. If she tries to turn her former father-in-law against her, which is, I can tell that's already the way she's going, because he said, yeah, she was protected like any mother would be. It is well known that not only Patrick Clancy, but his parents and her parents have all stood behind Lindsay since this happened. They say it wasn't her. This wasn't the Lindsay that we know. We never could have predicted this. And again, this is another great example of a prosecutor reading a police interview or listening to it through her headphones and thinking, oh, this witness is going to be really helpful for me. And I just don't see it going that way. Let's see how it goes. She's trying to get him to say that she was overly protective in a bad way. Remember, this man's wife is also a labor and delivery nurse. Lindsay's former mother-in-law, who was really trying to help her.
in terms of how protective she was of Callan versus Dawson and Cora, was she more, less, or the same?
I would say she was more of the same when the babies were little, when the babies were young.
So is that something typical when she would have one of the children? She'd be very protective when they were first born?
Yes, I think that's like any other mother, though.
And how often would you see the family?
We saw them regularly. They lived not too far from us. They lived in Weymouth first, and we saw them regularly.
And then eventually they moved to Duxbury?
Yes.
And directing your attention to the time frame between November 16th, 2022 and Thanksgiving of that year, did you see them at your house?
I think they did come up to our house one time. Might have been a Saturday or a Sunday.
Okay. And why did they come over that day?
I think they just came over to say hi.
And what was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
Very good.
And was there any difference in her behavior or speech pattern than what you'd seen with her previously?
Not that day.
And how was that visit?
Very good.
Did you then see them at or around Thanksgiving?
Yes, we did.
And where was that?
That was at my daughter Laura's house in Hamilton.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean
in Hamilton.
And did you interact with Lindsay that day?
Yes.
What was her demeanor that day?
She seemed a little, how do you say it? Let me think for a minute. She seemed quiet.
Okay. And did she seem to interact with everyone there as she normally would?
Yeah, she was very close with my daughters and her sister-in-law.
Do you recall them wearing coordinating shirts that day?
I think so.
And during dinner that day, did you make observations of Lindsay getting the kids settled down for dinner?
I did.
And did you see her interact with Dawson?
Yes, I did.
And can you describe that interaction, please?
Mm-hmm. She was getting a little frustrated. Dawson was being a little silly, and she was trying to get him to sit down. And she was just a little bit getting frustrated with him, and I noticed it. So I got up to help her.
And when you saw her getting frustrated with him, did you see her do something to get him seated?
She took him by the arm to get him seated. It wasn't anything crazy.
Right. It's not like she hit him or anything like that.
No.
Right? She just took his arm and guided him to the seat. Is that correct?
Correct.
But you could see that she was frustrated.
I could.
And so you stepped in to help her, right?
Correct.
And what did you do to help?
I got her a plate, I believe. There were a lot of people, so it was just a little chaotic.
Anybody ever been at a party with a lot of people? It's chaotic. You have little kids, toddlers. They're running around. They're maybe, misbehaving a little bit. You're trying to get them to sit down, just like every mother ever. That time he was maybe 3. Remember the chasing stage when the terrible 2s really are the terrible 3s, if you know, you know. And you're just trying to get them to sit down so that you could maybe eat. How many meals did you never eat as a mother with maybe 3 kids under 5? The time that you spent eating over the sink, eating over the garbage pail just to get something to eat because you never get to sit down. And she's somehow going to twist this into, she was so frustrated with Dawson that she killed him first. I'm telling you, that's where she's going with this. This was around Thanksgiving. There were a lot of people there. But she must not have been suffering from any sort of depression or psychosis because she was able to coordinate the shirts that she wore with her sisters-in-law. We've seen this picture before. The 3 of them in coordinating shirts, not exactly matching. They certainly weren't wearing bows on the back of their head. But this is gross and disgusting. And this man felt bad for her and even got up to help with his grandson. Okay, not a lot of grandfathers will do that. This man did. Just like any other mom, just a normal mom. You know who's just a normal mom or was just a normal mom? Lindsay Clancy was just a normal mom. Thank you, Tewksbury's Backpack, for gifting 10 memberships. You're amazing. And I love your username. And I love when people take my snarky comments and turn them into a username. This is not going to go well for her. Let's see how much Christopher Clancy is going to tolerate every single one of us with a toddler, right?
Now, directing your attention to the weekend before Christmas 2022, did you stop by their home that weekend?
I believe we did, yeah.
And who was there?
Her parents.
So it'd be Lindsay's parents, Lindsay, Patrick, and the kids?
Yes.
And were you by yourself or with your wife?
I was with my wife.
And was there a specific point for everyone stopping by and gathering that day?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Were you and your wife checking in or helping out that day?
We might have just been going down to check on things.
Okay. Did you know that there were some struggles going on at that point?
I did.
And did you know that Lindsay was, specifically Lindsay was having some struggles at that point?
Yes.
Did you stop by again a few nights before Christmas?
I thought that's the night you were talking about. Yes, I guess we did.
Okay. And when you stopped by the night before Christmas, do you recall who?
Christmas Eve? Can we call it Christmas Eve? Thank you, Christina, for gifting 5 memberships. You too are very amazing. And also Angela Sanders Books gifted 5 memberships. You guys are super generous today, and I love you so much.
Who was there that day?
I think the same people, but I'm not positive.
So Lindsay's parents, Lindsay, Patrick, and the kids?
Yes.
And what was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
It was okay. It wasn't terrible.
Do you recall testifying previously and saying that she seemed like she was in good spirits?
Yes.
Would that be accurate?
Yes.
And when you were there at the house that day, did you make plans for the following day for Christmas Day?
Yes, we made plans to go to Mass.
And who was going to go to Mass?
Lindsay, Patrick, the kids, my wife Sue, and me.
And did you all, we'll strike that, the following day on Christmas, did you go over to Lindsay's home before going to Mass?
Yes.
Okay. Did you all gather for breakfast?
I don't recall.
And let me approach. Page 33. If you can just read to yourself lines 2 through 7, and then just look up when you're done.
Really? About what now? About whether they went to breakfast? What? You're going to now, again, with the transcript. Anybody ever try to go to Mass with 3 kids under 5? Anyone? Anyone?
Yes.
Okay. Did you all gather for breakfast?
I don't recall.
She's going to impeach him about whether they went for breakfast?
Let me approach.
Really? Really?
33.
You need to refresh his recollection about breakfast.
If you can just read to yourself lines 2 through 7.
Welcome to the upside down, inside out Narnia that is Massachusetts.
All right.
Sometimes we put Chaka in the corner. He's our mascot when we feel like we're in the land of the lost. And that's where we feel like we are right now. In the land of the lost, motion for Chaka is granted. There he is. If you're a 70s kid, you might remember Chaka.
Okay.
Does that refresh your memory, sir?
Yes.
So did you go over that day for breakfast?
Yes.
And how was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
It was good. She looked beautiful. She had a beautiful dress on.
And do you recall saying previously she seemed very happy that day?
Yes, she did.
And after breakfast, did everyone go to church as planned?
Yes.
And how were the children in church?
Fantastic.
Very well behaved.
Very well.
And then after church, did you have a conversation with Lindsay outside of the church?
I think we talked a little bit. I don't remember what we said, but we were going our separate ways.
Do you recall saying previously that Lindsay said she was glad she came and she really loved it?
Yes.
What was her demeanor while she was engaging with you after Mass?
She was quiet. She said that she liked the Mass and she was really happy that she went.
And do you recall saying before that Strike that. Do you recall after that conversation, you guys hugged each other and went your separate ways?
Yes.
Are people who are suffering from depression never happy?
Did you see the family again after Christmas?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Did you go to Cora's birthday party?
No.
Was it more of a kids gathering at a trampoline place?
That's what I heard.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Did you have plans to see them Tuesday, January 24th, 2023?
No.
Do you recall saying previously that there were plans to get together for dinner that night, but they changed because your wife had plans with her brother?
No, we never had plans to go there Tuesday night. They asked us to come to the Tuesday night, but we already had plans with Sue's sister Joan.
Okay, so there weren't set plans, but you were asked to come to their house that night.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you couldn't go because you had other plans.
Right, we were going to make it for Friday.
Imagine the guilt that they feel that they were invited over for dinner the night of the killings and they didn't go because they had other plans. And imagine the survivor's guilt that they feel that, oh my God, if we only went over there for dinner that night, maybe this would not have happened. Great job, prosecutor. Great job. She was trying to say that Lindsay canceled the plans because she had a plan to kill the kids and didn't want them there. And he said, no, we had other plans. We were never going to go there for dinner.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah, with Sue's sister Joan. Yeah.
Plans with her brother?
No, we never had plans to go there Tuesday night. They asked us to come to the Tuesday night, but we already had plans with Sue's sister Joan.
Okay, so there weren't set plans, but you were asked to come to their house that night.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you couldn't go because you had other plans.
Right, we were going to make it for Friday.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that because you just blew up her whole theory.
In terms of your interaction with Lindsay and Patrick and the kids, while there were some struggles going on, did you and your wife offer to take the kids to your house overnight to kind of give them a break?
I did mention that to my son.
And was that offer declined?
Yes.
And
even they knew that
going back to
even they knew that Lindsay needed a break and they offered to take the kids. Who declined the plan? Patrick or Lindsay? They knew they needed a break, or she needed a break. Her mother-in-law did.
Thanksgiving of 2022.
Hold on.
I did mention that to my son.
While there were some struggles going on, Lindsay and Patrick and the kids, while there were some struggles going on, did you and your wife offer to take the kids to your house overnight to kind of give them a break?
I did mention that to my son.
And was that offer declined?
Yes.
And going back to Thanksgiving of 2022, when you were interacting with Lindsay, I think you previously said that her demeanor was good. She was quiet. Did you also say at one point she had a little blankness to her at times?
She seemed to at times.
And can you tell us like what that was?
Just like a stare.
Kind of staring off into the distance, distracted?
No, just not totally interacting. Just sort of.
Okay. So at some points.
Almost like nervous, kind of like.
Nerves.
Almost just like, something like that.
Okay. So.
Oh, was she like a zombie? Staring a blank stare like a zombie would have?
At some points, she was staring a little bit, seemed a little nervous, but then in other times she was interacting with everyone as she normally would.
Pretty much.
Okay. Polar?
You mentioned earlier when you were talking about Lindsay having a little bit of difficulty getting Dawson seated at Thanksgiving that he was being a little silly.
Yeah.
Was that typical for him to behave in that way?
Yeah, he was a handful, but he was good. He was a good boy.
He was a handful. Put a pin in that. Put a pin in that. Put a pin in that. Grandpa even says Dawson was a handful. Put a pin in that because there's going to be a Facebook post by Lindsay about Dawson being a handful.
Going back to the night of January 24th, 2023, at some point in time that night, did you get a phone call from Patrick?
In January?
January 24th, 2023.
Yes.
Night of the
yes, we did.
And what was his demeanor during that call?
Is this the night of the?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
It was terrible.
And did you and your wife leave your home and head to the hospital to be with him?
Yes.
Thank you.
What was his demeanor when he called you to tell you that his kids were dead?
Reddington.
Thank you.
I suggest that if she wants to continue being a prosecutor and trying murder cases, that she might want to work on her soft touch. That's all. Maybe just a little tiny bit. Here's Cross.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Clancy, just a couple of questions. You were summoned to be here by the DA, is that correct?
Correct.
And you gave statements to whoever wanted statements. You were very cooperative with the investigation, is that right?
Yes.
And being as you're the obviously grandfather and father of Pat, over the years from the time they were dating, engaged, married, kids, you and your wife were pretty close with both of them, were you not?
Yes.
Do you have an opinion as to how Lindsay was as a mother that you could see?
She was very, very good. She fed them great. She did a lot of things with them. They did like the all-American family.
And district attorney had asked you about Thanksgiving of 22, November 16th of 22. And she made reference, I think you had responded that she appeared to be quiet. And then she used the term, did you know about the struggles? Can you tell me what the struggles were? Do you know what she meant by that?
I knew.
Go to sidebar.
Sure. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Do you want to go to sidebar again because you're afraid that this witness, the former father-in-law of Lindsay Clancy, might say something that is very, very damaging to your case? Because Kevin Reddington asked him about the struggles. Remember, she asked the question. She opened the door on this. She said, were you aware of it? You knew that they were having some struggles, right? And so you offered to take the children overnight. And he said, yes, we offered to my son.
Tell the jury, I
that
was
we
asking
would do
you.
that. But he declined, or they declined. And so now he's asking, do you know what the struggles were? That's a totally fair question. But she's just afraid that it's going to really hurt her case because she doesn't know what he's going to say.
Thank you, sir. I think I was asking you about the word, the struggles. And can you just tell the jury what was meant by the struggles?
I knew she was having a hard time sleeping. I knew she just didn't feel well. I know she had gone to the emergency room where my wife was working. Those types of struggles.
And just so, obviously for the record, your wife would be Sue?
Yes.
And she's a nurse, labor and delivery at South Shore?
Yes.
And did Lindsay confide, to your knowledge, yes or no, to your wife about some of her issues as a result of which your wife referred her to a person to speak to?
Yes.
Do you know who that person was?
I don't remember the person's name.
Okay, would that be the South Shore perinatal, I think is what it's called?
Yes.
Okay. And understanding that you're the father-in-law, would you agree that the two of you and Lindsay, had a pretty good relationship?
Yes, very good.
And you told us about November 16th and then Thanksgiving of 22 and then up until Christmas and then after Christmas and the time frame actually right up to January 24th. You guys were supposed to get together that night, right?
Correct. Well, no, we weren't. We were asked to come to dinner that night.
But you had other plans?
We had other plans.
Okay. District Attorney asked you about, on a number of occasions, about the time at your home. I think it was on Thanksgiving when Dawson was acting a little rambunctious or silly, and that she guided him to his seat. Was she, to your opinion and what you could observe, did you believe that she was being abusive to him at all?
No.
And you know her mother and father as well, correct?
Yeah.
And the four of you, the in-laws from both sides, you and your wife, Sue, and Lindsay's mother and father, both were all kind of pulling together to try to help this young couple out during that time frame, right?
Yes.
And your son, Patrick, he was very concerned about his wife, was he not?
He was.
And he confided in you on a number of occasions.
Yes.
I'm sorry, sir. Thank you.
Come off.
Nothing further.
All right, thank you, sir. Let me sit down. Thank you.
He said he was sorry. I haven't heard that once from the prosecutor to any witness.
Come up. Could I see you over here? Just getting.
So sorry. Sidebar. That noise machine they have sounds like a
Back here at
heartbeat.
2 o'clock. Break till 2
Sounds like
o'clock.
a hospital machine. I don't like it.
Start the next witness for. Start the next witness for just a couple of minutes. And we're going to break till 2 o'clock. So I'm going to ask you to be ready to come back here at 2 o'clock. Same instructions I've been giving you the whole time during the break. Don't talk about this case with anybody. Don't do any research about this. Don't look into anything about this case or any similar cases. And I'll see you at 2 o'clock. You have a nice break. Okay, thank you.
Court, all right.
See if they're going to talk about the motions now.
Here's the next courtroom.
So we'll be in recess on this matter till 2 o'clock.
Court all rise.
Recess, folks.
Okay, we have some time to talk. We have some time to look at the new jury instruction that was drafted just this year in 2026. The one I pulled up for you the other day was a 2022 version. And so it has been amended again in 2026. And I want to take a look at it with you. Because I told you when I was reading it that I would have a hard time finding not guilty by reason of insanity if that was the instruction that I was given as a juror. And I think a lot of you had a problem with it too, and you didn't know. But now it's different. So we're going to take a look at that. Thank you, Samantha. There were a couple super chat comments that you sent in earlier that I did put up on the screen at the time. And Ladybug says, these ADAs are perpetuating so many myths about mental illness. It's as bad as the prosecutor in the Aaron Spencer case suggesting a child can consent to a relationship. It's incredibly disheartening. Thank you so very much for your 10. Michael, this was a good question. So I said, during closing, can Kevin Reddington bring up what happened to Perez Hilton to show how fast some of these mental conditions can occur and their side effects? No, no, and no. No, it has nothing to do with this case. It is completely irrelevant. And I could see where you could think that he might want to, but the answer would be no. Thank you, Michael. Hold, please. Let's see how it goes. It says, all this is proving is that Lindsay was a loving mother. Clearly something would have had to go terribly wrong in her brain. Masking mental illness is real. Sweet Lorraine said, are they trying to say that she gave them laxatives? I'm not sure at what point this came into the stream, but they did tell her to get Miralax for Cora. And so, because she was constipated, and that's what she sent Patrick to the CVS to get. CJ Girl says, my daughter was in children's because she wouldn't go to school. Her bowels almost perforated, had to get Miralax. That's terrible. Lex said, so far the Commonwealth has proven she was a kind, loving, and caring mother. Great job. I mean, we heard from, let's see, Patrick's dad was the think he was the 7th witness of the day. And most, if not all, of the witnesses I thought were very helpful to Lindsay. Yeah, Amy was number 7. And so we heard from 8 witnesses this morning, 8. I will recap for those of you that are just tuning in a moment, as soon as we go through the rest of these questions. Allegedly, Melanie says, with every witness, the Commonwealth is just proving that Lindsay is telling the truth. Bring them all out. It seemed like a lot of helpful for the defense. A lot of witnesses were helpful for the defense today. Lindsay said, it also, in my opinion, proves it was not premeditated, because why would she send him for meds for a child she was going to unalive before he returned from the store? Good point. Mandy Moore said, oh, the Mandy Moore? The Mandy Moore? Did you all see the creators covering jury reactions? No, I didn't see any of them. Apparently, when the Commonwealth asked the DNA witness yesterday, how many people are there on the planet? 2 jurors started laughing. Oh no, I didn't see that. Meditating Honey Badger, thanks for your 20. The Commonwealth's parade of witnesses calling Lindsay an excellent mother is bad for their case. When I was on jury duty, most witnesses described the defendant as helpful, cooperative, concerned, etc. It made a difference to the jury. Thank you for your 20. June Mom said, did you just say 34 Fairview? LOL, Freudian slip. No, that was totally intentional. Totally intentional. We've covered a lot of trials in Massachusetts. And for some reason, that is pretty obvious, every investigation that we see somehow has a parallel or a contradiction or a contrast to the way the investigation was done into the murder of Boston police officer John O'Keefe. And so I point those out. So thank you for your super chat. Oh, Sheila says PPD was removed from the DSM in the 80s. Oh, I don't have any receipts on that, but thank you for being here for 11 months. Julianne said, this witness reminds me of the girl from Miss Congeniality, Miss Rhode Island, with Sandra Bullock. Very sweet lady. Thanks, Julianne. Never said, all this testimony is reinforcing that she had a mental break. April Lynn says, if I was a resident in Massachusetts, I'd be so upset about all the money spent on incompetent prosecutors and police. Sasha's dog mom, thanks for your 5, says, I'm starting to think the Commonwealth is throwing this case on purpose. Daleen Jordan is here. She says, I'm a hairdresser in Quincy, Mass, and I got a TV during the Karen Reed trial, and we watched you every day. I love that so much for us. I love it. One of the many reasons why I try and keep my language clean, because I know it's up on TVs in certain places, nail salons, hair salons. The nurses are watching at the hospital. Shout out to all the nurses. Shout out to the nurses at the Brigham if you're watching today. You guys were on strike. We were fully supportive of you. We love our nurses. We have so many nurses in the chat. Snark Tank Cupcake says they're hung up on that she wouldn't have been able to carry on conversations like normal if she were suffering from any sort of psychosis. They must have an expert who's going to come in and say that a way that you can tell that someone is psychotic is that their speech patterns are different and their speech patterns change, and you can't communicate with them and they can't communicate with you, and they can't understand what you're saying and you can't understand what they're saying. I would suggest to you that not every psychotic break looks the same, but again, I'm not an expert witness. I've just been a litigator for over 30 years. Stella says, in my opinion, justice for the children would be their mommy getting the help that she needs. Thank you, Stella, who has a soul, from tuning in from across the pond. Melissa says, I lost my dad in March, and let me say, I feel like a zombie, but I put on a great face and I dress every day to get through it. I'm so sorry for your loss. Let's see how it goes. Says the disservice that this prosecution is doing to the mental health community, it's astounding. Saying you should look a certain way is ignorant. Yes. Mary Frances 617 says, thanks for the BWH shout out. Oh, I love my nurses. I love all my nurses. Hospice nurses, particularly, because I've dealt with hospice nurses in my lifetime, are angels put here on earth for people who need them. Shastar sharing personal experience, says feeling like a zombie equals sitting down to have a shower or do makeup instead of standing, not having the energy to shower, so sponge bath instead, or wash hair to save energy for other tasks, etc. Kick Rock says normal is relative. I'm sure she didn't imagine Lindsay would do this to her children. Right. Right. Imagine the guilt that her friends and family are living with too, that they should have seen the signs, that they could have done something more. Maybe they could have prevented this. Noelle says, did you look like a zombie? The equivalent of I'm so hungry I could eat a horse. Just because you didn't eat a horse doesn't mean you weren't hungry. Right. Mrs. Bernsey says, nothing better than to watch Melanie while watching my kids in the wave pool at Great Wolf Lodge. Poker knows you're at Great Wolf Lodge. Have fun. Have fun. Princess Peach and Tennessee Lake Gal, welcome. Everyone, don't forget to hit the like button. It helps the algorithm. It helps more people learn about the show and the stream. Big Hoss does another terrible job by the Commonwealth, Mel. Listen. If I was trying this case, it would look a lot different. I think there's a lot of prosecutors out there who also would try this case a lot differently. In fact, somebody out there in the social media sphere, a prosecutor who I have very different opinions with, usually on the regular, is all of a sudden now also speaking out about how bad the prosecution is in this case. And so it's interesting to see the opinions of people who hated Karen Reed so much, even though John O'Keefe wasn't hit by a car, which is so weird to me, are now having a totally different take on the Lindsay Clancy trial. It's interesting. Mac MSN and Khaleesi says, my late brother had schizophrenia. He heard voices always. He interacted normally, speech pattern normal, and he told only family and friends with changes in voices. That's so interesting. Thank you for schooling us from your own personal experience. Thanks, Jamie, for telling everyone to hit the like button. Christina, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. I think I thanked you earlier, but I'll do it again. Ms. Trial says, defense needs to focus on pharmaceutical toxicity and not PPD. I'm not sure if they have an expert in that, but we'll see. I hope they do, because I think you're right. Bamber pointing out she wasn't allowed to talk about the kids. Nervous in Norfolk says maybe Lindsay was nowhere near ready to talk to anyone, right? Lynn Dalton says that she had a TBI with terrifying hallucinations. Oh, wow. An assignment was to tell family. They thought I was full of it, so I didn't. Thank God for my bestie. Thank you, Lynn. And for those of you who don't know, a TBI is a traumatic brain injury. Curiouser and curiouser, in my opinion, what if Lindsay, if Lindsay was cognizant in that moment, she wouldn't have been able to harm them. Also, how you present doesn't always reflect how you feel. Right. Right. That is masking. Masking is a thing. Big Hoss says, after watching all these cases over the last however many years, I ask, is there a good ADA in Massachusetts? He says, LOL, what a joke. Jamie Ricky, thanks for your super sticker. Tracy Cooley says the ADA is disgusting. Thanks for your thoughts. Samantha says, plot twist, prosecutors are throwing this case because they know that jail doesn't have the resources for her high medical needs and needs to stay in a nursing facility. I don't think so. I think if they really cared about justice, I think they would have stipulated to the killings and let her plead to that. And then they may have gone to trial only on criminal responsibility and whether or not she was criminally sane at the time of these acts. Because many people think, how could anybody who was sane do this to their children? But they didn't do that. So I don't think she's trying to throw it on purpose. I think she just sucks. It's my opinion, and I'm sticking to it for now until she proves otherwise. And so far, every day that goes by, she's proving that she sucks more. My Dog Loves Blueberries is a new member. Welcome. I think you're going to like it here, as is Tracy Feeney, Jean Taggart, Alicia Sargent. Welcome. Nicole says, I would love to hear your thoughts on the Commonwealth and her bows and the social media frenzy about it. Yeah, there is a social media frenzy about it. I've asked my chat to stop talking about it. She's not wearing one today. But didn't she say in her opening that Cora loved to wear bows in her hair? And so to me, I think it's a subliminal message to the jury to remind them of Cora and maybe to torture Lindsay. I think it is a horrible fashion choice for an adult. I have said that many times before. Not a fan. Not a fan. Same way I feel about a lawyer in a suit and tie carrying a backpack to court in your 40s, 50s, and 60s. I think it's inappropriate. I don't think they can tell her not to wear it, but it's a choice I would not have made. And again, when you're trying a case, your wardrobe is very specific. Very specific. She is wearing one today? I didn't see it. Well, you know what? I've tuned out to it then. I've tuned out to it. Karen says, Robin Williams was depressed, yet one of the funniest men. I live in the corrupt state of Massachusetts, and they're proving nothing. Thank you for that. Lynn, thank you for becoming a member. Jean Taggart says, excited, I just became a member. Welcome. The prosecutor has proven her insanity case if I were a juror here. I have to tell you, too, that my opinion has shifted. My opinion has shifted more into thinking that this was a psychotic break because of all the witnesses who are saying she was fine. She seemed fine. She was a loving mother, a great mother. The preschool teachers, 3 of them testified today. She was a great mom. She was a great mom. The pediatrician said she was a great mom. She loved her kids. She wanted to have kids. Her nursing, her friend who was a nurse, her friend from childhood, they all said she was amazing. They also said that she had told them that she was going through some things. And Amy went so far as to say, she told me she was having dark thoughts. They also all knew about her struggles and her medication changes and her seeking treatment. And so to me now, I am more convinced than I have been up until day 8 that she did suffer a psychotic break. And I think, and I hope that the experts are only going to solidify that for me and you and the jury. Her own father-in-law, right? Thank you. LRH says that I'm a class act and do a great job with this heartbreaking situation. You're also beautiful. Oh, thank you so much for your compliment. I love that so much for me. Thanks for your 50. You're a sweetheart. Nicole said, I wonder when the prosecutor realized she called a complimentary all-star witness lineup for the defense. And that's the thing. She didn't have to call these people. They were on the defense witness list as well. Maybe she wanted to get ahead of them. But what she did was, in my opinion, she read the witness statements from the MSP. She saw some nuggets in there that she thought would be really helpful for her. Like Lindsay was acting normal 3 months before the killings, and so therefore she was normal. And it was a huge misstep, in my opinion. CN Red Flag says, the more the trial goes on, the more it's obvious that this is a witch hunt. This is not justice. Thank you. We've covered a lot of trials in Massachusetts. We have covered, and I'm very selective about the trials that I choose to cover, and you know that. I don't cover trials because they're popular. I cover trials because I feel very strongly about them. In some cases, I feel like they are overcharging, that they are on a witch hunt, and that the more cases I cover against women in Massachusetts, I'm beginning to think that part of it is misogyny. Okay? Penny McGee, Lucy Medina, Kelsey Fitzsimmons, Karen Reed tried twice, Lindsay Clancy. It's like they're not reading the room, and this is horrific what is going on. And all of them were in Massachusetts. And then Kevin Reddington got Dr. Harry Turkoff on a manslaughter charge when he strangled his wife, Katie McLean, to death. Make that make sense. Am I covering the Sandra Birchmore trial? I did a big show yesterday on Sandra Birchmore. There will be no cameras in that trial against Matthew Farwell because it's federal court. And so while I will be able to cover it, we will not be able to watch it together. And that is unfortunate, but that's the way it is. Alexandra says, the prosecution of Lindsay undermines mental health issues, treating them as liabilities. Yet when those truly in need seek help, their struggles are weaponized against them instead of supported, right? Which is another reason why it may very well be that the statistics are unreported, because if you think your children are going to get taken away from you and put into foster care, many people I would submit to you do not report or try and get help. But Lindsay did. Thank you for your 10. Kokomo, Indiana says, I'm a man who tried 2 times to end it when I was 19. Talk about it with any visitors in the unit. You didn't talk about it with any visitors in the unit? Thank you so much for being here for 9 months, and I'm so sorry. Local Wars, Wisconsin said, my female battle buddy was in full homicidal psychosis, and local law enforcement put in their report, we were partying. My response was, my friend and I laughed together during a war. It's called coping. Thank you for your 10 and your sharing. Kelly said, no PPD or kids, but for the past 4 months, I've functioned on 3 to 4 hours of sleep. That's really hard, Kelly. I still go out not looking like a zombie and scarecrow, and I converse intelligently. Right. Right. Thanks, Kelly. Donna says, thanks. Thank you for the compliment, Donna. And thanks for being here for 26 months. I appreciate you. Kelly, you're an OG. Donna, Texas. Donna, Texas, red. Kelly, welcome. Megan, keeping you company at 36,000 feet. It's worth paying for the Wi-Fi if you're not flying JetBlue, where you get it for free. Or Delta if you're a Sky Miles member. It's worth paying for it, right? Thanks, Megan, for being here. Safe travels. Babe's mom said this is heartbreaking for everyone involved. I know. Here's Scott, LawTube's most hated mod, who did 25 years with the NYPD. He says, I see things differently than others with over 700 arrests, male and female, and kids. Guilty until proven innocent. Lindsay is not guilty by reason of insanity. Coming from you, that says a lot, Scott, because you've seen a lot of bad stuff in your 25 years with the NYPD. Let's take a look at the new and revised and improved model jury instructions on criminal responsibility. And this is important. If you haven't been here to hear this before, we're going to talk about it now. These are the instructions the jury will be given at the end of the case about criminal responsibility or the insanity defense in Massachusetts. Because Lindsay has chosen to plead not guilty by reason of insanity, which is now called lack of criminal responsibility. Hold please for 1 second. But first, let me thank you, Janet. Janet, for your Venmo, says, thanks for covering this trial. I appreciate you so much. And Sarah said, by Venmo, prosecutor makes me so angry. If she was changing from breastfeeding to bottle, of course, this is hard. Thank you, Sarah. Nadine says, thank you for covering this trial. Thank you, Nadine, for your Venmo. Michelle said, this prosecutor's case is going down faster than the Titanic. She says, feels like the prosecutor didn't do much prep. Because if she did, they would not have helped Lindsay's case so much. This is a horrific story because of people's ignorance of the understanding of people. Shame on them. I know it's a mean, 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 mean world out there. It really, 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 really 100% is. RB, thanks for your matcha latte. Here she says, I need one too. Okay, let's take a look at the jury instruction. The model jury instruction on homicide 1, criminal responsibility. To prove the defendant guilty of any crime, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was criminally responsible at the time the alleged crime was committed. The Commonwealth bears the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the crime with which she is charged, and also that the defendant is criminally responsible for her conduct. The defendant has no burden to prove a lack of criminal responsibility. Now, this is different than in many other states. In most other states, I would submit to you, the burden is on the defense to show that she was criminally insane at the time of the killings. But in this case, it is the prosecutor's burden. It is a much heavier burden, and the burden is on the prosecutor. Very different and difficult. Thank you, Deborah, for your 20. I appreciate you so much. They're at lunch until 2, everyone, just so you know. Let me put up a banner. It is now 1:21 p.m. here on the East Coast. If you're going to go take a break or go channel surfing, smash the like button on your way out. It is the polite thing to do. Thank you so much. It goes on to say, this is the jury instruction. Criminal responsibility is a legal term. A person is not criminally responsible for his conduct. I'm going to change it to her. For her conduct, if she has a mental disease or defect and as a result of that mental disease or defect, lacks the substantial capacity either to appreciate the criminality or wrongfulness of his conduct or to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law. The phrase mental disease or defect is a legal term, not a medical term. It need not fit into a formal medical diagnosis. There you go. There you go. They don't even have to prove, the defendant needs to prove nothing. But all those people out there rage baiting you by saying she was never diagnosed with postpartum psychosis. She was never diagnosed with postpartum depression. First of all, it was in her history at the Brigham through Epic or whatever it is that they use there. And secondly, the mental disease or defect, according to the pattern jury instructions, tells the jury it's not a medical term, it's a legal term, and it need not fit into a formal medical diagnosis. The phrase mental disease or defect does not include an abnormality characterized only by repeated criminal conduct. It is for you to determine, in light of all the evidence, whether the defendant had a mental disease or defect. If the Commonwealth has proved to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was not suffering from a mental disease or defect at the time of the killing, the Commonwealth has satisfied its burden of proving that the defendant was criminally responsible. And this is why she keeps asking the question. When you were talking to her, did she understand you? Could she carry on a conversation? Were her speech patterns the same? Did she look like a zombie? Because that's how weak their case is. That's how weak their case is. If they had any evidence of, let's say, prior abuse, or if they had any evidence that Lindsay had discovered something like infidelity on the part of her husband, that would be a better motive. They would just say, oh, she found out that he was cheating, and so she got really mad and she wanted to punish him, and that's why she killed the kids. There was nothing wrong with her. So to all those people out there who are trying to blame Patrick for this, oh, you went to New York, blah, 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 blah. Trust me when I tell you, they had all the devices. If there was even a hint or a smidge or a droplet or an inkling that Patrick was cheating, they would be using it. Because that is a better theory than she could carry on a conversation and she didn't look like a zombie. Right? Okay. If the Commonwealth has not proved to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was not suffering from a mental disease or defect at the time of the killing, then you must consider whether, as a result of a mental disease or defect, the defendant lacked the substantial capacity either to appreciate the criminality or wrongfulness of his conduct or to conform his conduct to the requirements of the law. To establish that the defendant had the substantial capacity to conform his conduct to the requirements of the law, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that any mental disease or defect that may have existed did not deprive the defendant of his ability to behave as the law requires, that is, to obey the law. And to me, a better strategy for the prosecution here would have been to concede the postpartum depression and to say, yeah, she had postpartum depression. She did. She was treating for it. She was on, a lot of different medications. They were trying to figure out her medications. And she had postpartum depression. But her postpartum depression did not cause her to not know that what she was doing to the kids was wrong. Do you see the difference? Because as a prosecutor, when you're poo-pooing mental health, right, and saying, oh, no, she wasn't suffering from it, and all of this evidence is coming in through her friends, her family, treating doctors in the hospital, that she was indeed going through something and was on a ton of medications. And you're even bringing in toxicologists to talk about the medication that was in her system at the time. And by saying, no, she didn't have postpartum depression, it's not a thing, you lose credibility with the jury. It would have been far better to say, oh yeah, she was going through it. She had postpartum depression. Many women go through it, but they don't kill their kids. You see the difference? Would have been smarter, because right here, as you see, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that any mental disease or defect that may have existed did not deprive the defendant of her ability to behave as the law requires, that is, to obey the law. And yes, if she died, we'd all be sitting here saying, wow, postpartum psychosis is a bitch. But Holly Mack says, I bet if she died, the same prosecution would have charged Patrick and would be saying her mental health was the reason he did it. Or would they criminally charge the prescribers, the doctors? Listen, remember when Matthew Perry died, tragically, of a ketamine overdose? His doctor faced criminal charges for the ketamine that killed him. And I forget exactly what the sentence was for that doctor, but the drug dealer was charged. A lot of people surrounding Matthew Perry were charged. So I think this is a really dumb way to go about it, and it may tank their case. The word appreciate means to understand rather than merely to know. Criminality means the legal significance of conduct. Wrongfulness means the moral significance. Massachusetts also has a moral certainty standard, which is also different from a lot of states. The Commonwealth must prove that the defendant knew and understood that her conduct was illegal or that it was wrong. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to show that the defendant merely knew or was intellectually aware that her conduct was illegal or wrong. Rather, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that a mental disease or defect did not deprive the defendant of a meaningful understanding of the legal or moral significance of her conduct. The defendant must also have been able to realize in some meaningful way that her conduct was illegal and wrong. In considering whether the Commonwealth has met its burden of proof, you may consider all the evidence that has been presented at this trial. You may consider the facts underlying the crime and evidence of the defendant's actions before and after the crime. You may consider the opinions of any experts who testified and give those opinions whatever weight you think they deserve. Okay, and then we're going to go down to the confinement. Okay, and here it is. The consequences of the verdict of not guilty by reason of lack of criminal responsibility. Note to judge, give at the defendant's request or on the judge's own initiative, absent a defense objection, okay? So either the defendant can ask for this part to be read to the jury, or the judge can read it on his own if the defendant doesn't object. So this is completely, the ball here is completely in the defendant's court as far as reading this part. As I have previously instructed, your decision should be based solely on the evidence and the law of this case. If a defendant is found not guilty by reason of lack of criminal responsibility, the district attorney or another appropriate authority may, and generally does, petition the court to commit the defendant to a mental health facility or to Bridgewater State Hospital. Well, that's only for men, so she won't go there. She's in Tewksbury State Hospital right now, and I've been told that there are other state hospitals that she could go to. So there has to be a petition made after an NG or NCR. I'm going to call it NCR from Massachusetts, not guilty by reason of lack of criminal responsibility. If the court concludes that the defendant is mentally ill and that her discharge would create substantial likelihood of serious harm to herself or others, that's new. The prior jury instruction did not say to herself or others, then the court will grant the petition and commit the defendant to a proper mental health facility, period. Periodically, the court reviews the order of commitment. Okay, so it says periodically. The old instruction said 6 months after and every year following, the court will review the order of commitment. Now, it doesn't say that anymore. It just says periodically. It doesn't give any time frame. If the defendant is still suffering from a mental disease or defect and is still dangerous, then the court will order the defendant to continue to be committed to the mental health facility, period. There is no limit to the number of such renewed orders of commitment as long as the defendant continues to be mentally ill and dangerous. If these conditions do continue, the defendant may remain committed for the duration of her life. And there it is. And I said to you when I read the old jury instruction, I said, I don't know if I was sitting on a jury and I thought that she would be able to just be set free 6 months, a year from now. I don't know. I think it may affect the way some jurors are thinking about it. So that has been taken away. Let me know if you think, hearing this jury instruction, if it would make you easier to find NG, RI, or NCR. It's a lot clearer. It doesn't seem to say every year she's going to get evaluated and she could be out on the streets, soon. And then it says here, if at some point the defendant is no longer mentally ill and dangerous, the court will order her discharge from the mental health facility after a hearing. The district attorney must be notified of any hearing concerning whether the person may be released, and the district attorney may be heard at any such hearing. However, the final decision on whether to recommit or release the defendant is always made by the court. Always made by the court. And again, Andrea Yates drowned her 5 children, I believe in 2001. She was tried. She was convicted of capital murder. Her conviction was overturned. She also said she suffered from postpartum psychosis. Her conviction was overturned because a defense expert, a prosecution expert, this is in Texas, lied and said she must have seen an episode of Law and Order about postpartum psychosis. And then it came out post-trial that there had been no such episode on Law and Order. She was tried again. She was found not guilty by reason of insanity, and she still is committed to a mental health facility 25 years later. And every time it comes up for a hearing about whether she can be released, she doesn't want to be, and she's still there. So let me tell you, tell me if that changes your opinion at all. Cheryl, thank you for your Venmo. Says, what would happen if they hung, if there's a hung jury and they don't retry the case? If they don't retry the case and there's a hung jury, she would be released. If there's a hung jury first and they can't agree, and they decide to not retry her, there would be, she would be released, because there would be what's called a null pros, or they decline to prosecute, they withdraw the charges, she would be released. I don't see that happening here. Karen Reed was tried twice. Cara Rintala had 4 trials. They love to prosecute and they love to re-prosecute. And I think that there would be, or they would be afraid that there would be too much public outcry if they just set her 3 after she killed her 3 children. And I get it. I can see the other side. But there's a lot of people who just won't open their minds to even considering that there could have been a psychotic break here. And that's disturbing. Sarah says, through Venmo, the prosecutor makes me so angry. If she was changing from breastfeeding to bottle, of course this is hard. What mother doesn't worry about milestones? Yeah, Zoe, as far as I know, there's going to be a straight up not guilty option because they're still trying to prove the elements of the crime, right? So if they're still trying to prove the elements of the crime, I don't know why there would not be a not guilty option. We're going to have to wait to see the verdict slip because that's also very important, the verdict slip. In addition to the jury instructions, the second most important thing is the verdict sheet. And the verdict sheet in Karen Reed didn't have there was a bunch of pages that didn't even have a not guilty option on them. Alan Jackson went ballistic. And then Judge Canoni reminded him that he's not from Massachusetts and this is how we do it here. But there should be a not guilty by reason of insanity, and straight up guilty. I don't see why there wouldn't be a not guilty. Her plea is not guilty by reason of insanity. So we've seen some odd verdict sheets before, and I'm sure there may be a fight about it, but the way the prosecution is trying this case, bringing in the medical examiner to talk about the way that the children were murdered, all of the detail involving the murders. If there was not going to be a not guilty option on it, they wouldn't have to talk about all that stuff, right? They tried to just go to the penalty phase here. The defense did, and they said no. They wouldn't do it. They refused to do it. They want to try the case the way they want to try the case. Well, here's the thing, Scott. Scott says, well, I suppose there remains a straight not guilty remaining, but the defense has already conceded she unalived the children. But I don't know if the jury knows that, right? We know that because we've been watching the pretrial and we've seen Kevin Reddington fighting so hard for her and saying, listen, we'll stipulate to the killings. We'll stipulate to it. They haven't stipulated to it in open court. They haven't. There's a lot of crazy people out there on the internet who think that Patrick did it right now. And jury nullification is still a thing, right? It's still a thing. It's a real thing that happens where the jurors are like, listen, I don't care what the evidence says. I don't care what the law says. I'm going to find them not guilty because I say so. And check the box. I'd have to go back and watch Kevin Reddington's opening, but I don't know that he's straight up saying that she did it. I'm going to have to go back. They're not evidence, right? They're not evidence. But again, this is about a fair trial for the defendant. And so in all fairness, there should be a not guilty box on the verdict slip to ensure a fair trial, because she could always come back later and say they didn't even have the option to say I wasn't guilty. There's no video of her committing these acts, right? There's Patrick saying that Lindsay said the kids are in the basement, right? So I'm not sure. So how could there not be a not guilty verdict option on the jury sheet? He said she knows she killed her children. I'm just talking about the verdict slip right now. And it'll be interesting to see. Because despite that, the jury could have that option. They should have that option. And I don't know how 12 people are ever going to agree on this, if they can. What do you think? Yeah, you hear him on the 911 call say she killed the effing kids. But he didn't see it happen. I don't know. It's a good question. And his opening is not evidence, but he keeps saying to the jury, we stipulated about all this. But the things that they've been stipulating to in court are chain of custody issues. Because in Massachusetts, I think there was a recent case that said that you have to call every single person to the stand who touched a piece of evidence to talk about what they did with the piece of evidence to prove chain of custody. And so they were stipulating to that so that they could cut 10 or 20 witnesses off the list by talking about the stipulation. I mean, by agreeing to it. Stella Blue, one of my favorite Grateful Dead songs, says, I hope the jury has as much compassion as the cupcakes do. I don't know. I mean, listen, I don't know that they're going to be able to all agree. As it sits right now, there are 12 women and 6 men in the panel of 18. 6 will wind up being alternates. In Massachusetts, the alternates are picked out of a bingo drum before deliberations. And so we'll see what the actual sitting jury makeup is as we get closer to the end of this case. We are on day 8. And we have about 20 minutes, 19 minutes until they come back from lunch. So I'm going to let the mods take a break. I'm going to take a break. I'd like all of you to take a break, go outside, touch some grass. We need to breathe. I don't know. We had medical, let me just recap for those of you who were not here this morning. Quickly, just tell you who we heard from this morning and what they testified about. Day 8 of the Clancy trial. The first witness to come in was the medical examiner who did Callan's autopsy. Her name is Dr. Springer. And she clearly said that based on all of she described his condition at autopsy, she did the autopsy on January 29th. Strangulation by ligature. Strangulation by ligature was his cause of death. He the autopsy photos were shown to the jury. They had to take an extensive break after that because Lindsay broke down. My understanding is from what you guys told me, and I guess you're following people who are live tweeting, is that the autopsy photos were not shown to the gallery, only to the jury and to the defense table and to counsel, because Patrick Clancy hired an attorney pre-trial to come in to fight for that. Second witness was the pediatrician for the children. She did their checkups. She was questioned by the ADA. She said that she was never told by Lindsay that he had problems taking a bottle or that he had any issues meeting his developmental milestones. With regard to Dawson, she said she knew he had a peanut allergy and Cora had asthma, but she otherwise was healthy. She said that she did, not really know a lot about PPD or PPP, but she didn't see any signs of it. And that on the 24th of January, which we know that was the day of the killings. Oh, thank you so very much, Toby, for your $50 super sticker. You're so very kind and generous. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. Cora was brought in on the 24th of January, 2023 with a complaint of belly pain and that mom seemed fine and that she suggested Miralax. And I said to you, oh, so she didn't send Patrick on a wild goose chase. We knew that she really needed the Miralax. Then on cross, it was brought out that Lindsay was always healthy and happy. She was a doting, concerned mom. She didn't have any complaints about her kids being a pain in the ass. Well, he didn't say pain in the ass. I said that. Those are my notes. Did she tell you that in October of 2022, she was seeing a psychiatrist? No. Did she tell you that she was on any medications? No. And that was the pediatrician. The third witness of the day was Susan, Dawson's preschool teacher. She told us that in October, the drop-offs became harder, which we found out later was because he was clingy. It happens. He was 3. And that she was only his teacher up until Thanksgiving when she went on maternity leave. That Lindsay's demeanor was fine. She was able to understand her. She was able to communicate with her. And the DA said, or the ADA said, oh, and you're a mandated reporter, right? So you would have to report anything if you saw anything. We were like, what? On cross, it was brought out that, what do you mean by drop-offs became harder? That's when it came out that he was a little clingy. The next witness was Susan, another Susan. She also was a preschool teacher for the children in the Sunflowers room. That Lindsay would be the one who was communicating with her on the app. That on the 23rd, she noticed that Cora needed to use the bathroom more times than usual, many times. And that at one point, Cora told her that her mom was in the hospital and that she missed her. The fourth witness was Stephanie. She also worked at the preschool. She knew that Cora loved Princess Sophia. She remembered that Lindsay picked her up on the 23rd, that Cora had a tummy ache. She worked at the school too, right? Yeah. Fifth witness to testify was Andrea, a coworker of Lindsay's for 7 years. She saw her 2 times, once in June and once in November. She said in June she was her typical self for about 2 hours. I think they had lunch or something. Then November of 2022, they also met for lunch. And she said that Lindsay was complaining that she was having trouble sleeping and that she was having anxiety and that she felt like she couldn't go back to work because she wasn't mentally able to care for her patients because of her lack of sleep. That was all brought out on direct. Once again, she was asked, did she have any difficulty understanding you or did you have any difficulty understanding her? No. Were her speech patterns different? No. Did you have any concerns about her harming herself or others? No. She did reach out to a friend with recommendations for a therapist for Lindsay. And Thanksgiving, around Thanksgiving, there were some text messages between her friend Andrea, who's also a labor and delivery nurse, about her postpartum depression and anxiety treatment. It was right there in the text messages between them that her friends knew about her postpartum depression, anxiety, and treatment all the way back Thanksgiving of 2022. Also in January of 2023, January 2nd of 2023, there was a group text message between Andrea and Lindsay and 2 other friends about Lindsay said, they asked her if she could go out when they could all get together. And she said, oh, well, I can't do that right now because I'm in an intensive program. She didn't she said, and then the ADA said, did she tell you Happy New Year? And I guess she did. On January 23rd, she sent Lindsay a text, said, I'm thinking of you. Are you still in your daily program? Or maybe she asked, did you know if she was still in her daily program? My notes are a mess. But Lindsay did tell her that she was trying to find the right medications to be able to sleep at night. I mean, it's all here. It's all in the text messages. Why are they denying it? She said she was having terrible side effects from her medications. Terrible side effects from her medications. She told Andrea this in a text message. And then the ADA asked the most inane question of the day. What was the tone of her text messages? And we all started screaming about how you cannot tell tone in text messages. But her friend did say that she was more positive and she was always hopeful, that she was always hopeful. Always. Kind of backfired. On cross, Reddington said, you've known her since she was 24 years old in nursing school. And Andrea said, yeah, she loved being a nurse. She was an excellent nurse. It was her calling. She's smart. She's incredibly nurturing. But she did tell me at one point that she had brain fog and it put her in a, quote, difficult mental place and that she was having negative side effects from her medication. But Lindsay was not a complainer. And she really wanted to be a mother. And she was checking the cameras on her phone to watch her kids. What mother doesn't now that these things are available? And she was a loving, caring mother. The sixth witness of the day was Bethany, another friend, another lovely friend of Lindsay's. Again, asked about her rate of speech and her change of energy or weird behavior. Did you notice any of that? And Bethany was like, no. But she did seem more tired. I would see her weekly after Callan was born, she said, and she was having difficulty sleeping. But she never told me that she was depressed or had suicidal thoughts. Maybe she was a mommy friend and not as close as the one she knew for 7 years or the one that she knew as a child. In November, they had dinner, 4 of them, and they were concerned. She was concerned about her. But she did not tell them that she was hearing voices or had intrusive thoughts or had thoughts of homicide or suicide, but she was anxious. In January at Cora's birthday party, Lindsay was interacting with others, but she did have a conversation with her where Lindsay told her, I'm not sleeping and I feel like a zombie. And then again, second dumbest question of the day, where she lost a lot of points with us. The ADA said, but did she look like a zombie? Like, did she look like a zombie? Do you remember saying that she seemed fine? Do you remember saying that she seemed fine? She said, I don't really recall that. And I think that was one of the times that she refreshed her recollection with her witness statement given to Massachusetts State Police troopers, that she might have said that she seemed fine, as if that was some big get. And then on cross again, Kevin Reddington brought out that she loved her kids. She was warm, kind, consistent, and loving. And then in the text messages, it showed that Patrick Clancy was supportive and that Lindsay said she was going to cancel going back to work because she was not sleeping well, but she loved her job. And the last time she ever saw Lindsay was at Cora's party. And then witness number 7 was Amy, Lindsay's childhood friend. She's known her since they grew up together in Connecticut. Did you notice any changes in her speech patterns? Did you notice any change in her demeanor? Nope. She said Dawson, she did have some difficulties with Dawson's delivery, that it was more difficult than her delivery with Cora. In November 2022, she went to Connecticut to have breakfast with Amy. She came to Connecticut alone, but typical behavior, nothing out of the ordinary. In January 2023, she texted with Lindsay a few days prior to the killing, and Lindsay told her, this is very important testimony, most explosive, I think, of the day, that her meds were causing her bad side effects and she was having dark thoughts. Dark thoughts. That's what Amy said, dark thoughts. And this is all on direct. And she told Amy she was tapering off the medications to get rid of these horrific side effects. But she seemed hopeful, but she did not tell Amy she was hearing any voices. And then in March of 2023, after the murders, 2 months later, her friend Amy jumped through a lot of hoops to go visit her at Spalding Rehab. And the prosecutor made a big deal to say, she didn't talk about her children with you, did she, though, when you went to see her in the hospital? She didn't talk about her children. She didn't ask about her children. She didn't break down about the fact that she killed her children, did she? And she said, no. And then she said, well, how would you describe her affect? And Amy just said she was neutral. Then on cross, Kevin Reddington got up and he said, don't be nervous. I know you're nervous. Don't be nervous. And he got out of her that Lindsay was a loving person, that she went to visit her. She was in a wheelchair. And that Amy was told by Lindsay's sister, do not bring up the kids. Do not bring up the kids. That's why they didn't talk about it. But all those keyboard warriors out there want you to think she absolutely did not suffer a psychotic break because she didn't bring up her children or ask about her children in the hospital. December 22nd, there were some text messages regarding the side effects about the meds and the dark thoughts. Witness number 8. Yes, thank you, should be a coach, for he's just repeating a mantra. He or she. Grateful Dead mantra. Sometimes, once in a while, you get shown the light in the strangest of places if you look at it right. All in caps, you're going to make me cry. Don't do that. There's a Grateful Dead quote for everything. Witness number 8, Patrick's dad, Lindsay's father-in-law, former father-in-law, Christopher Clancy. ADA wanted to know about in May of 2022 what it was like after Callan was born and what was her mothering like. And he said, like any mother would be. She was a great mother. They had a good visit. Thanksgiving, she seemed a little quiet. This ADA really wanted him to say bad things about Lindsay, and he was not having any of it. Oh, don't you remember, though, at Thanksgiving, around Thanksgiving, she was wearing coordinating shirts with her sisters-in-law? And don't you remember she was getting frustrated with Dawson? And he said, well, yeah, Dawson was acting a little, he didn't want to sit down. And so I got up and I helped her. You know, there were a lot of people there. It was very chaotic. And then the weekend before Christmas, her parents were there too. They knew about her struggles. And then she sort of tried to blow right by the struggles. The night before Christmas, she said, didn't you say that on the night before Christmas, Lindsay was in good spirits and that you made plans to go to mass the next day? And he said, yes. As if somebody who's in a depression or a mental health crisis can't act happy sometimes or be in good spirits ever. I don't know what she's getting at. She actually refreshed his recollection on the fact that they went to breakfast because he didn't remember them going to breakfast. And he said, she said, well, what was she like at breakfast? And he said, she was beautiful. She had on a beautiful dress. She was very happy and the kids were well behaved. It was Christmas. Remember when your kids were little and they would open up all those presents and they'd be so excited because Santa came? I do. And then on Tuesday night, the night of the killings, she wanted Patrick Clancy's dad, Christopher Clancy, to say that they were supposed to go there for dinner, but Lindsay canceled. And that's not what he said. He said, no, we were asked if we could go over there for dinner, but we couldn't go because we had other plans. And imagine if Patrick or Lindsay or both of them knew that if they had company that night and maybe things would have turned out differently. I don't know. And imagine the guilt that they have. He was asked, didn't you ask Patrick if you could take the kids overnight to give them a break? And he said, yes, I offered that, but Patrick declined the offer. And didn't you at one time say that Lindsay just had a blank stare? And he said, well, sometimes she would just stare off into the distance. And then he did say Dawson was a handful. On the 24th, the evening of the 24th, she said, did you get a call from your son? And she was like, and what was his demeanor like? Really? The phone call from son to father about his 3 children being dead and his wife being paralyzed and maybe having killed them in his mind? Insensitive, to say the least. And then on cross, Kevin Reddington got Christopher Clancy to say that they were the all-American family. The all-American family, a beautiful family. And then he got in deeper with the struggles, what the struggles were. And he said that he knew she was having trouble sleep. She wasn't sleeping. And that she had been to the ER where his wife, Sue, works as a labor and delivery nurse. And also they were invited to dinner on the 24th. But they didn't go because they had other plans. And I bet you they wish that they did. I bet you they wish that they did. What do you think? Thanks, Sarah. And Virginia says, you're so compassionate in all your coverage. I love you with all of my heart. Right back. Thank you for being here for 17 months. I do not agree to that. From Norway says, thanks for covering why the expert is excluded. We don't know. They just made another motion. If you want, you can rewind back to when I read that motion earlier this morning, asking for the 3 experts to be admitted. If you just rewind back in the coverage to where you see the papers on the screen, that's where we talked about it. So we don't know if they're excluded or if they will be allowed. I do believe they will be allowed, including Dr. La Posada, because of the defendant's right to a fair trial. It's paramount. Thanks, Babe's mom, for your 10. For Mr. Crowley, says, Melanie, your grace, your guidance, this compassionate chat has helped me see that this is not justice. This young mother was desperate. The system failed her. Now they want to punish her for their failures. Thank you, Mr. Crowley, for having an open mind, for your super chat, and for just being willing to listen and willing to learn and hear. And I think today, for me, was a turning point. Hearing from all the people who knew Lindsay best and saw her every day, that something else was at play here. June Mom 613 says, if ever there was a case when the defense files a motion to dismiss, this would be one I would like to see. Well, usually it's a motion for a directed verdict or at the end of the close of the Commonwealth's case by saying there's no way that a jury could ever find her guilty. But in this case, I don't think so. The question is whether or not she is outright guilty of cold-blooded murder, or she was suffering from a mental disease or defect that caused her to not be criminally responsible for the crimes and to not know that she was committing these crimes, not knowing right from wrong. And it could have happened a split second or an hour before she did it. Or even people who are in psychosis, according to one of her treating doctors, are able to plan, they are able to execute on plans, and they are able to communicate by text message, by phone call. I'm going to go off camera until they come back so that I can eat some of my breakfast, which is still sitting right here. And I hate eating on camera. Talk amongst yourselves for a moment. But when court comes back, I will be back. It is 2:02, so it should happen soon. Be right back. They're taking a longer break than usual. They're taking a longer break than usual. This is wild. So I just went over to Law and Crime to look at their chat for a minute because, you know, sometimes I like to just see what is going on out there. And they've got a poll with over 18,000 votes. And the poll is, do you think Lindsay Clancy should be found guilty of premeditated murder or not criminally responsible? It's got over 18,000 votes. 71% of their chat says not criminally responsible. Where are those people? Did you guys go over there and vote? Is it all of you that went over there to vote? Because there was about, I don't know, 14 or 15,000 of you in here at one point earlier before lunch. So, but if you listen to the comments, or if you read the comments over there, some of them are kind of wild. Maybe they're just the loudest. I know that is really surprising to me. Why didn't she ask her parents to look after the children? My parents look after my nieces and nephews all the time. Also, some parents are not helpful at all. She also checked herself out of inpatient and hardly stuck to her medication regimen. It does take weeks to take full effective medication. Then there's another comment. Everyone that came across Lindsay hardly ever mentioned that she mentioned anything about mental health or needing intensive help. I don't know. Are they watching the same trial that we're watching? We heard from 8 witnesses this morning. All of them said that she was saying that she was struggling. They knew about struggles. They knew about her problems with the antipsychotics, that she was having dark thoughts. Are these people watching the same trial? Because she didn't tell the preschool teachers? We shouldn't give a get out of jail free card because someone is unwell. I'm heartbroken for her, but she still took 3 innocent children. There were some really vitriolic ones, were they? I don't know. It says here somebody said she told Patrick in her text messages that she wanted to hurt the children and he did nothing. I didn't hear that. Where did that come from? Did she text him that she wanted to hurt the children? Did I miss that part of Patrick's testimony? Or was she just saying that she was afraid that something was going to happen to the children? Somebody says, I believe Patrick was complicit and the whole thing as well, because he stood there, did nothing while he knew she was having thoughts of harming the children. Patrick is a beta male. Okay, we're back.
This court is back in session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the record in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including Ms. Clancy, excluding the jury.
All right. Counsel, we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, sure.
Bring the jury.
Court, all rise. Jurors enter.
She was not a complainer. She was
This
also
court is
not
now
a
in
trauma
session.
dumper.
Please be seated.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. For the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including 18 jurors.
Madam Clerk, thank you. Members of the jury, good afternoon. We're going to return to the case. Attorney Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Como calls Kyle Carney.
Relatively full courtroom today. Let's see who Kyle Carney is.
Good afternoon, sir. Stop right here with the right into the clerk, please.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury will not enough coming between the Commonwealth and the partially the truth and the truth so help you God? Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
Just please.
Excuse me, can we proceed?
Sure.
Sidebar.
Hi, good afternoon, sir.
Nice blue blazer, white button down. He looks very Connecticut. Not that that's a diss or anything. He looks very nice. Maybe it's a friend from Connecticut. Yes, all witnesses except for certain family members that have been excluded are sequestered prior to their testimony, meaning they can't sit in the courtroom during other people's testimony. They have to do sidebars when they're in court because the court reporter has to go up and speak into the little thingy and make a record. It's not like they can do their sidebars in the hall.
If I may?
Yes, counsel, go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yeah, Kyle Carney, Kyle
And your date of birth, please.
July 6, 1991.
Beep.
And what town do you live in?
Duxbury.
What do you do for work?
Work in finance.
And are you married?
Yes.
Who's your wife?
Sarah Carney.
And you have children?
Yes.
Does your family or did your family know the Clancy family?
Yes.
And did you know them through your friendship with Patrick Clancy?
Yes.
When did you meet Patrick Clancy?
2009.
And how did you meet?
We went to college together.
And after going through college together, did you remain friends after school?
Yes.
And eventually, did you end up living in Duxbury at the same time Patrick and his family lived in Duxbury?
Yes.
When did you meet Lindsay Clancy?
Maybe 12 years ago.
Did you meet them before they were married? Did you meet Lindsay before she married Patrick?
Yes.
Okay. And then obviously you knew them after they got married and as they had their children.
Yes.
How often would you see Patrick and his family while you were both living in Duxbury?
Maybe every other month.
And would you interact with Lindsay Clancy during those gatherings?
Yes.
And what was her typical demeanor?
Kind, caring.
Did you ever see any changes, significant changes in her behavior or demeanor when you would interact with her?
No.
Did you notice any changes in Lindsay Clancy after the birth of Cora or Dawson?
No.
Directing your attention to after Callan Clancy was born, did you interact with the Clancy family that summer?
Yes.
And how so?
I can't even believe how deep into the friend tree they are going to prove absolutely nothing. Calling Patrick's college friend, who's known him since, 2009. They happened to, good for them. They lived in Duxbury at the same time. They're still friends. They saw each other once every other month. And this is the man that you're calling to find out if Lindsay's demeanor changed? Are you effing kidding me? Ma'am, he's also on the defense witness list. Do you think he's going to help your case? These just happen to be all of the people that the Massachusetts State Police troopers in their investigation decided to speak to. And she's going to call every single one of them? to see if when he saw her once every other month, if he noticed any changes in her behavior? This is desperation. This is unnecessary. This is embarrassing. I have secondhand embarrassment. Secondhand embarrassment.
Maybe beach dinners.
How so? Did you interact with the Clancy family that summer?
Yes.
And how so?
Maybe beach dinners. It's hard to recall exactly.
So you said beach dinners, is that what you said?
Yes.
So basically families gathering together at the beach, having dinner, interacting with each other, is that right?
Sure.
How often would you do that during the summer of 2022?
I couldn't tell you exactly.
More than once?
Yeah, like at least monthly.
Okay. Did you also go fishing with Patrick during that time?
Yes.
Over the summer of 2022, did you notice any differences in Lindsay Clancy's demeanor or behavior?
No.
Throughout the fall of 2022 into the beginning of January 2023, would you see Patrick Clancy?
Yes.
How often did you see him?
Again, maybe once a month, maybe.
And directing your attention to Sunday, January 22nd, 2023, did you have a small gathering at your home?
Yes, their family came over to my house.
Okay. And when you say their family, are you talking about Patrick Clancy and Lindsay Clancy?
And Cora and Dawson, too.
Callan didn't join them?
No.
Was he home with Lindsay's parents?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of gathering that day?
To socialize. It was a nice day out. I was having a fire to burn some brush in my backyard, and thought it'd be nice to invite them to come over and get the kids out and enjoy a nice day.
And what was Lindsay's?
Do you need a purpose to invite some friends over for dinner and get together with your kids? Do you need a purpose? Does it have to be as an occasion like a birthday? The next three witnesses are going to be the Clancy mailman, the Clancy Amazon driver, and the Clancy DoorDash driver who delivered DoorDash to them one time in November near Thanksgiving of 2022 to prove that she was a lazy mother because she wouldn't cook dinner for her family. You mean a beach dinner is like when you go to the beach and you have dinner?
Demeanor that day. And what was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
I'd say quieter than normal.
And do you recall saying previously that the weekend was fairly normal, that Lindsay had always been a little tough to get a beat on, kind of quiet, but you were in the kitchen talking and it seemed normal?
I mean, in the kitchen, we had a conversation and that was normal.
Normal, okay.
She was tough to get a beat on, so she was a, psychotic killer. Because, I said to the police that she was tough to get a beat on. She was a little quiet.
Do you recall describing the day previously as a perfectly normal afternoon, really nice?
It was a nice day, yeah.
Okay.
To him.
And so there was nothing out of the normal that happened that day in terms of Lindsay's behavior or demeanor?
Her behavior, demeanor appeared normal.
Okay. Did you have any problems communicating with her when you had conversation in the kitchen?
No.
Okay. How long was the family there at your house that day?
Maybe a few hours.
And during that time, I believe you described it previously as a normal, great day. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
A normal, great day for him. For him. He doesn't know what's going on inside Lindsay's head. This is how desperate they are. And if we can see it, don't you think the jury can see it too? Did she see any unicorns in your backyard? Was she walking around like a zombie? Did she grab a knife and try and cut herself or anyone else? It was a perfectly normal day, right? It was a beautiful day, right? Didn't you say it was a beautiful day? Didn't you say it was a really great day? Didn't you say you guys had fun? And didn't you say that it was just normal? Everything was just normal? Didn't you say that? Isn't that what you told the police? This is so desperate and it is tanking.
Thank you.
Really? Thank you. That's it. Huh?
Mr. Reddington?
I have no questions. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir.
You
Please step
dragged
down.
him into
Thank you.
court for that? Only because the police interviewed him? How embarrassing. Scraping the barrel of people to bring in here. Not that he's not a very nice and good looking man.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Andrew Chiachio as its next witness.
All right.
You're going to parade every one of Patrick's fishing buddies up to say he never complained, never said anything was wrong. It was just like a normal fishing trip. This guy looks like Michael Proctor. Come to your screen if you can. Oh, loving her turquoise pantsuit, by the way, Madam Clerk. The turquoise pantsuit right now is everything to me. What a beautiful color, as you can see. Tiffany blue is my favorite color. My wall's behind me. She's stunning. We love it.
Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Can you tell the jurors your first and last name?
Andrew Chiachio,
Can you please spell your last name for the record?
Chiachio.
And what do you do for work?
I work for the state police
And how long have you been with the state police?
since December of 2013.
That totally tracks. Totally tracks. Of course he's a Massachusetts State Police trooper because he's got the MSP haircut in which there is none. No hair. Totally bald. Head is shiny. It's all shined up. I'm not saying he's a bad cop. I don't know anything about him. I'm just saying it totally tracks.
And what's your current assignment?
I work for the Plymouth County State Police Detective Unit.
How long have you been with the State Police Detective Unit?
5 years.
And what's your current rank?
Sergeant.
I'm going to draw your attention back to January 24th of the year 2023. Were you still working for the State Police Detective Unit with the District Attorney's Office then?
Yes.
And do you recall being called into an investigation in regards to an incident that happened in the town of Duxbury on January 24th, 2023?
Yes.
Were you assigned as the case officer for that investigation at that time?
No.
But you're aware that a number of the other troopers in your unit were all called out to do different parts of the investigation.
Yes.
Do you recall if you actually went first to 47 Summer Street?
Yes, I did.
Were you quickly assigned to go someplace else and do some follow-up investigation?
Yes.
And one of the places that you went on that night was the CVS in Kingston, correct?
Correct.
That would have been at 189 Summer Street?
Yes.
Why were you asked to go to the CVS in Kingston?
To obtain surveillance video.
And had you learned information that one of the homeowners, the Patrick Clancy, might have visited that location earlier in the evening?
Yes.
And so when you got to the CVS, did you contact somebody in the store in order to try to determine whether there was surveillance?
Yes.
And did you speak with an employee there?
I did.
Do you recall who you spoke to?
Angela Kraus, she was the manager.
Were you able to get access to the surveillance at that time?
Yes.
And were you able to observe the time on the surveillance at the store as it pertains to real time?
Yes.
So tell us how you determined whether the time was accurate.
We look at the live feed and I compare it with my cell phone.
And your cell phone is a department issued cell phone?
Yes.
Did you notice any discrepancies in the timestamps?
I did not.
And after viewing the video surveillance there at CVS, were you able to see Patrick Clancy in the store at CVS?
Yes.
And fair to say you were able to track that he arrived at 17:32:32 and exited the store at 17:37:08.
Yes.
At some point, were you also asked to look for surveillance at a different location?
I was.
What was the second location?
The 3V restaurant
And where is that located?
in Plymouth.
And fair to say it's the address there's 10 Cordage Park Circle.
Yes.
What is 3V?
A restaurant.
Okay. And why did you go there?
To obtain surveillance video.
Again, based on information that you had available to you, did you believe that Patrick Clancy had visited that location earlier in the evening of January 24th?
Yes.
And when you went to the 3V restaurant, did you speak with two employees there?
Yes.
Were you able to access the video surveillance?
I was.
And while at the restaurant, were you able to confirm Patrick Clancy on their video surveillance?
Yes.
Now, as far as their video surveillance timestamps, were you able to observe the timestamps at that location?
I was.
And did you notice any discrepancies about the time?
No.
And what did you do to confirm the time?
I compared the live feed with my cell phone.
Fair to say you were able to determine that the video surveillance did confirm Patrick Clancy arriving at 17:54:14, that he paid for a bag of food and he left the store by the front door at 17:55:01.
Yes.
Now, in addition to gathering the video surveillance, well, let me back up for a second. So on one particular occasion, you were able to go and view the video surveillance, correct?
Yes.
At some later date where you provided with copies of the video surveillance from both the CVS in Kingston and the 3V restaurant in Plymouth.
Yes.
And you brought that back to the state police?
Yes, to the
the
Attorney's
video.
office. Yes.
Okay. Now, as follow-up for this investigation, did you learn information about the route of travel Patrick Clancy took that night to go from his home to these locations?
Yes.
Did you do anything to try to ascertain approximately how much time it would have taken him to go to these locations from his home at 47 Summer Street?
Yes, I mapped it on the Maps application on my iPhone.
Now, do you recall when you did that?
I don't.
When you did this mapping of the locations, did it give you approximate distances and times between the locations?
Yes.
And fair to say, not knowing exactly when it occurred doesn't account for the time Patrick would have been there or any traffic or accidents or anything like that.
Correct.
Right? But as far as you could tell, you were just looking for approximate time frames.
Yes, a general idea.
Now, as part of this investigation, you also were involved in some interviews with potential witnesses.
Yes.
Is that fair to say? Including Paula Musgrove.
Yes.
And who's Paula Musgrove?
The defendant's mother.
And you also spoke to a former nanny of the Clancys named Elaine Flaherty,
Yes.
as well as the employees from CVS, Angela Krause, and Soraya Sweeney.
Yes.
Did you also, or were you also present in follow-up interviews with all of the first responders to the home in Duxbury on January 24th?
Not all of them, but a lot of them.
So that would have been a majority of the paramedic/firefighters from the different towns?
Yes.
On June 12th of 2020.
Would you say that you were the lead investigator or the case manager or the customer service rep? So, I mean, just in case you needed a recap on that, he spent 1 minute at the 3V restaurant and approximately 5 minutes in the CVS.
23, did you apply for and receive a search warrant for 47 Summer Street?
Yes.
And why did you ask for a search warrant then in June of 2023?
We were reviewing photos, crime scene photos, and someone noticed that there was potentially blood stains on the outside of the house that we had not swabbed.
So to your knowledge, on the date of the incident on January 24th, the stains on the outside of the house were not swabbed and collected by the crime lab, right?
Correct.
Did you have further conversations with forensic scientists at the crime lab to determine the viability of obtaining additional swabs all those months later?
At this point, it's hearsay and it's already been cross-examined about.
Allow that, the question just yes or no. Did you speak to somebody, not the answer?
So did you speak to somebody at the crime lab about the possibility of obtaining some biological substances from the home?
Yes.
Yes, we already heard Maureen Hartnett testify that she went back in June, 6 months later, to swab the blood stains on the outside of the house, even though they were photographed right away on the date of the incident or the next day in the daylight. They knew that these blood stains were on the outside of the house, or red-brown stains as they would call them, but they didn't go there to test them until June of 2023. Why, you ask? Why? I'm going to just toss something out there. Because in April of 2023, that is when Aidan Carney, aka Turtle Boy, award-winning journalist, started screaming about the horrific investigation into the murder of Boston police officer John O'Keefe by this very same organization, the Massachusetts State Police. And do you think maybe a light bulb went off in one of these person's bald heads that said, well, maybe we ought to go back there 6 months later and, do a better investigation and maybe test the blood on the outside of the Clancy house? Because it seems like we're going to have some trouble because the Karen Reed team has been giving us trouble for 18 months. And maybe we perhaps, now that Turtle Boy is involved, we should go there and do a better investigation. And yes, I wish that she would clear that frog out of her throat too.
As a result of your conversations, did you then apply and were granted a search warrant?
Yes.
So subsequently, some swabs and shingles were collected from the home at 47 Summer Street.
Correct.
And were you present when that was done?
I was.
On May 15th, 2024, did you have the occasion to go to the Tewksbury State Hospital?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of going there?
To collect DNA from the defendant.
And is there a particular procedure that you, as an investigator, use in order to collect a DNA sample from somebody?
Yeah, we use a DNA collection kit. It has a foam swab that you use to swab.
I'm sorry. You waited. They didn't even collect Lindsay's DNA. Are you hearing this? Until May of 2024? 18 months after the murders is when you decide to get a DNA sample of Lindsay? What? They didn't even have a sample? So they didn't even start testing the DNA until 18 months later? In a triple murder case? Okay. That tracks. Hold on a second. They went to Tewksbury, May 15th of 2024 to get her DNA sample. Okay.
Going there.
To collect DNA from the defendant.
And is there a particular procedure that you, as an investigator, use in order to collect a DNA sample from somebody?
Yeah, we use a DNA collection kit. It has a foam swab that you use to swab the inside of a person's mouth to collect saliva. That's then transferred to a collection card. We let it dry, then seal the kit.
So the swab kind of looks like a lollipop.
Yes.
With a foam and.
Yes.
And you're trained on how to swab the inside of a person's cheek on both sides in order to obtain an adequate sample?
Yes.
And you did that in this case?
I did.
Who did you collect the sample from?
Lollipops and unicorns and hair bows. It's all good. We're all like little children here. They're all going to get on the carousel after they set one up in the parking lot.
The defendant.
And that would be Lindsay Clancy?
Correct.
Were other people present when you did this?
Yes.
Who were they?
Sergeant Josh McCalligan, DPH Police Chief Michael Riggs, and Attorney Reddington.
What did you do with the sample that was collected from the defendant on May 15th, 2024 at the Tewksbury State Hospital?
It was placed in a temporary evidence at the DA's office.
Was that sample then later transported to the State Police Crime Lab?
Yes.
Now, another thing that you did in this investigation sometime later was seek search warrants to Facebook, or what's known as Meta, correct?
Correct.
As well as a particular Facebook group called Attachment Parenting for Littles.
Correct.
Okay, if your mind has started to wander, come back to me. Come back. I know we want the bouncy house, the carousel. Remember the bouncy house? They're going to talk about Lindsay's posts in this Facebook group. So this is important testimony. Come on back to me. I'm going to take it back a sentence. You guys told me it was pronounced Tewksbury, not Tewksbury.
Sample then later transported to the State Police Crime Lab?
Yes.
Now, another thing that you did in this investigation sometime later was seek search warrants to Facebook, or what's known as Meta, correct?
Correct.
As well as a particular Facebook group called Attachment Parenting for Littles.
Correct.
As a result of that warrant, did you receive data back from Facebook?
I did.
And were you able to confirm a Facebook page in the name of Lindsay Marie Clancy?
Yes.
Were you also able to confirm that there's a particular post by the person named Lindsay Marie Clancy, or the Facebook page Lindsay Marie Clancy, on May 5th, 2021 to the Attachment Parenting for Littles group?
Yes.
I'm just going to approach.
Oh, good. Are they going to put it on the big screen so I can read it to you if they don't read it?
No objection. Okay.
I'm just going to show you a document. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
And is this the Facebook post posted by Lindsay Marie Clancy on May 5th, 2021?
It is.
It's from May 5th, 2021.
No objection. That may be
post.
admitted.
May 5th of 2021.
Sergeant Chiachio, just showing you what's now been marked as Exhibit 217 on the screen. Is that a Facebook post from the Attachment Parenting for Littles Facebook group?
Yes.
And through the information you received from the search warrant return, you were able to locate the content of this post in the records for the attachment.
Note the time, it is 2:43. It is 2:43 p.m. on the East Coast. And once again, the feed has jumped. I don't know why that happens, but every day around this time, it happens. Every day around this time. So we were a little bit behind. And I don't know if they're going to read it into the record. Are they going to read it into the record? Is anyone ahead? And so I'm going to read it to you because I know many of you can't come to the screen.
Sergeant Chiachio, just showing you what's now been marked as Exhibit 2.
This is a post in a Facebook group called Attachment Parenting for Littles. And this is a post that is made by Lindsay Marie Clancy on May 5th of 2021. Hello, lovely parents. I'm looking for some advice / solidarity / ideas, ... something, ... anything, ... I'm truly finding my 19-month-old to be the most difficult human I have ever encountered. I mean that with all the love in my heart, but I honestly cannot make it through a day without getting
117
so
on the screen.
frustrated with
Is
him.
that
He's not my first child, ... So not to compare because I know that every child is different, but just for background, this isn't my first rodeo. And it goes on to say, in all caps, every period, single period, thing, period, with him is a battle. And it has been this way for a while since he was maybe 8 months old. I really try to pick my battles and only do what's completely necessary. But I mean everything, ... getting out of his crib in the morning and going downstairs, changing his diaper, getting him dressed, getting him in his seat to eat, getting him in the car seat, getting him out of the car seat, putting on his jacket and shoes to go outside, having him come inside when it's time, going to sleep for his nap. And at night, he fights. Whoops, wait a second. I don't know if I'm going to be able to read the rest. And at night, he fights me every step of the way. So real. I don't know if they're going to even read it into the record.
Of this post in the records for the Attachment Parenting for Littles and confirm that it also appeared to be authored by Lindsay Marie Clancy, correct?
Correct.
Or by the Facebook page of Lindsay Marie Clancy.
Yes.
And fair to say it reads, hello, lovely parents. I'm looking for some advice, solidarity.
Oh, let's see what tone she reads it in. Let's see what tone she chooses to read it. Is it fair to say that it says, oh, my freeze game is so on point. It is fair to say that it says this, and then she's just going to read it into the record? Okay.
It reads, hello, lovely parents. I'm looking for some advice, solidarity, ideas, something, anything. I'm truly finding my 19-month-old to be the most difficult human I've ever encountered. I mean that with all love in my heart, but I honestly cannot make it through a day without getting so frustrated with him. He's not my first child, so not to compare, because I know that every child is different, but just for background, this isn't my first rodeo. Every single thing with him is a battle, and it has been this way for a while, since he was maybe 8 months old. I really try to pick my battles and only do what's completely necessary, but I mean everything, getting out of his crib in the morning and going downstairs, changing his diaper, getting him dressed, getting him in his seat to eat, getting him in the car seat, getting him out of the car seat, putting on his jacket and shoes to go outside, having him come inside when it's time, going to sleep for his nap, and at night, he fights me every step of the way with all these normal daily activities. It constantly feels like I have to force him to do these things, which feels so wrong, but he is always fighting me and crying about doing these very normal things. You recall seeing that message in the records.
I do.
And fair to say there was some comments to the records and also an acknowledgement by the person with the Facebook page, Lindsay Marie Clancy, thanking the contributors for their advice.
Yes.
So she's looking for advice from a community of moms who may be going through the same things. What a monster, huh? And then almost 2 years later, she killed the child that she called very difficult and fighting with her to do normal daily activities. And she was frustrated. And so are you trying to say that for almost 2 years, she planned and plotted his murder? Ma'am, take all the seats. Take them all. Because this is every mother. And listen, when my kids were little and going through this, there was no Facebook. There was no place for me to go and ask other moms what to do. There wasn't a place for that. There is now. And if this is the only thing that you could find to show that she was frustrated with Dawson, because she's going to say, I think she said it in her opening, I don't remember the order now in my head, but she did say in the opening which child she killed first, which child she killed second, and which child she killed third. And there is a motion pending that Reddington made saying the jury should be told to disregard that because there's not going to be any evidence of the order of the killings. So if somebody remembers, maybe she did say in her opening she killed Dawson first. She killed Dawson first because she was frustrated with him. She was plotting his murder for almost 2 years because look at what she wrote on Facebook in May of 2021. Wow. Just wow. Put your thoughts in the chat.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Reddington.
Good afternoon, sir.
So this would be Exhibit 217, which is the Parenting for Littles post by Lindsay, correct?
Correct.
And this was back in May of 2021?
Yes.
And she was talking about her son, who at the time was 19 months old?
That's correct.
Now, as a state police officer, you know how to investigate things, right?
Yes.
You guys must have turned things inside out to find out if Lindsay Clancy was ever abusive to her son, Dawson, right?
That's correct.
Found nothing, did you?
No.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Anything on that?
No, thank you.
Thank
Well
you, sir.
done.
You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
They turned things inside out, upside down to find out that if she ever did anything abusive to the children, and you didn't find anything, did you? No. And that's it. Mic drop.
Sure.
Reddington mad that he has to get up again. Effing again. Okay, shred. He shredded it in less than 20 words. Yeah. I can shred this
There's
witness.
a motion or a hearing.
It's like
All right.
name that tune.
Mem-
I can shred this witness
All
in
right.
less than 5 words.
Members of the jury, there's a motion or a hearing I have to do with the lawyers, and it's going to take a little bit of a while. So I'm going to excuse you for today. Come back tomorrow, 9 o'clock. One of the questions I asked over here was where are we on the time estimate? All right. I'm told that we are on schedule, if not ahead of schedule, in regards to what we told you. All right. So I'm going to excuse you till tomorrow. We're going to stay here, do a few more things. And I'm just going to remind you, as I've said every night, you have to have an open mind. Don't talk about this with anyone. Don't do any research about anything. If you see anything about this case or any similar cases, don't read, listen, or watch anything in regards to that. Don't do any research on this or any matters that you have, questions you have in your mind. Don't take any field trips. Don't happen to just be driving by certain areas that you think you want to double check. We've done that. All right. You've worked so hard in this case so far. I just want you to continue to follow those instructions. And with that, I'm going to excuse you until tomorrow. I would expect, and every time I say this, I'm usually wrong, but I would expect we'd have a pretty full day tomorrow. Okay. And so with that, I hope you have a nice evening. Hope you stay cool. And we will see you tomorrow. So thank you very much.
All right.
You're not the only one, Lex. I love watching motions too. Okay, jury is being sent home for the day at 2:50 p.m. Eastern, and now we are going to watch some motions. There's going to be motions about expert witnesses. There's going to be motions about telling the jury to disregard parts of the opening. Maybe we'll see. We'll see.
In recess until 3 o'clock. We're going to come back. We'll have a hearing on the defendant's motion for permission to call certain witnesses. And so we'll have a hearing on that at 3 o'clock. All right. So we'll be in recess. So basically, parties can kind of get themselves oriented in regards to that motion. So we'll be in recess.
Court, all rise.
And that will be in something like 6 minutes from now. So they need some time to get their act together. Especially the prosecutor, I would submit to you. And it is going to be the motion that I read to you earlier this morning about defense wanting to call 3 expert witnesses that were previously tabled until trial. And so that's going to be 6 minutes from now. And until then, we can chit chat amongst ourselves for a few minutes. Lex P says, am I the only one who loves watching motions almost more than trial? No, I really like motions too. Because the attorneys are not performing for a jury at that point. They're just talking to the judge and fighting amongst themselves. And I like it. Yeah, the Facebook post was from May of 2021. Yeah, it was. It absolutely was. Your ears aren't broken. But there is someone in the courtroom who has a sensitivity chip that might be missing. I don't know. Lucky Birdie says to the ADA, on the off chance that she watches, I went in leaning in your direction. I'm now permanently outraged. Oh, wow. I only hope you will do some serious soul searching to understand the damage you have done to so many. Love you, Mel. Oh, look at that. Lucky Birdie was flipped. The birdie was flipped. Flipped the birdie. You flipped the birdie, ADA. Well done. Thanks for your 20. Erica says, eat your breakfast at 2 p.m. LOL, dedication at play. That's it. Thank God for DoorDash and a kid who will bring it up to me. Casey says, wait a second. They asked her coworker if she checked the cameras at the home to see how the kids were doing. Was any of that caught on camera? I don't know. She asked her coworker. Yeah, while they were out to dinner, I think. While they were out to dinner, she checked the cameras at home. I think she checked them maybe on her phone. Maybe they're set up like a Ring camera would be. And so I don't know. I don't know why that would be. Oh, was any of the murders caught on camera? No, because I think the camera or the surveillance, I think, was in only Callan's room. I think. I don't know, but that's a great question. Like it was a Nest camera or something. Is there any video in there? That's a great point. I don't know if they're going to try and introduce any video. We do know that allegedly the killings happened in the basement, and I don't know if there were any cameras down there, but that's a good point. UK Anton said, Judge Sullivan's other postpartum has just been overturned. I don't know what you're referring to. Did he have another postpartum case? I don't know, UK Anton, but thank you for your super chat. Champ24 says, can the prosecutors be forced to prosecute a case if they don't want to? You mean like employees of the DA's office? I mean, they could, but they risk being fired. It's kind of like your Johnny Paycheck, you know? You're a W-2 person. Like, what are you going to say? I don't want to. I'm going to take a moral standing about this, and then you could risk losing your job. It has been speculated that Greg Connor, who is running for DA, he's Michael Marcy's like protege, that it has been speculated but not confirmed that he did refuse to try Karen Reed for the second time. That's why they hired Hank Brennan outside the office. The jury's been sent home, but we're going to hear motions in 3 minutes. So if you want to leave for motions, smash the like button on your way out. If you enjoy motions as much as we do, stick around. Tell everyone you know about this case. Yes, we read the motion earlier today. If you want to hear it, scroll back in this particular stream, rewind to, I think, lunchtime. Or I don't know when we read it. maybe it was during the morning break. I think it was during the break after the first witness when Lindsay had to collect herself. And it is the motion about the defense expert witnesses being allowed to testify. I asked because it really seems that Bowhead is trying to lose this case on purpose. Oh no, I feel like she really thinks she's going to win this case. I think that it is so dumb, their theory, and it is so ridiculous that she's grasping at wet paper straws, but she really thinks that this case is going to be the one to like make her career. I don't know. It's bizarre. And trial strategy is pretty much up to you, right? Anybody who's ever watched Law and Order knows that the ADAs discuss it with the DA, but really strategy is up to them. They can go ask, Jack McCoy for advice if they want, or in the new Law and Order, the new DA is Tony Goldwyn, my favorite, who played the president in Scandal, one of my other favorite shows. And they ask for advice, they toss it around, they brainstorm together, but in the end, the ADA who's trying the case really should have the last word on trial strategy. Jess said, Melanie, I live not far from Duxbury. I myself have bipolar disorder. I've been inpatient at McLean's and had PPD. Any questions, feel free. Anybody have any questions, you can tag Jess. I'm sure everyone's experience is different. Thanks, Jess, for your very kind offer. Jordan said, let's see if she calls any women friends who we can speak on PPD, or if she's going to call just men. Well, she did. I don't know if you were here before lunch, but 3 of Lindsay's friends testified earlier in the day. And I did do a very extensive recap of all the testimony from this morning right before the lunch break, if you want to rewind to that. And the 3 witnesses were very helpful for Lindsay, as were the preschool teachers, in my opinion. Shady Norfolk County DA has been here for 18 months and says, thanks for covering this. Only watching it in small bits. I totally get it. If you can't handle it, many people can't. Protect your peace is the most important thing. Villanelle gifted 5 memberships. You know why? Because she's awesome. Thank you, Villanelle. Satu says, during my psych rotation in a locked unit, so many patients admitted with psychosis had stories starting with, I didn't sleep for 2 days. Insomnia wreaks havoc on mental health, especially for those who are already vulnerable. Thank you for letting us know that, Melissa, and for your 20. San Fran 57 says CVS and 3V again, asked and answered 10 times. Yeah, but these are all different witnesses. He's the one who went and got the surveillance footage. This was very interesting part of his testimony. He synced up his own cell phone time with the live feed of the surveillance system at both places. That is so interesting to me. I don't think that was ever done in the John O'Keefe investigation. And I haven't really heard about that being done in any other MSP investigation. Is it a new thing? Is it a very smart thing to do while you're in their surveillance room or whatever they call it, wherever the surveillance is, to look at your phone and look at the live feed time and make sure that the time is correct? How genius is that? He might actually be the smartest MSP trooper that we've ever seen. Sergeant Chiachio. I think that was excellent testimony. They should all do it. It should be like practice. Alicia Joe says, this is painful. I want to hear from PPD. I want to hear from a PPD expert. All this is fluff and the majority irrelevant. Well, if you don't want to hear it, you can always come back later. But the expert that you want to hear, I think, is going to be during the defense's case in chief. And we don't know right now when that's going to be. But we do know they are ahead of schedule. Thank you for tuning in from across the pond. Hartschlag, welcome. Villanelle said, I've only been here 5 minutes, already angry, just popping in again. Thanks for tuning in from down under. Replay is great at the moment, so I can forward ADAs. I just can't with them. She's not guilty for me. Well, you mean not guilty by reason of insanity or straight up not guilty? Even the Law and Crime Chat, 18,000 people voted in that poll. I think it's too early to take a poll. I'm not taking a poll yet. Way too early for me to take a poll. But even in the Law and Crime Chat, with over 18,000 votes, last time I checked, 71% said not criminally responsible, and 29% said guilty of premeditated murder. Thank you for tuning in and for your super chats. Mandy Moore said, how many new moms are watching this and will now second guess reaching out to their mothers, to other mothers or caregivers for advice? So disgusting, but I expect nothing less from Massachusetts. Please, if you are watching and you are struggling, I'm going to put the number back at the bottom of the screen. The National Maternal Mental Health Hotline, 1-833-852-6262. Know that you are not alone, that there is help, and that what you're feeling is legit, but you got to reach out. It's hard, right? It's hard. Listen, I tell my kids this all the time, and anything you put out on the internet is going to stay there forever. Just because you think maybe you deleted it, or maybe, I don't know, the group doesn't exist anymore, or somebody took the group down, or they blocked you, or whatever. Anything that you say on the internet will be there forever. There's no way to really delete it, okay? It's always going to come back to bite you. Julie, thanks for becoming a new member. Nana Bear, thanks for your 5, says, why can't the defense call whomever they choose? Why does it have to be approved? Well, because it was a late exchange of the experts. There are certain time limits by which you are supposed to exchange your expert witnesses with the other side. The Commonwealth said they were exchanged late. We don't have time to prepare questions. We don't have time to research. We don't have time to oppose these experts. And rather than looking for the truth, which is what a prosecutor would do, and just let the experts in so the jury can decide, because it's the way an ethical prosecutor would do it, they fought it all the way, just like they fought a lot of Karen Reed's experts, and some of them were also precluded. Thank you, Denise, for your super sticker. Satu says, thanks, Melanie, for covering this case. Your empathy, sympathy, and sensitivity are a breath of fresh air. Oh, thank you so much for your 20. You're such a beautiful woman, both inside and out. You're very kind. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Sherilyn says, I took a picture of you to my hair lady. Oh, that's funny. Thank you for being here for 23 months, Sherilyn. You're an OG. This is interesting. RAL says, how many jurors might have issues? People don't tell. Well, they were questioned extensively about their mental health history during jury selection. In fact, some of the questions I thought were a little too invasive, like, have you ever suffered from mental issues, or like really invasive? Anybody in your family ever suffered from anything? You ever have therapy? I forget exactly what the questions were, but they tried to screen people out like that, or to see if they could actually put that all aside and be fair and impartial. But also they might have not told the truth, right? Timeless Hysteria says, no criminal background, no abuse, begged, pleaded, tried to get help. She isn't and wasn't a criminal. She was sick. She needed help. And that afternoon, the voices were too loud. I'm heartbroken. Thank you. Thank you for your 10. Fitzer, thanks for becoming a member. Villanelle, again, says not guilty medically. She needs a hospital, not a danger to society, but she's definitely a danger to herself. Much love to Lindsay and families. Yes. And listen, Kevin Reddington has been very, very open with the court and the public during the pretrial hearings, saying that Lindsay still wants to take her own life every single day. And he was very, he wanted to make sure that the courtroom security was tight, because he said to the judge in open court during a hearing several months ago, Judge, she still wants to take her own life, and the security better be tight here, because I don't want it on my head, and I'm sure you don't want it on your head if she does it in this courthouse. Lauren says, I don't feel like she was faking. Not one who is mentally well would have willingly put themselves in a locked unit and be treated like you are crazy. Right. They're saying that she just checked herself out, and so therefore she must have been faking. That's what they want everyone to believe, that she was faking. This is all a big fake out. Nikki Jones says, Reddington just putting his hand on Lindsay's shoulder at the break. Empathy is free, and that said a lot. He was holding her hand, I remember, during one of the maybe openings. And also the camera hasn't been on them that much, so he may have been doing that even more recently than that first day that we saw it. The Truth Drop 25 says, I am a social worker and PPD is very real. Psychosis, not as common, but very real. And all of this is preventable with proper care. Thank you. Thank you for being a voice of hope for some women out there who might be right now struggling with this. Thank you, ACA Jason. This is what the super chat earlier must have been referring to. This was also Sullivan's case. They just announced a new trial for a mother-child murder in Massachusetts from 2022 that Judge Sullivan presided over. Look up LaTarsha Sanders. Supreme Court said the judge did not allow mental health evidence. Oh, so that gives us a little window into what Judge Sully's ruling might be on letting the experts in. Methinks he's going to have to allow it. Interesting timing on that. They're back. It's motion time.
We return back to the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right. Well, what I wanted to do was hear the arguments in regards to the defendant's motion for permission to call witnesses. I know that this was filed this morning, but it's kind of hand in glove with issues that were raised a couple of weeks ago. Same, at least mention the same witnesses. So I'm going to hear first from the defendant. They'll hear from the Commonwealth. I will probably take it under advisement and review some of the other documents, but I want to make this decision as soon as I can, so everybody kind of can plan on how they go based on the decision. So Mr. Reddington, let me hear you first on this.
Thank you. Your Honor, obviously, I don't have to belabor the obvious. This is a murder trial, very serious business. And we've all been working very hard on the discovery, which, as you can tell, is voluminous. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pages of state police interviews. And I mentioned, about with the government. They have cops, they have people going out and interviewing, they have videos, they have chemists, they have detectives, they have local cops. They want a cup of coffee, they can send 5 cops down the street to get one. I'm it, except for my son Patrick, who helps me out getting coffee, all right? And the reason I sound frustrated is that they are objecting 2 weeks ago because they need time to review, to cross-examine doctors on very basic items of evidence that are there. Items of evidence. Not one of those witnesses is adding or bringing anything new to the discovery, if you will. And not by way of excuse, but, I am a sole practitioner. In the past, May, June, July, in the past 3 months, I've had a murder, a rape, and 2 back-to-back federal trials that ended 1 week before we impaneled on this case. I have worked really hard to pull this case together with expert witnesses, civilian witnesses, private investigators been investigating. I provide everything to them as soon as I get it, and they have been doing the same with me. I haven't objected to one thing that they have offered. They put an AutoCAD computer animated display disc on my desk last week. I didn't complain about it, run to you and try to exclude it. I said, fine, no problem, put it in my pile and move on. That's it. So to suggest that they need time to be able to cross-examine both, I've had trials with both of these prosecutors. They're both experienced. They're very, very familiar with the trial of major criminal cases. I feel that they're more than capable of being able to cross-examine, for example, number one, Dr. Volkovich, who is a board-certified emergency medicine physician. His report indicates that he has taken a look at South Shore Hospital. He's taken a look at the Brigham and Women's Hospital. He's taken a look at the photographs. That's their evidence. That's all he looked at. And all he's doing is basically what all of their South Shore doctors came in and testified to as to the nature of the injuries, in his opinion, the type of injury that she suffered, talking about the injuries to the right and left wrist as well as the neck. In his opinion, dealing with suicide attempts, that it's a legitimate suicide attempt. There's no secrets. There's nothing new that they have to prepare to cross-examine him on. Dr. Lapasada is a doctor that is well known to most of us, and I've been using Dr. Lapasada's fine services for the past decade or longer. I know that both of these attorneys are familiar with her. She's not bringing anything new to the table. She's bringing her opinion based upon their evidence as to the medical records, x-rays, all of the rest of the indicia of the injury that she suffered. Now, they're talking about Lindsay going out and hanging off of a window and then doing, like I said, the Spider-Man slide down the side of the house, apparently. Absolutely ridiculous. She dove out that window, she hit her head, and she suffered what Dr. Lapasada refers to as a Jefferson fracture of the spine that is very, very, very typical for this type of an injury. When somebody dives into the shallow end of a pool, they get that injury, unfortunately. When somebody, kids are on a boat and they're drunk and one of them jumps off a mast into the shallow end of the water off of Cape Cod, they get that type of injury.
What did I say? What did I say? Based on her injuries, she absolutely dove out of the window. How do I know that? How do I know that? Because I've been in the business of litigation, civil litigation, specifically plaintiff's lawyer, in the business of injuries for over 30 years. There is no way that she hung out that window and dropped to the ground, because she would have heel fractures, leg fractures, other fractures. We didn't know what Dr. Lapasada was going to testify to, but he's telling us everything. She's going to testify that she did not hang from the window and go down the back of the house like a Spider-Man. She dove out that window head first, and that's why she has a Jefferson fracture and a shattered thoracic spine. Great. Excellent. And after this, I'm going to tell you about the case of LaTarsha Sanders that was just overturned by the SJC and sent back for a new trial, and it was Judge Sullivan's case. Okay? He's going to have to allow it, especially with the timing of this SJC decision.
Superman, when he gets thrown off the horse, 6 feet high, same injury. That's all. She's not bringing any esoteric theory to this case that they need time to prepare. Interestingly enough, the Brigham and Women's Hospital records do make reference to the Jefferson fracture right from jump. She also assists me, as she always does, on.
Okay, so maybe like jump was a bad choice of words there, but yes, this is Judge Sullivan. Maybe jump was a bad choice of words there, but sometimes we have to laugh or we're just going to cry all the time.
She also assists me, as she always does, on autopsy photographs, any indicia of injuries, and it's her opinion that if they try to say that there are bruises to these little babies that were inflicted by her, they're absolutely wrong, and Dr. Lapasada would indicate that these are consistent with either EMT, God bless those first responders, but they were in a panic and they're trying to take care of these kids and pick them up and run them up to their trucks and vehicles. So, and other, obviously the interosseous injection into the legs, the shins, the thighs, all of these bruises are from medical intervention, not Lindsay Clancy. That's what she would testify to. That's it. They don't need time to prepare to cross-examine for that. Finally, I have Dr. Condy. Dr. Condy signed even better than a report. He signed an affidavit. And again, it's based upon medical records that we all have. Way back when this case first started, the government presented the case to the grand jury. First thing I said to Lindsay was sign a release. Let the government get all the medical records. We'll all have access to them. This case is obviously going to be predicated upon the medical records, psychiatric records. We signed every release. They got every document and had them into the grand jury. I got copies. They have copies. Condy would testify to the horrific, in his opinion, I disclosed to them what my opinion would be of the opinions from these doctors that would be testifying, and the report carries that out. I suggest to the court that to strip Lindsay's ability to present evidence in support of her defense, number one, it would not be in the interest of justice. I'd like to hear a DA stand up and say, in the interest of justice, and this.
I don't know why it was buffering. Did you miss it? All right, hold on. I'll rewind it a little bit. Could be YouTube is overloaded or something. All right, I'm going to go take it back a few sentences. It was buffering on my phone too. I just looked at it. Okay, so he's talking about the standard of care. Hold on.
To comply, written jury, I will sign a release, let the government. And again, it's based upon medical records that we all
right, I rewound.
All have. Way back when this case first started, the government presented the case to the grand jury. First thing I said to Lindsay was sign a release, let the government get all the medical records. We'll all have access to them. This case is obviously going to be predicated upon the medical records, psychiatric records. We signed every release. They got every document and had them into the grand jury. I got copies, they have copies. Condy would testify to the horrific, in his opinion, failure to comply with the standard of care that would govern psychiatrists, psychologists, Dr. Tufts, who's going to be testifying tomorrow, nurse practitioner Gelada, the other individual from the McLean Hospital, all records that they've had for years. So they don't need time to prepare for cross-examination. So weeks ago, counsel, after I gave them copies of all of these reports and affidavit, strike that, I'm sorry, the reports I just got, and I just sent them the affidavit from Condy they already have, I disclosed to them what my opinion would be of the opinions from these doctors that would be testifying, and the report carries that out. I suggest to the court that to strip Lindsay's ability to present evidence in support of her defense, number one, it would not be in the interest of justice. I'd like to hear a DA stand up and say, in the interest of justice in this case, because weeks ago we got this information and we're not prepared to testify, to cross-examine the testifying witnesses, I think even Your Honor would agree is a disingenuous argument. She came in and said to you, oh, Rule 14 matters, and it applies to the government just as it applies to the defense, and therefore you should exclude these witnesses. Well, if I messed up, and it's my trial schedule that caused me to not be able to have written reports of the stuff that they've had for years to prepare to cross-examine these witnesses, then it's my fault, and it deprives her of effective assistance of counsel, because that would then deprive her of her defense. This is a pathologist, an emergency room doctor, and a doctor who would testify to the standards that would apply to these doctors that they're going to call as their witnesses, which is another interesting fill-up, if you will, where they're calling Tufts, Gelada, the other individuals from McLean, all treating physicians of her that are all lined up to come in and testify against her on this case. Fine, bring it. But at least give me the ammunition to counter it.
Let me ask you this, kind of go backwards.
Hold on. He fell on the sword here. He's like, this is on me. Okay. I just had 4 trials back to back. It's just me. I'm a guy. I'm a solo guy. My son works with me. He gets me coffee every now and again, but it's just me. Don't hold that against my client, because this late exchange of experts is not prejudicial in any way to the Commonwealth. They have an entire office. They have a whole team. They have their coffee people getting each other coffee. The coffee people have coffee people. It's just me. Don't hold it against my client. The judge has a question. Let's see. Hot bench.
To counter it.
Let me ask you this, kind of go backwards. In regards to Dr. Condy, the affidavit really speaks more towards the standard of care.
That's right. He's not giving an opinion of criminal responsibility.
Right, but I'm struggling to see how that comes in. Now, maybe.
Well, he's the doctor that I'm using for toxicology.
That's what I feel. But the reason I'm asking that is, I'm not sure in this case, is the standard of care necessarily as relevant as opposed to causation? Do you know what I mean?
I think the standard of care does speak to causation.
Because it has to do with the medications and the toxicity and the combinations. The judge is saying, listen, I understand standard of care in Lindsay's civil case, the medical malpractice case, the standard of care becomes very important because that is a medical malpractice case that they failed to give her the proper level of care and that they were, they committed malpractice. And so I think the judge is like, listen, I don't want to just allow you to have this witness to help the civil case, but I think he's going to say that he's going to testify about the toxicity and all the medications that they prescribed her, because that in combination with her postpartum psychosis or an undiagnosed bipolar disorder could have led to psychotic breaks. And I think the judge, you tell him, Kevin.
Doesn't have to use it as standard of care. He can use it as his opinion as to the first doctor that she spoke to, Dr. Tufts, when she presents with a bipolar 1 presentation, and then Tufts prescribes an SSRI to her, which flies in the face of any rational psychiatrist and what they would prescribe and do. He's more than qualified to testify.
That's a different question, and that may be more admissible than someone saying, oh, I found what the standard of care, and I find that this violates it. If we have got an expert who says, listen, I am qualified, I looked at these records, I disagree with that treatment, I'd be more inclined to allow that than to get into the standard of care, which is obviously consistent more with the civil world.
So with that, I can reach out to Dr. Condy and have him delete reference to standard of care in his report and address the actual treatment as to an opinion as to its appropriateness. But again, on the issue that they're raising, that they need time to prepare to cross-examine, I don't think that lies even if he revises his report by removing standard of care.
Well, let me ask you this, because I haven't had an opportunity. This is probably what I'm going to have to look at tonight. Is Dr. Condy adding anything to the expert disclosures that have already been made? Because I know there's disclosures.
He's taking the medical records, Tufts, Gelada, McLean Hospital, and just commenting on the care and the treatment that was presented to her as a patient looking for help. That's all he's doing. He's not adding anything. He's talking about the prescriptions that were provided to her, the SSRIs, the antipsychotics, the benzodiazepines, all of that. That's what his opinion is predicated upon, which is all of the prescriptions that the government has already introduced into evidence and is well aware of.
Right. And but I know that the parties have already exchanged reports months ago, and I know that everybody did that. And I haven't had a chance to review specifically the defendant's reports. And I don't, is there an expert who's going to address these kind of issues already?
No. Dr. Condy was my toxicologist and my physician that would give an opinion as to the appropriateness of the treatment that she received, especially as it relates to the prescriptions. I mean, Dr. Lapisada is a pathologist. She has nothing to do with it. Dr. Zeisel is a psychologist. He has nothing to do with it. Dr. Resnick is a psychiatrist specializing in infanticide. He's not addressing that issue, and nor is Dr. Spinelli, who is a postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis expert. So Dr. Condy is my expert for toxicology.
Sounds like he's got 6 really specialized, really amazing experts. Infanticide, postpartum depression expert.
And care. So Dr. Condy is my expert for toxicology and care, level of care that she received.
All right.
Which guts the defense if their argument that they need time to cross-examine or prepare results in an exclusion.
Okay, come on.
Thank you, Your Honor. With regard to Dr. Condy, one of my points is going to be that his affidavit addresses the standard of care, which is more of the civil issue, but you've already addressed that with defense counsel's pivot that he would then instead testify about the treatment of the defendant in toxicology. looking at the affidavit in which he outlines his qualifications, he's not a toxicologist. He's a physician licensed here in Massachusetts. He's done a residency in general psychiatry, child and adolescent psychiatry, and forensic psychiatry, but he's not a toxicologist. And also, it's not just us having all.
Okay. The difference between a really good trial lawyer and all the rest of them is that a really good trial lawyer knows how to pivot. Okay. He's a psychiatrist, so he prescribes medication. Do you think that he can't opine about the impropriety of her prescriptions and how the wrong medications were prescribed and how they failed to prescribe her what they should have prescribed her, or prescribed her too much of the wrong thing, or how these medications could affect a patient and send a patient into psychosis because you don't see on his CV that he's a toxicologist? He's not interpreting urine and blood results, ma'am. He's an actual forensic psychiatrist who knows all about these meds and what they do and what they don't do and what their side effects are and the dangers of them and what a black box warning is and all about SSRI syndrome and all of these other very dangerous side effects and how nobody really knows how these medications work and the dangers that can come from the wrong people taking them. Because it doesn't say toxicologist on his CV. Go on with your bad self. This is a losing argument, and I can't wait to see how Kay Shred takes this apart. I'm just going to take it a little bit back. He's done a residence in general psychiatry.
He's looking at the affidavit in which he outlines his qualifications. He's not a toxicologist. He's a physician licensed here in Massachusetts. He's done a residency in general psychiatry, child and adolescent psychiatry, and forensic psychiatry, but he's not a toxicologist. And also, it's not just us having all the same records that makes for cross-examination to be fundamentally fair. There's more to cross-examination than just having the underlying data. It's also knowing more about the expert, being able to look into their publications and their prior testimony and being able to prepare to rebut anything that they might testify to.
Guess what, ma'am? There's a weekend coming up. Tomorrow's Friday. You have Saturday and Sunday to get that shit done. Okay. You're on a salary with the Plymouth County DA's office and nobody really gives a shit about you not having enough time to prepare. Okay. The person who's on trial here, it's her right to a fair trial that's at stake here. Judge Sullivan just got overturned at lunchtime on a very serious child killing case because he didn't allow an expert in. And I wonder if he knows about it yet. There's a weekend coming up, okay? If you got to stay up 24/7 to get your work done, that's what you do. You're a lawyer. Welcome. Welcome to practicing law. Welcome to trial law. Trials are living, breathing things. We don't have enough time. I got to research the expert. Get your intern to do it.
And where we have this late disclosure, which was 1 week prior to trial starting, that's fundamentally unfair to the Commonwealth. And I think what Dr. Condi would be testifying to, if it's just limited to her treatment and what was prescribed to her, that's covered by the other three experts that defense already has. They all talk about her treatment, the prescription she was on, and the effects those had on her.
It's unfair to the Commonwealth. It's unfair to the Commonwealth. Raise your hand in the chat if you give a shit. I'm sorry, barbershops and salons. But sometimes I just have to say the words. If you care one iota whether this trial is fair to the Commonwealth, do you care? Do you care? Raise your hand if you care. This disclosure was 1 week prior to trial. Well, we've been on trial for how many weeks now? I mean, it took like a week to pick a jury, and then we've been here. This is like our 8th day. So you've had it for what now, a month? You've had it for a month, and you couldn't find the time to do trial prep, which is literally your job. Literally your job.
Trial starting, that's fundamentally unfair to the Commonwealth. And I think what Dr. Condi would be testifying to, if it's just limited to her treatment and what was prescribed to her, that's covered by the other three experts that defense already has. They all talk about her treatment, the prescription she was on, and the effects those had on her. So I think that would be redundant, and it would be unfair to the Commonwealth to add this fourth expert to talk about the same things that the other three experts are going to talk about when we haven't had a chance to prepare for this particular expert. For Dr. La Posada, what we have is a 2.5-page letter to Attorney Reddington outlining her thoughts, but it doesn't say what her opinions are based on. It doesn't say which materials she's reviewed and what she's relying on. So I would suggest that it's an insufficient report.
How about this? Just assume that she reviewed everything that you have, because you have everything. And Dr. La Posada reviews everything. She's meticulous. She's been testifying as an expert for well over a decade in Massachusetts courts, okay? You know exactly who she is. And the fact that he's a one-man show should not work against him. That's right. Daisy May was a legal secretary for 15 years, and she says there were many late nights and weekends we had to work. The DA should get over it. You've been dragging in witness after witness after witness because you got no case. And now you want to cry about it because they have a lot of experts that are going to decimate your case even more. Her desperation is showing. It reeks of desperation. And right now it stinks really bad.
Again, with the delayed disclosure, for example, she talks about Jefferson fracture causing the injuries. Well, if we had this information previously and knew this is what they were going to argue, we could have obtained our own expert to talk about the mechanism of injury. And
STFU, woman. It's in the medical records that she has a Jefferson fracture. Your failure to Google is not the defendant's problem. Your theory is that she Spider-Man'd down the building. Are you saying that you don't have an expert who's going to talk about that? You just made that up out of whole cloth, that she hung from the window and Spider-Man down the building? You don't have an expert for that? Because that would be really wild.
Causing the injuries. Well, if we had this information previously and knew this is what they were going to argue, we could have obtained our own expert to talk about the mechanism of injury and Jefferson fractures and all of those things. But we weren't told until a week before trial that she would even potentially be a witness. And then we get this report on July 26th. That's a 2.5-page letter.
But didn't we have multiple trauma surgeons, neurosurgeons, who've testified, who treated her?
Right.
Couldn't someone just ask, is that consistent with, and that's pretty much, if I'm looking at Dr. La Posada's no. I'm not sure I would allow in opinions regarding whether or not it's a serious suicide or not, but she does indicate it's consistent with landing on somebody, on an individual's head.
Well, Your Honor, we had a trauma surgeon from the South Shore Hospital testify who said that the injuries that Ms. Clancy sustained were a level 1 and she had to be transported to another hospital where doctors who were trained in those injuries could operate on her. So we didn't think that she would have the knowledge and the training and experience to testify about the nature of those injuries and how they occur.
Sounds like a you problem. You know what else a really good lawyer does? A really good trial lawyer is able to anticipate what the other side's arguments are going to be. That sounds like a you problem. Did you think that when you came in here with your Spider-Man theory that they were not going to contest that? And you don't have an expert that's going to say that? You just sort of thought about superheroes when you were drafting your opening, ma'am? Although she didn't do the opening. And I can see why. She's a little abrasive. Shannon with one end, Bowhead Buckingham did it. But I got to think you at least coordinated or you collaborated on the opening statement. Did you think they were just going to let that go? Have you met Kevin Reddington? She's reminding me right now of Veruca Salt. I want it now.
The trauma surgeon from Brigham and Women's Hospital is with the military and is overseas in the Middle East and so was unavailable. But had we known that this was going to be an issue and they were going to allege this particular type of fracture, we would have endeavored to get another expert in replace of the doctor who treated her at Brigham and Women's.
They're not alleging that type of fracture. That is the actual fracture that she had. It's called a Jefferson fracture, okay? Cervical spine fracture. I don't know. I think it's on both sides. I don't know. I could Google it just like you could Google it. They're not alleging that she had that fracture. It is actually in the medical records that you have had for 3.5 years. Ma'am, at least try and have a good argument. At least try. They're alleging what's in the medical records. Yeah. It's called a fact.
We didn't know that this would even be an issue. A particular type of fracture we would have known is with the military and is overseas in the Middle East and so was unavailable. But had we known that this was going to be an issue and they were going to allege this particular type of fracture, we would have endeavored to get another expert in replace of the doctor who treated her at Brigham and Women's. But we didn't know that this would even be an issue until.
Guess what? You can put on a rebuttal case. You can put on a rebuttal case. Go get yourself an expert right now. Get Tully on it. Maybe Brian Tully could come in and help you. Maybe he could move on over to your county for a little bit and he could start emailing some people frantically like Jessica Hyde, although that's not her specialty. The military seems to be a big excuse for a lot of people. Again, sounds like a you problem. It's not fair to the Commonwealth. It's fundamentally unfair to the Commonwealth. Surprise.
Until a week before trial, but we didn't know that this would even be an issue until a week before trial. And again, this letter is dated July 26th, and it doesn't tell us which records, which reports, or which what medical journals or training or anything that these opinions are based on.
They love their medical journals and training there.
And that could be done by voir dire. I mean,
if you call Dr. Lopsada in for a voir dire or a Daubert hearing, our heads are all going to pop off.
Well, that could be done by voir dire. I mean, the Commonwealth has at least inferred through their case that this was not a serious suicide attempt.
That's right.
Right? I mean, and there's questions about whether or not someone's hanging outside the window or not. And so why wasn't this an issue that the Commonwealth could have anticipated would come up?
The position of the Commonwealth isn't that it wasn't a serious suicide attempt. It's that the methods that were chosen were insufficient to achieve the goal.
We have all been gaslit. That is exactly what she has been saying. That it was not a serious suicide attempt. Now she's denying it? Oh, we never said that. Superficial everything. She didn't really mean to do it. She didn't like her life. She didn't really. I got to go back and watch her opening again. But he says, like I said, why didn't you anticipate this? Did you just think that Kevin Reddington was going to roll over and agree with everything that you were arguing? When you're trying to put his client in prison for 3 life sentences instead of letting her go to a mental hospital where maybe she could get the help that she needs? Listen to that again. Google is the thing, ma'am.
Come up.
The position
or not. And so why wasn't this an issue that the Commonwealth could have anticipated would come up?
The position of the Commonwealth isn't that it wasn't a serious suicide attempt. It's that the methods that were chosen were insufficient to achieve the goal. And the reasons for that, we would argue in our closing. I don't think we have to disclose that theory at this point.
Yacht today, Satan. Yacht today, Satan. No, no, no. Oh, no. She has officially sunk her own battleship. Thank you. She has officially sunk her career. Remember I said it could make or break your career? Her career has officially been sunk, just like the battleship. You're done. You get nothing. Good day, sir. Look at that. 2 Charlie, Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory references within the span of 5 minutes. Farouk assault, and you get nothing. Good day, sir. You lose.
But we've never said it wasn't a serious suicide attempt. We've never said it was a fake suicide attempt. What we've endeavored to develop from the testimony is that the methods that were chosen were methods that would be unsuccessful, but we're not saying it wasn't a serious attempt. And I think the reasons for that will become clearer when the doctors give their testimony. But it's our position that she was attempting to kill herself that night. And there are various reasons and factors where she was unsuccessful in killing herself, but successful in killing her children.
But there's been all kinds of testimony regarding, it seems to be a dispute of whether or not she's hanging from the windowsill.
Hello, I'm here.
There's been all kinds of testimony regarding, it seems to be a dispute of whether or not she's hanging from the windowsill or goes out head first. There's some testimony that's been raised, even with the blood experts, and things that she may have been hanging from the windowsill. Dr. Lapasato, it seems what they're seeking is those injuries are consistent with somebody who lands on their head.
So would the court allow us to call a witness who's not on our witness list to rebut that evidence?
Yeah, I would consider that. Sure.
I would have no problem
Yeah.
with that.
And this is kind of what,
And Reddington has no problem with you calling a witness to rebut that. Good luck finding one.
why I didn't make a decision on this earlier, because I had to kind of see how the case develops. And this issue of how this injury occurs is certainly, it's either been specifically and explicitly raised or inferred in multiple questions. Even to the length to the part, the cuts and things like that. It's been over and over and over. So if the Commonwealth seeks to get somebody to rebut that, I would strongly consider that. And in regards to Dr. Lapasada's opinion, we may need a voir dire in regards to, but I wouldn't imagine the voir dire would take that long. It would be, did you view, the x-rays? I mean, that kind of an injury is probably pretty clear on the x-rays or the MRIs.
If we could get a list from defense counsel.
Look at sweet woman. She's like, that's it. Where's Kay Willis? I'm out of here. See? It's so funny because Kay Willis did tell me. She sent me an email once and she said she actually did get a client because I mentioned her on the stream because she's always super chatting. I'm like, Kay Willis is a realtor south of Boston if you want to get out or get in. Kay Willis is your girl. That's hilarious. The sweet woman in the chat is moving so fast that it took me a long time to highlight that. Even the judge is dumbfounded. Oh, my freeze game's on point. Look at him with his tongue sticking out. I think he was trying so hard to control himself about the way he was going to respond to this prosecutor and try to be nice, but he's just dumbfounded by her response.
On what she's basing her opinion. If we could get a list from defense counsel on what she's basing her opinion on so we can have our witness review the same material.
Let me tell you right now, it's just simple. It's just the South Shore Hospital medical records, Brigham and Women's medical records that have already been discussed with the jury.
Why don't we do this, just so it's clear, because when a witness is on the stand, it's much easier to have something in writing to say, is this what you relied on? So if you could get from Dr. Lapasada what she is relying upon to form that opinion, I'm like I said, I'm inclined to allow that opinion. And I would allow then the Commonwealth to present a rebuttal witness if they seek to.
And just note our objection
Sure.
to that, but also the third expert, what we have here is a letter dated August 4th. That's a page and a half. That's not even signed by, I believe it's Dr. Volkovich.
Yeah. I'm more concerned with that is whether or not the opinion is admissible. The opinion, as I see it, is he's reviewed the medical records, and it's his opinion these are injuries that commonly observed in the quote is serious suicide attempts.
It's like
delete serious.
It's like, I don't care if it's unsigned. Stop with your nonsense. Stop whining. You need a binky? Oh, we have a binky emoji for members. You guys, we haven't been using our member emojis. We have a binky in there. We also have a boss baby. And a how dare you? Use them. Enjoy them.
Yeah, I mean, or even suicide attempts. That's an opinion.
Their doctors waxed eloquently about suicide and whether or not it's, I mean, but really serious.
But I'm just concerned that how are we going to kind of parse out what he looked at? 100 other cases, and then we go through into all of those. So I'm going to have to take a look. That's what I'm going to take under advisement for sure. That doesn't mean he may have other opinions I'm going to have to look at. I think he talked about some of his observations as an emergency room doctor, I think, didn't he?
I don't think it's her first trial, Joanne.
Yeah, I'm
I've seen her before in other cases.
more reluctant to allow in that individual's
Who?
opinion that this was a suicide attempt.
So their South Shore doctors are able to talk about, superficial, as we've heard for a week now, but his opinion that it's consistent with what he's observed in his emergency room treatment is not admissible.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What I'm saying is that he can't necessarily give the opinion, I've looked at this, it's my opinion, this was a suicide attempt. But he can certainly testify, I've looked at the cuts, these are, the phrase superficial. I think that's been kind of mixed up in this whole thing too. That seems to be more of a medical term.
I think we can all agree this was a suicide attempt, Judge.
As opposed to
Well, no, they basically beat it to death with not being a medical term until we were able to show that in fact it was deep, 3.5 and 2. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to call this doctor, he's going to say that's a significant cut.
Okay.
That's different than saying, looking at that, I find that this is a suicide attempt. Just like there's never been an opinion here that this was not a suicide attempt. That's probably something that the jury
now, but it wasn't a week ago.
Well, that's going to probably be for the jury to determine.
Wait, what did he say? Hold on.
This was not a suicide attempt. That's probably something that the jury
now, but it wasn't a week ago.
Well,
something like it is now, but it wasn't a week ago.
That's going to probably be for the jury to determine. But I would allow kind of going into the characteristics that have already been testified to. And I don't. We need a further voir dire on that doctor as well. But I think he lists in there kind of what he reviewed. But
He did.
yeah. Yep. All right. Anything else in regards to those three witnesses? All right. So I'm going to take this under advisement, but just kind of for what I'm inclined to do is I'm going to take a look at Dr. Condi's report and compare it to some of the other reports. I'm inclined to let Dr. La Posada testify to that the injuries are consistent with basically a fall on the head. And the last doctor I've got to take a look at kind of his language, but I would not be allowing in that his opinion that this is a suicide attempt. But he may testify as to all the other observations that he took from those records. All right.
Understood. Just no my objection for what it's worth.
All right. And so I'll note the Commonwealth's objection. I'll note the defendant's objection. And so, and like I said, I'll take it under advisement and everybody can renew those objections
As
again.
it relates to Condi, once you make your decision, you let me know. I can certainly reach out to him and have him delete this standard of care and just reference the actual treatment and prescriptions that she received.
All right. All right. So I'll take a look at this. I'll have this tomorrow morning for everybody when you come in.
Great.
All right.
Thank you.
So anything else we need to address?
Just in case there's a problem, Dr. La Posada has been working with a gentleman by the name of Mr. Drake, Drake Laboratories, that is putting together an auto computer animated display of coming out the window, the injuries to the neck, showing the vertebrae and that type of thing, which is all based upon evidence that's already in evidence here. So I haven't got it yet. It's not done yet. So I don't want to not say anything about
It's almost like an accident reconstruction of the diving out of the window and how the injuries occurred.
it now because they'll be objecting to it tomorrow, I'm sure. Or
I
whenever it's ready.
assume we'll have to take a look at that.
Yep.
And give the Commonwealth the opportunity to review it and hear the arguments in regards. It may be something nobody has objection to, or maybe, I don't know. All right.
Would have an objection to it, and it
You
goes
don't
back-
know, you haven't seen it.
Well, it goes back to the whole position that, we have the right to, if we want to obtain another expert, and then that
Sure.
expert could review that material and use it to form his opinion. This is different than the 3D diagram of the house that the Commonwealth gave.
Is it though? Is it though?
The defense was on notice that was.
And you had a 3D diagram of the house and all that stuff, and you still insisted on going for that view. You still insisted on taking the jury on a field trip on a coach bus to the CVS and the 3V and the house, even though the present homeowner didn't want you there, and you had the 3D model of the house. You still forced that too, didn't you? And Kevin's like, K. Shred is like, I didn't fight them on anything. I let them have everything they wanted.
Coming the basis of their opinion. This is different than the 3D diagram of the house that the Commonwealth gave. The defense was on notice that was coming the basis of it, the measurements, what the house looked like itself, and so that was turned over. This is completely different.
And I just note that, as I said, the medical records that the government has talks about Jefferson fracture. You might remember 2 weeks ago or 2.5 weeks ago when they first raised their objection, I told you that I can't know what they're going to argue until they argue it. So I didn't know whether or not they were going to say that it's a fake suicide or that she didn't jump out the window. I had to wait to see what their opening was. Now I know I have to rebut it.
We were almost out of here till you mentioned that
Yeah, I know.
3D
Sorry.
thing. So why don't we do this? We'll wait on that. All right. I'm not committing one way or the other in regards to that. We'll see. And so you may be the testimony with the 3D, the testimony without the 3D. We'll just kind of see where we go. All right. All right. So thanks everybody for kind of buckling down and going through that so we could resolve that as best we can. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Judge.
So we'll be in recess on this matter till tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. All right. Thank you.
Court, all rise.
All right. I will recap that for you in a moment. And we're out of here until tomorrow. Tomorrow. I love you. Tomorrow. You're only a day away. Oh, wow. That was fiery. That's why I love watching the motions. I just love watching the motions. It's so fun. Hold on. I just want to fast forward through a little bit of a commercial for you so that I can show you a video of what happened, I think, during the lunch break. Okay. So as we discussed earlier, the defense had made a motion. I mean, the defense had exchanged some experts late, a week before jury selection. So at this point, about 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago, and there were 3 witnesses, the expert witnesses that they did the late exchange of, and the Commonwealth made a motion to preclude them from testifying, saying that they didn't have enough time and it was late and they should not be able to testify. So at that time, the judge granted the motion for the Commonwealth, but said, but I'm granting it without prejudice, meaning that the defense can come back, depending on how the trial goes, and argue this again. They filed that motion this morning. We read it this morning, and we just heard them argue about it. And we didn't know what these experts were going to testify about, but now we do. The first doctor that he spoke about was Dr. Volvovich. Hold on. That doesn't sound right. Hold on. Dr. Vulfovich, Vulfovich. Apparently he's an ER specialist and he wants to testify that this was a legitimate suicide attempt. And to see her get up there to say, oh, we've never said this wasn't a legitimate suicide attempt. My head has popped off. I think it's on its way to Maine. If anybody sees it, kindly stop at the side of the road and let me know you have it. Dr. La Posada is going to opine on their evidence that she did not hang outside the window and fall the way that they're trying to say. She Spider-Man'd outside the window. She's going to testify that she actually dove out the window based on her injuries. And we know Dr. Laposada and we love her. He also said something very interesting because we know Dr. Laposada was the chief medical examiner for Rhode Island for decades, I think. She's going to say that the bruises on the children's bodies at autopsy were not evidence of any sort of prior abuse, that they likely came from the EMTs and other medical intervention. Because many of you said to me when they were talking about the bruises on the children's bodies, was that only today? That they were trying to say that Lindsay somehow abused the children, and that's why they had the bruises. And so he anticipated that argument because that's what a good trial lawyer does. And he's got Dr. Laposada to come in and say, no, that's not what those marks are from. They were from CPR, the IO line, and the other things that the first responders were trying to save these children's lives. And that's how those bruises can be explained, because he doesn't want them trying to say that Lindsay was abusive. And that, of course, she killed her children, like we know she's going to probably try and do. With respect to Dr. Donald Condy, his testimony is going to be that there was a failure to comply with the standard of care by Dr. Tufts, who he says is testifying tomorrow. That's going to be real interesting. She's one of the main defendants in the malpractice case, Dr. Tufts and Nurse Gelada. And that he's going to talk about the prescriptions and why maybe he didn't really specify, but I think I talked about that enough about what this doctor could testify to about the wrong prescriptions, how these prescriptions have bad side effects. And then with a straight face, in all her glory, ADA Sprague got up and said, but he's not a toxicologist. He can't testify about that. Dr. Condy, just a quick Google search of Dr. Condy. That was her other argument. She didn't have enough time to research all of these experts. Well, he's a psychiatrist with 44 years of experience overall, specializing in many different things, including schizophrenia. And all you got to do is Google Dr. Donald Condy, Condie, and you too can learn about him. So it seems like the defense has like 6 experts, including Dr. Resnick and a couple other ones whose names just went right by me. And again, fundamentally unfair to the Commonwealth. He shouldn't allow it. He took it under advisement, but he did say he's going to allow Dr. Laposada to testify. And we're all really happy about that because we can't wait to see her. And he did say that he didn't think that whatever doctor it was should be able to testify that this was indeed a legitimate suicide attempt, because I think he thinks that it's a question of fact for the jury. And I agree with him. I think that it is a question of fact for a jury, whether or not she was trying to commit suicide. And I think that a jury can absolutely determine that on their own. It is a question of fact. They're the ones who should decide it. And I think he was saying, like, we all know what it was. And then she actually said with a straight face, ADA Sprague did, we're not trying to say it wasn't a legitimate. I can't with this woman. My voice, she's making my voice go raw. I meant to say raw, but some people add an R at the end of all of their W words. Roar. Let's take a look at what happened over maybe the lunch break. Let me see what time. I don't know. This was 3 hours ago. This was posted on WBZ. Look at this. A Brockton, Massachusetts mother, a case that was tried by the same judge, Sully. Her case has been overturned by the SJC. Her name is Latarsha Saunders. She's been serving 2 life sentences for killing her 2 boys in 2018. Let's see what WBZ has to say about this.
Mother, convicted of murdering her 2 sons, will get a new trial. The Supreme Judicial Court vacated the guilty verdict in the case against Latarsha Sanders. The court ruled the trial judge wrongly excluded Sanders' past mental health issues.
And that was this same Judge Sullivan.
That judge is the same one overseeing the Lindsay Clancy case. Prosecutors said that Sanders killed her 5- and 8-year-old boys in a, quote, ritualistic incident in 2018. Now, Sanders' defense argued insanity, and she's been serving 2 life sentences.
Oh, so it sounds like Judge Sullivan declined or denied them bringing in her past psychiatric history. And there's few things that judges hate more than being reversed on appeal. They don't like it. They don't like it. But a lot of people have been talking about this case, and that just happened today. Just happened today. So that's very interesting timing. And I think Judge Sullivan, if he doesn't know about this decision, he's probably going to find out about it now, and he's going to be extra careful and just let it all in. Let it all in. Let them call all the rebuttal witnesses that they want. Because unlike what Jennifer Sprague would like you to think, that this is fundamentally unfair to the Commonwealth, nobody cares about the Commonwealth. The right to a fair trial belongs to the defense and the defendant. But yeah, it should be fair for the Commonwealth too. Dolo says, I'm yelling at the ADA. I had PPD and still suffer with depression. I can text, chat, act happy, then bawl when I'm alone. You don't show and tell with others due to stigma. This makes me so mad. I'm so sorry. We have your back. We're here with you. You can, anytime you want. This is a very safe place. If you're hurting, if you're struggling, and you tell people in the chat what's going on, you will have so much support that you don't even know the kind of community that we've built here. These are the best people on the internet. We have plucked them from all over the world to be specifically in this chat with you because they get it. And they will sympathize with you. This is not law and crime. Maybe we should have a t-shirt that says that. And instead of like my chat, my choice, this is not the law and crime chat. Something like that. I have to workshop that a little bit. But anybody, Dolo, we love you. We love you. We're here for you. Don't ever be afraid that people are going to come for you in the chat because we don't allow it. Those people are on Block Island, which is a real place. We have merch. Block Island is lovely this time of year. Because the block button is my friend and I don't care. Free speech is a thing, but not in my chat. You don't get to come in here and rage bait people and be mean to people. I'm just, there are a lot of places for that on the internet. This is not one of them. The Truth Drop says, I'm a social worker and PPD. We covered this. We spoke about this earlier, didn't I? Okay, wait a second. I'm a social worker and PPD. PPP is very real. With proper treatment, this all could have been prevented. This poor woman lives with what she did, and it's beyond any punishment the law can ever impose. Thank you so much for your 10. Gregory says, you're a beautiful soul inside and out. I've been a silent watcher for many years and I don't often chat, but your snark during this very difficult trial is much appreciated by me. Thank you so very much for everything you do for justice. Thank you so much, Gregory, for watching. Every YouTuber gets like crazy statistics because YouTube is owned by Google. And so they give you these analytics that are absolutely insane. Like where your people are watching from, how many women, how many men, what the percentage is. And we have steadily... because historically, true crime is more female viewers than male. And I think at one point we had 10% men, and then we had 15% men, and then we had 20% men. I think we're almost at 25% men, which is big for a true crime channel because most of them have far less. But the men who are here, they get it. So thank you, Gregory, for being here and for having compassion and common sense and understanding nuance and keeping an open mind. And we love that. Thank you so much. Not That Mickey from South Africa says, motion for WTF cupcake mix. Oh, absolutely. Right here. Right here. I can put that right in the corner for you. It says, here it is. It's a little Debbie box that says, I baked you some shut the F up cakes. Motion granted. See, South Africa's here. Huma says the Commonwealth has the right to a fair trial. Hank Breenan. He did say that too. He did. He was squealing about that as well. Thank you for tuning in from across the pond. Chastity Danielle says, wasn't that motion for the experts denied without prejudice? Yes, that means they can bring it again. Wouldn't that mean be prepared for this to come up again? Yep. Yes, 100%. Like trial prep. Yes, you get it. You get it. You've been here for 21 months. You know, you get me. Mostly Farm just says F the Commonwealth. Clamasu says, if you're going to do it half-assed, it's going to bite you in the ass. The Commonwealth's doctor stated that is the type of fracture. Duh. Incompetence irritates me. Me too. Me too. Ann said, hi from Norfolk County. As my daughter and her friends say, that sounds like an issue, not an ish me. Oh, I love it. Sounds like an issue, not an ish me. That's great. Can I steal that one, Ann? LMP says, ma'am, you have 100% insinuated that she didn't really attempt to unalive herself. Don't try to walk that back now. No, because nothing gets by you. Nothing gets by you guys. You pay attention. Sometimes, like if I have to get my DoorDash or I have to deal with the person who's banging on my door to come fix something at my house, sometimes I miss stuff. I try not to, but you guys always take notes and you can tell me what happened when I stepped away. Nothing gets by you at all. Maria Spaghetti said, I'd love to see Judge Melanie put these peanuts in their place. I'd love to have the money that Judge Judy has. You know how much Judge Judy is worth? Holy moly. Thanks for tuning in from down under. Debbie says, on the subject of flailing ADAs, Jennifer Blair, who prosecuted Penny McGee, donated to Greg Connor's campaign. Why am I not surprised at all? Not surprised at all. Hannah says the Commonwealth paraded witness after witness to say the same thing. That's right. They sure did. And Kevin Reddington didn't argue about any of it. And as he told us, it's just him. It's just him and his son, Patrick. He doesn't have a whole team. Ma'am, Massachusetts grandma says, please don't judge all of us by this. No, not at all. We have some amazing officers, state officers, judges, and DAs, and they just don't get media attention. No, listen, I love Judge Sullivan. I love Judge Doolin, even though I disagree with his decision the other day. And 100%. And that is why, because one of our mods here, Scott, LawTube's most hated mod, and the reason that he's hated because he times out people who bash all cops. Not all cops are bad, just like not all judges are bad. Not all lawyers are bad. Not all doctors are bad. Nobody hates a bad cop more than a good cop. I have law enforcement in my family. Very dear family friends, had organized crime task force members sitting at my dinner table growing up, hearing stories. I back the blue 100%. But when the corruption happens and they're protecting each other instead of arresting the murderer of Sandra Birchmore and staging it to look like a suicide and just quickly brushing it under the rug, I'm not going to sit by and let that happen. I'm going to call it out. But yes, I 100% agree with you. You're 100% right. Lucky Birdie says, I simply cannot believe I just heard that ADA say out loud that their position is that she chose a method that was not successful. What is happening? Thank you for your 10. Mrs. Bouquet, shout out to you and Harrison. Thank you so much for your super sticker and from tuning in from the UK. Laurel, thank you for your Cash App. Wendy says, I love your content. Thank you, Wendy. I love you for watching. Amy says, thanks for all you do. I thank you guys for watching and for just listening to a very loud New York lawyer with a microphone scream about everything that outrages me and hopefully joining me in my outrage. Colleen, thank you very much. Anon, please. You can always say anon, please, too, if you don't want me to announce like your question or anything, but just put it first when you do that. Anon, please. That's an old Dumois reference. Anybody remember Dumois? They have sold and they're not the same, but they used to be like a gossip. I don't know if it was a website or a social media account. And they would always say where the celebrities were, like Spotted. It was like a Gossip Girl kind of thing, but they've sold now. And now it's just mostly like ads. And so, Dumois, anon, please. Not so much anymore. Oh, thank you, Don Chiachio. Thank you, Don Chiachio, for sending me your Jerry Garcia sketches. Oh, I love it so much. We're in the days between right now. Those who know the days between. The days between Jerry Garcia's birthday and death day. It's called the days between. And Don Chiachio, our favorite artist, did a couple of Jerry Garcia sketches. Oh my gosh, I love these so much. Thank you, Don Chiachio. You can find him on, I think, Twitter. So many of you sending me your personal stories. I will read them. If you are blocked for whatever reason or time, if you're timed out, it expires. If you're blocked, maybe it was a mistake. Send me your channel link. I can't do anything without your channel link, and I can't go back and forth with you over 100 emails to get you to send me the right thing. I need a link to your channel. You have one, even if you don't post anything on your channel. All right. Here's what's going to happen next. You are all going to have a great evening. You are going to take a break. You are going to take a bath. Maybe you're going to go outside and enjoy the weather. Maybe you're going to go take some deep breaths, get your yoga mat out, get into child's pose and sit there for 30 minutes. Unwind, breathe, breathe. Oh, Karen Goldberg was in the courthouse. Karen, do you have anything to say? Type something in the chat. What was the jury doing? Why did they have to take such a long break? Was it because Lindsay had to calm down? This is what I want to know. When the autopsy photos were shown, what was the jury doing? Were they hysterical? Were they crying? The long break, I thought we knew that Lindsay was, but were other people also sobbing in the courtroom? Get the yoga mat out, get into child's pose, and just breathe for 30 minutes. Put your legs up against the wall. That's a really good thing to do too. Call a friend. Reach out to a mom that you know that might be struggling. Tell her she's not alone. Tell her to come into the chat so that other people can help. Because you guys that's what I love about you too, is that you help each other and you communicate with each other. And I remember when Gigi had her shoulder surgery. Where's Gigi? You were all checking in. Where's Gigi? Gigi hasn't been around in a while. You get to be friends with people in the chat. Eddie says, I was literally in child's pose as you said that. Karen Goldberg says, many were crying. I could feel Lindsay crying. They needed some time. Oh my God. I bet there wasn't a dry eye in the house. And on that note, everyone just go breathe, hug your kids. If you're struggling, know you're not alone. I'll put the hotline up one more time. And again, if you are feeling like you're in crisis and you want to hurt yourself, 988. But the National Maternal Mental Health Hotline is 1-833-852-6262. This is a hard trial to cover, but it's so important because if we just save one mom, it'll have all been worth it. Thank you. Love from Tejas. Just here to say I love you. I love you more. I love how you just helped everyone center. Thank you, Ivana. Sometimes it's hard, but sometimes all we can do is breathe. Don't forget to breathe. I love you so much. I will see you in the morning. Please try and relax tonight. Stay off of YouTube. YouTube has gotten very vitriolic. I mean, you can do whatever you want. I'm not going to tell you what to do. But I myself find that I need to get away from YouTube because it can be so angry. And I just don't have time for any more anger. I don't have time for it. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. Tip your moderators. Tip your servers. Thank your moderators. Without them, I could never, ever, ever run this channel because like Kevin Reddington, it's just me. It's just me. And one kid around right now who brought me my DoorDash eggs, which are cold scrambled eggs. Note to self, don't order scrambled eggs for breakfast that are going to be cold by the time you eat them. And some coffee, and don't burn the day away. Yeah, that's a good one too. Don't burn the day away with the Dave Matthews fire dancer emoji that we also have for members, including some Grateful Dead emojis and all the things that I love. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy, stay safe. Don't believe everything you read on the internet. Kiss your family, hug your friends, reach out to somebody who might want to hear from you today. Even if you don't feel like it, it might make you feel better. Love you guys. I'll see you in the morning, 9 a.m., same bad time, same bad channel. Peace.